Day 2 of New York LAN Omega Strikers. We are here starting off top 16 today with Last Call and Saya. Who is Last Call first today?
They're against Gret Esports, 2/3 of the Bozo bunch plus Water Fury. That is a pretty good team.
That's an impressive showing, top 16 already. And correct me if I'm wrong, I believe this game is a BO1.
Yes.
Okay.
Top 8 is best of 3, but until we get there, it is best of 1 due to the game length of Omega Strikers. And if you don't know, Omega Strikers game length is kind of closer to League of Legends nowadays. If you've only encountered beta Omega Strikers, that was back when games could take as short as like 3 minutes.
Yep, 100%. So now with the addition of rounds being introduced to the game and each round being a best of 5, we can get games typically around 30 minutes, but I would say, or as long as 30 minutes, but usually they tend to hover around the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, and taking a look at the draft here, we got Orb Dancer and Deadeye on Night Market. And of course the Vice ban coming out. Gret in particular, Muncher, has been playing a lot of Vice recently, has been doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, Vice is such a powerful pick, especially with the Deadeye start. It doesn't look like they were worried about anyone picking up Luna. Luna's another popular ban on this Deadeye start, targeting specifically the Vice here, who I know Borg can also play pretty well. But instead, we have Last Call banning away Vice, Asher being a banned away from Frightfully Fresh, and then pick one. Looks like we're going with an X into now Estelle, followed by Kai Mako. A pretty standard comp here from Last Call, where they put 3Z on X, Fresh piloting the Mako really well, and then midfield Kai coming for them. And then on the other side of Gret Esports, now is such a crazy character. Muncher has been doing amazing this NASL season, and this is something that let's take a look at how well he performs on this now. It's probably going to come down to a really big midfield matchup between Borg and I.
Yeah, definitely going to be a midfield matchup. Taking a look at the Awakenings, Orb Dancer, of course, has risen in popularity over the past few weeks. It is a very strong Awakening that gives you a burst of speed on that Orb collection, and with all 3 members in the midfield taking it, we see a lot of scrambling there as Borg is dribbling up and down, and Kai is not a character we see often from Borg, I think. Most often seen on the Vice and the Estelle after the midfield swap, so we'll have to see how Borg does, because this doesn't really feel like too much of a conventional comp.
Yeah, I would say besides the Kai, which I have seen Borg play plenty of times in scrims and stuff, but he has been putting more practice on that Vice. Oh, and a quick early point here for Last Call. But going back to what I was saying is, typically, like you said, we see Borg on the Estelle, sometimes the Now, and the Vice. And especially the Amy, too. So Kai is something that I know he plays well, just hasn't really been brought out yet. And it's a map where you don't see Kai midfield as much. You tend to see more Kai goalie on Night Market than anything else. So I'm curious to see what advantages Borg believes that this pick has in the midfield. But starting off, we can already see how I is piloting the Now, using that ultimate to kind of give himself a free eject button to blink there, blink back, get a barrier out. And you can already see the playmaking potential that Now has.
Yeah. We saw some great Now gameplay by Streak as well in the goalie position yesterday, getting a blink KO, but watch out, that's a double barrier, and Last Call are just pushing forward really quickly, but of course, Muncher is there to help rotate. 3Z Breezy, though, still lingering in the goal box. That Estelle goalie is going to have a lot of trouble against the X up close, but if Water Fury can keep 3Z at a distance, then he will be chilling.
Almost getting the KO with the strike shot over there. Water Fury had the plan in mind. 3Z just barely living, still staggered. Some pressure being put on him, and the combo of strike shot into Estelle primary there to finish him off. 3Z being taken down, barrier drop. Goal gates are open for Last Call. They have to handle this power play well, but Drop Leto pushing everything he has to try to get it through, and a good defense from both Borg and Fresh holds it down to let 3Z come back.
Yeah, patient strikes by Fresh and an amazing ensnare drums. Doesn't quite trap the core, but prevents it from being flipped in 3Z. Not quite getting the strike there, but still maintaining possession. Notes in the hands of Drop Leto, pushing forward, dribbling over absolutely everybody, and getting it through Frightfully Fresh.
Wonderful placement by Drop Leto there, kind of finding the field goal between both Fresh and Borg, and managed to get it just with a simple strike. Tying it up 1-1, already a phenomenal game.
Already phenomenal, and we're going to see Gret Esports kind of come to life here as a good passing play by Muncher to Drop Leto, but watch out, that Now is not what she used to be, a very killable character nowadays.
Yeah, a solid nerf to the stagger pool of Now, and also a slight speed nerf in the most recent patch. is bringing now more in line with the rest of the crew here. But one thing to note is that Kai, I believe, is tied, or if not, has the highest base movement speed in the game, and that is one of the advantages that Borg can use to kind of outmaneuver now in the midfield.
Oh no, Water Fury! Uncharacteristic misstrike right in front of the core, and that will be last call, taking the lead here. And a win in the first set would be absolutely huge for them, of course, not letting the Now get the first pick, but also with an X on their team, the scaling potential.
You also have, because of the orb start, getting the other orb, which Orb of Pondering, is a really high prio for everyone in this game. So the draft, whichever draft it ends up popping in, you want to be the winner of that specific draft. Oh, but a good combo from I and Dropletto there to get Borg off the map there. And I'm not sure if Borg had Energy Burst, but if he did, that was a good value trade for them. 3Z Breezy and Frightfully Fresh. Ooh, 3Z going a little bit too backwards, sending the core back towards Fresh there, but a good recovery allows him to get a barrier while using that X Maximus. And now we're back to a position where I like how Dropletto is trying to approach this attack, where you kind of attack the barrier from the side of the barrier you've already taken.
Yeah, and Dropletto's going in for a strike war. Can't quite do it, but Frightfully Fresh has been chipped down to almost nothing. The projectile from Now, the drone and projectile form is enough. A strike war win, no flip from 3Z. It's 2-2, 0.5 already. It's incredibly close.
Very surprising the damage coming out from that Now drone. The primary doing so much that was able to finish off Fresh and then send him back in his ult gold net and gave him the opportunity to score there. So now we're tied 2-2, final point of set 1. Only energy burst available. Actually, one energy burst on each side, 3Z Breezy and Water Fury. But it is first last call who dropped their barriers. Borg looking extremely low here. 3Z walking up, is trying to get in position to use his own energy burst, but just doesn't have the opportunity to. And they're under so much pressure there. Dropletto using the pendulum swing to KO Borg, and now it is a power play. While having both barriers still up for themselves, Water Fury can play so much more aggressively. And this is looking really good for Gret Esports.
Yeah, they drop one barrier, but it's only a single one, and Borg back, but Muncher with the dribbles around, gets all the way around, and 3Z have to use the flip defensively in the power play for Gret Esports. So last call, kind of out of resources at the moment, but 3Z Breezy has the speed, has the X Maximus, breaks the barriers, and suddenly in position to score potentially. A good ensnare drums to trap the core, but it goes backwards, and Muncher interrupts, top side, trying to cover the dribble, and will just strike for the projectile simply against Frightfully Fresh. That's the first set to Gret Esports.
A great job there from Muncher. I like how, if you guys watch that specific play, he struck the ball up, did not chase after it, waited to get the speed gate to ensure that he would have enough speed to make a play with the rebound as well, after he took a shot on that. And that extra speed is what gave him the movement that he needed to catch up to the core there.
Yeah, and it was drifted in a pretty awkward place too for the goalie, yes. Right? Fresh really wanted the projectile to try and get it back, but the angle was just really unfortunate.
Usually you see the opposite, where when you want to hit the corner angle, you end up hitting the flat part to send it back to you. And in this case, I think almost the opposite happened, where you kind of wanted to hit the flat part to get a rebound there, but it ended up sending it over to Now. And taking a look at the draft here, one big thing to note is that we don't see an orb start or orb of Ponderer picked up, but Quick Strikes ends up going to I, which is a huge pickup. We get size on Dropletto in the form of Rampage, and then Perfect Form going over to Water Fury, which will help significantly in that just spamming out goalie abilities. It helps on the strikes, and then you also get it on the light hits and the heavy hits.
Yeah, and both barriers down now. A little bit more pressure on Water Fury here. Both Muncher backing up in the midfield. They're going to have a much better time. 3Z Breezy, although staggered, still looking for the goal. Trying to be sent off the map, but Borg is the one who pushes forward. Water Fury with a critical strike war win on the goal line to keep it away as Borg continues to try and force it through. But I's just winning these strike wars, just winning these interactions, and 3Z Breezy's not getting the core until now. No, still staggered, still knocked away just enough and KO'd finally. And Gret Esports are going to try to use this power play to the most that they can.
Oh, great maneuvering there by Muncher, or sorry, I. Goes back, catches the core, comes back, protects them from that core flip. And now, even though 3Z Breezy is back, and it is Gret Esports that don't have barriers up, they're still managing to play really aggressive here. And the orbs, that's one other thing, is that with the KO on 3Z, his 5 stacks of orbs are gone, and Dropletto making a play off the barrier manages to get the point with the pendulum swing, hitting both Fresh and the core.
Yeah, a quick first goal, and Gret Esports looking good. They just look like they are in control of the pace of the game. It looks like Last Call just trying to react, trying to get the core to Dreezy, but Last Call just can't really maintain possession.
Yeah, and we can see the difference purely off of the levels of all the characters, right? Take a look at 3Z and Dropletto, level 7 on the Rasmus here versus level 4 on 3Z, who's, for the most part, hasn't been able to participate in the plays outside very few moments. But a good attempt there, or I should say a good pass from Borg brings the core up to 3Z. X Maximus allows him to break that final barrier here, but taking the barriers down is not enough. We have to finish these points off. And Borg using the Kai Barrage there isn't able to finish off the point. A good primary from Fresh, but Dropletto catching it, getting that first barrier. And now the core, like you said, the possession seems to be most of the time with Gret Esports. Oh, a little bit greedy there by 3Z. Does manage to get the KO there, but I think he was expecting the point to go in there and was going to hold on to his energy burst.
Yeah, really just wanted X Maximus confirm, but that might come back to bite them here. As 3Z Breezy almost misses the goal, but Borg is there on the follow-up, saves the day. It's 1-1 now.
Borg correcting the angle a little bit. There was a chance there that if Borg didn't hit that, I think that was being saved.
Yeah, I think Gret Esports had that in the bag, but Borg now the one building up a lot of meter. Same with Fresh. Some core flips going to come online for Last Call here. Energy burst's going to be important defensive and offensive endurance, but Muncher is just everywhere with that speed and a really fast barrier take on the top side.
Yeah, we can see the damage coming out. Dropletto getting hit quite a bit here from just being the general vicinity of all these abilities. Pretty low at this point. We're finally get staggered off the Kai Barrage, but that's one ability down. He's trying his best to stay alive here, and the best way to do that is not necessarily to run away, but to stay towards the middle of the map. Position yourself in a way where a hit cannot KO you. A good Rose Warp from Water Fury manages to protect their barrier, and now it is once again Gret Esports who have the advantage, forcing the flip out of Frightfully Fresh. 3Z Breezy with a good play there, catches the rebound from Water Fury, manages to break that barrier, and now we're tied up in this point number 3. But Muncher finding the angle there, Fresh expecting him to go to the top of the net, but finds the angle between both of them to send it in.
Expertly played by I. And yeah, like you said, it's just really good at being present there on the offense. It's being the second strike, being the rebound catcher, and that's what Dropletto's going to try to be, as unfortunately the hook sends it backwards. But Muncher barely staying alive, finally taken down by 3Z Breezy. This KO could be huge, especially when 3Z and Borg are coming up on energy bursts here.
Yeah, and that was a lot of damage that was put onto the now there, both from, I believe it was Frightfully Fresh on the Mako, who sent a primary over. And that paired with 3Z, a good combo send. We can see how low. This is a level 8 character, and their stagger is so low. But the stagger isn't needed at all because Dropletto and I just making the play and getting it in 3-1. It wasn't even a set or 0.5 this time, Saya. That was a quick round.
Yeah, it was quick, it was decisive, and now this draft is a little scary. Of course, my eyes personally on that Catalyst. Quick strikes already on I. So the energy economy is going to swing in a crazy way here.
Yeah, the Catalyst is such a huge pick up there because there's so many hitboxes being sent out from Last Call. And if they don't manage to finish it, this is just going to be an enormous amount of extra energy being put into the economy here, specifically for Dropletto. Looking at the other drafts here, we got 1-2 punch picked up for 3Z. Reptile Remedy, which will give Frightfully Fresh some more stagger, but more so it is also a deny away from I on the now, who is still at a insanely low stagger total. You can see there that is 1,200 stagger compared to, for example, Frightfully Fresh on 2,000. Besides that, we have Stinger picked up for now, who is a good applier of Stinger. It is a lot of hitboxes that frequently come out. But besides that, it's looking like a pretty standard draft. The biggest thing being picked up there is the Catalyst for sure. So let's see how Gret Esports managed to handle it. A good pendulum swing from Dropletto gets that final barrier here. And it's starting off similar to the last set with Gret Esports maintaining control.
Yeah, Dropletto's getting in there and once again building up the flips so quickly. Basically like a half a bar quicker than the side of Last Call. You don't even need flips when Dropletto is catching the clears from Fresh like that. And unfortunately, Last Call, I think, just getting outpaced by Gret Esports. The speed is coming into play as well.
Yeah, and one of the things that I want to point out here is watch the way the offense unfolds for both of these teams. A lot of the times you'll see that it is I who is vertical to Dropletto, catching a lot of these rebounds. Oh my goodness, what a quick shot. Yeah. Water Fury from the goal line, managing secure that point. This is, I mean, this is match point here. I didn't expect to get to this this part of the game so quick.
Yeah, set one looked like a 5-set banger. It still could be, but it'll take a lot from last call to make that happen as Muncher accelerates the core forward again. The fully formed now primary, sending it so far forward. Dropletto finds the sniper around the ensnare drums, and with the barriers open, this goal is not long for this world unless Freezy Breezy can pull off a miracle on the offense.
Trying their best here.
Ooh.
Manages to get a KO onto the goalie, which is absolutely huge, but Dropletto not taking any opportunity to hesitate here, trying to go for that goal, even with Water Fury down. A good rush there by 3D Breeze. He manages to get the core onto the barrier, and then a rebound on that top corner. Finally gets to that point. And last call is clawing their way back in, but they're trying their best here.
They are trying their best, and a point like that is good, definitely good for the morale. If you could claw your way back from 2 barriers down, then I think you can claw your way back from anything. 0-2 comfort zone perhaps, as Fresh and Borg do have full meter. We'll use it, but Water Fury will send the core away.
One thing I want to point out here is you can see as Dropletto comes up, how much forward I manages to move, but will quickly retreat back to the midfield position the moment they lose possession. But look at, they're playing vertical from each other, and it's putting on so much more pressure than last call, who has to rely on 3Z for the most part to break these barriers. And when he does, it's great. But you can see the difference in how the attack patterns unfold when you have 2 people participating in the offense rather than 1. We see Borg come up there, use the barrage, isn't able to finish it off here. Energy burst being traded by both. And now it is Borg who is extremely low. We're managing to save these points here. Good defense between Borg and Fresh. But with the stagger bars looking like this, if they manage to put on some more pressure onto Borg specifically, they might end up in a power play situation.
Yeah, Borg is getting chipped down, and that now mine will be enough. Borg is now staggered, but the core is a little too fast. It goes around the map. And Night Market, a map known for that type of angle.
Yep.
It is 2-2 now, and last call, it's looking doable.
It is looking doable. Water Fury getting a little bit aggressive there, and I like the play from him, but just with the downsides or the cons of the aggression is that your goal your goal is wide open. So if you don't make that play happen, then unfortunately you could lose the point like that. But again, the aggression pops off here as the combination of Water Fury and Dropletto break both barriers, and now we're going into an offense position. Pendulum Swing coming out, unable to find the core. One barrier being traded to 3Z Breezy, has the energy burst, is going to try to get the rush in to break the second one, isn't able to find it, and is really low. No energy to his name here as Water Fury tries to just keep knocking him back there from the orb. It's still staggered, has orb up, or orb dancer up to try to live. Uses the primary, isn't able to catch it, and that final point is going to go over to Gret Esports, who are going to move forward onto winner semifinals.
Yeah, and winner semis means they are in the best of 3 zone.
Yes.
Yeah, so Gret Esports, out of the best of 1s, out of that volatility, now are in like the Nassel type play there.
Yes, and this isn't it for last call. They will be. We were on winner side here, right? So they will end up going to the loser side, but that's it. Once they lose once more, they don't have another chance.
And unlike Gret Esports, they're being sent to more best of 1s, more volatility. They'll have to be very careful against these loser side teams that do want to make it to top 8.
At what point does loser side become best of 3?
Top 8.
Okay.
So, yeah, so it should be if I'm looking at the bracket correctly. Last call, if they go to loser, like if they win their losers game, then they are in best of 3 territory.
Okay.
Yeah, but their first losers game that they have to play
is the best of 1.
Is the best of 1.
Okay, I mean that's going to be tough for last call. They didn't look bad here, but the aggression coming out from Gret Esports was so high, and just the plays between Dropletto and you really saw how well I was piloting this now, and I don't think Borg played bad at all. I thought he was playing well. But this is a still relatively new position for Borg, and while he was piloting the midfield interactions well, I think the offensive plays were done just slightly better on the now. Yeah,
and of course, Gret Esports in general, a team that has played together for quite a while now. Yes. Dropletto and I notably met in the meta channel of the official Omega Strikers Discord. So if you're watching this, if you're a chatter in OS Cord and you think that you can't do it, well,
anyone can do it.
Anyone can do it. but
Right.
it does take a lot of effort.
That is true. And overall, there we saw how well the game was being played in this top 16 day. We're now getting a lot closer matches instead of group from the group. I should say from the group stages, just due to the nature of how seeding works out. This was seed 4 versus seed 5. Expect to see some more high quality matches coming out for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and on that note, we'll be right back. We'll have a winner semis best of 3 for you after the break, so don't go anywhere.
Good afternoon, everybody, and good morning to all those on the West Coast. I am Brickbat, joined by the Yoshi64, who's not Mystic. There it is. Yeah, that it should be updated. And
Hi
we're gonna
guys, I'm Mystic. I'm really happy to be here. Welcome to my vlog.
yeah, and we've got I believe placeholder Paladin versus Gret Esports. Gret Esports just finishing up a minor upset here against Last Call, so they got to be feeling good going into this game. But they've got a tough battle to get through. Placeholder Paladin, I feel like the dominant favorite here in this tournament. You already lose probably the most storied player of the entire community. Has so many S tiers to his name, just collecting them like it's nothing. Vaughn as well, probably the second most accomplished player in Omega Strikers history, has a lot of S tiers under his belt as well. So not only are they going to be comfortable, they're going to be confident going into this game. I think so. If Gret Esports want to pull it out, they gotta come up with something clever here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, placeholder Palafins are seed 1 for a reason. They're pretty good at the game. Got a great roster on them, and with Snake instead of Bells, definitely very interesting to see how that team is going to play out. Going up against what is Bozo Bunch, another known team with Water Fury instead of Obscure Breads. Also a great team. I believe, what, 4th in NASL right now? They're doing really well.
Yeah,
or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, in that ballpark. So definitely really strong team. I really want to see how this matchup plays out because I think like Bozo Bunch beat Sad Boys in NASL this season, in week 1, and that's most of these two teams. So I think definitely really interesting. I wonder if Sad Boys did have a sub.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, regardless, I think that for kind of a pretty big part of Omega Strikers history, it's Demon Raw and Sad Boys almost felt untouchable. It felt like they could do whatever they want, get away with it, and win pretty much any tournament that they put their heart to. But that's different nowadays. We've seen more and more upsets. Sad Boys came into playoffs, even though they did end up winning. They came into playoffs as I believe the 5th or 6th seed. So they've been kind of there have been some instances of them being upset in a lot of situations, and we are going into the map pick ban here. It looks like our first map's going to be Demon Dies, followed by Taiko Temple with Night Market for game 3. I just got a look from our producer. Did I just? Oh, Demon, right? It's Demon Days. The very controversial pronunciation of Demon Days. But yeah. So I mean, it already looks like we've got pretty much claustrophobic maps across the board. It looks like I think placeholder Palafins, they love playing damage in these situations. Vaughn's Vice, very infamous. Yeah.
Yeah, Thunderstruck.
Yeah. So I think that'll be something they'll be looking to play here in Demon Dies. Oh, look, there's Vaughn right there.
That's him.
It's not controversial. Deus is a word in the dictionary. There's no alternative pronunciation. Deus.
It's Deus.
Thank you for passing.
That was Vaughn going through. So
Hi, Vaughn.
he wants to play on Demon Deus. He wants to correct me here. And we're gonna be going there for map 1. I think we've got some funny stories about Vaughn as well. You mentioned there was a story of the placeholder Palafins.
Oh yeah.
What their name was.
So obviously, placeholder Palafins, it's 2 members of Sad Boys and Snake, and they didn't have a team name for a while. Everyone was they were placeholder on Start GG, just sitting there. And so Thursday, I get a message from Vaughn, and him and I, because we're cool like that, play in a Pokemon Draft League together with a couple other Omega Strikers players and then some other, Pokemon players, etc. And my team is the placeholder Palafins. And it was actually Gramella's team name who signed up and didn't have a team name, said, I'm going to be placeholder Palafins. And then I signed up. He swapped to placeholder Palafins too, and then later got a team name. I stuck with placeholder Palafins, and Vaughn messaged me and said, hey, we've been placeholder for a bit. Can we yoink your flow? And like it's got a logo, it's got everything. I'm like, send it.
Yeah.
And now they've shown up to bring great honor to the placeholder Palafins name. And so I've never played favorites. I've never been biased on cast. That's just not me. But I think placeholder Palafins got this.
I mean, that's just good analysis, honestly. Like, right? I mean, you've got best OS player number 1 and 2, and like number 4 or 5 on this team. So I mean, just that in and of itself, even without the practice, even without the synergy, the amount of times that these two have scrimmed off with and against each other, that alone is going to be pretty hard to overcome. But Snake Von and you already lose. They're all buds. They all scrim each other very frequently. They all are pretty aware about how they each see the game. So looking into this, an interesting start here for Demon Dias. Did I pronounce that right? Demon Dias? Deus. All right, Demon Deus here. We've got Monumentalist and Peak Performance. Monumentalist, of course. Really interesting that means that it is going to be warped in the favor of a Now pick. That being said, Now I don't know. I mean, not a bad pick on the map, but definitely not the strongest, especially when a lot of times people want to throw the Luna around, want to throw the Vice around as well, but it is going to be banned out. And there it is. And honestly, Monumentalist does allow you to start doing damage because of the extra 20% damage from the Monumentalist passive. So it actually, in hindsight, makes sense that it was banned out. Vice being taken away by Gret Esports. Again, Vaughn, a very prominent Vice player at this point. Just wants to take that away, wants to remove that win condition. And it looks like we're going to have a first pick X. I believe that's going to be for the placeholder Paladin. Snake, a huge X player. Loves doing that, loves playing in the face of goalies or whoever has low stagger. So he's going to be very, very comfortable on that. And in a claustrophobic map like Demon Days. Deus. I'll never get it right.
Hey,
Demon
that's
Days.
okay.
He'll do a lot of damage here.
Yeah.
Finny, an interesting pickup as well. I think Finny has that ultimate, which is very, very good at taking the barriers of Demon Deus. So something that can amplify damage as well. Even with the move speed buffs, she's still able to play that damage heavy play style. Even with that, even though most players probably prefer her for the mobility nowadays of anything else. But we'll see what they'll be able to do. Rasmus comes out as well, just something that Dropletto likes to pick. We're going to do the final thing. What do you think that placeholder Paladins are going to pick up on their 4-5 rotation here?
I don't know. You see X and you would think like Era Mako, but unless they're rocking with Era goalie on this map, not really sure what to do. Just picking Amy, good damage pick, could be goalie or midfield. Probably going to go to Vaughn in the midfield. I know he really likes to pick, and I don't know if You Already Lose likes Amy goalie on this map. We'll have to see, but it depends on the last pick. I'm seeing a lot of really interesting things on this draft. I think Vice is the best character on this map, uncontested, so makes a lot of sense that it would get banned out. And I think placeholder Palafins showing up intending to play damage, which I think both teams wanted to, would probably ban Now either way. Kind of the, ban Now, pick damage, crew combo, works on pretty much any map. I think Peak Performance as a starting Awakening is super interesting because obviously that stagger on the damage map, it's going to be very, it's really going to change the course of the game. People can start picking up their damage awakenings, stagger awakenings to counter the damage awakenings, etc. Deny stagger. It's probably going to play a big part in this map. The Finny pick on Monu start, I like a lot, but that means that Finny's not going to be having the peak performance.
Yeah.
It's really interesting. Same thing with Era, who might take Monu, probably going to go peak. Era also being picked up for placeholder Palafins. I think that's Era goalie.
Yeah.
Era goalie, X forward, and then Amy midfield. That seems like a really strong comp. Amy's just kind of like, not Diet Vice, but like Vice 2, Vice, well, not Deluxe. It's just a different flavor of the same character.
Yeah.
Just shows up, does a lot of damage. Era is just going to be buffing the X the entire time. We see Zentaro come out for Gret Esports. I want to keep saying Gret Gaming because it's got that alliteration. They are not Gret Gaming. Gret will be gaming. I don't know. But that's probably a Dropletto Zentaro, and then the Water Fury showing up on the Rasmus goalie, which is also a pretty strong pick on that map. Also means that Muncher, Gret, etc., is going to be showing up on Finny, which I don't think I've ever seen them play.
Yeah.
But a pretty strong character, especially with Monu start. Curse of ult on your barrier. It might even be bigger than the entire barrier, which would be disturbing.
Yeah.
But I like both these comps, and I think it's going to come down to who plays them better. They have similar win conditions, kill them, but they execute them very differently.
Yeah, and Era X, kind of the classic combo of forwards as well. Even though it's goalie, the map itself is so constrained that goalies often just play at the midfield line kind of naturally. So even though you are goalie, you could just naturally be that midfielder that X would like to have. Oftentimes, I know that it's a little bit up in the air, but Demon dies as well. Aragoli typically on pretty much every other map likes to go the momentum boots for that extra speed, playing as a pseudo midfielder. But on Demon dies, where you're getting hit a lot, you're not going to get that much value out of the pick. So I see a lot of goalies often opting into powerhouse pauldrons, the extra size being generally really good for holding barriers and also stacking on your own side as well. So when Era beams, and how like she also beams herself. So you'll be able to stack that size and really set yourself up to win a lot of strike boards and maintain core possession in this critical situation. The extra damage as well is going to be really nice. The extra damage reduction is also just really nice. It's basically a Hulk of stats on a gear. So we'll see what the older release does opt into. But on top of that as well, the Monumentalist pickup as well. Something that's pretty strong on the Era goalie, especially in the claustrophobic maps like Night Market. And we are finally getting into game here. Looks like we are going to see these team comps finally duke it out. And I'm really interested, like you mentioned earlier, who's going to pick up Monumentalist and who's going to pick up Peak, because Peak does give that huge security of that extra staggered, in order to survive that damage. But Monumentalist is just really good. It's really good on the Finny. It's really good on the Era. So I'm going to see if they opt into that, be a little bit more squishy in exchange to get, that extra utility on their creations, which is something that's very, very big here on Demon Deus. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Demon Deus.
We did it.
Whole character arc here before the game started.
Yeah, all before the game started. Yeah, I like you said, interested to see who takes Monu, because it's just you're just missing out on that stagger, on that speed, the opportunity to scale, not taking Peak. It's a big gamble, big risk, but we load it into game here, and that's a lot of Monu actually. Half the lobby taking it. We see Vaughn on the Era, so that is actually Amy goalie rocking up also with the Monu. So just not, those three, Vaughn, you already lose, having Monumentalist. And I guess it makes sense, foregoing that scaling, you have your brawler with it, you're able to just have big creations, and on such a narrow map, it's pretty good. And as we see there, hey, they were able to get it done. Core boy, thanks.
Yeah, first point goes over to placeholder Palafins. And something that they're spamming right now is something that I've really liked. I really like the extra emotes that they've added for this
Me too.
this JP event. It's super fun. I love the things. It's like, I don't know, just like
Thanks.
It's like BM or Holstoness, depending on the context that you want. Obviously, I think they're using it for a little bit of BM here, but I don't know. I just really like it. It's very expressive. So glad that these players are also picking it up as well. And there's a Monumentalist Finny that we were talking about. It is bigger. It is bigger than the barriers there, and it's really hard to deal with something like that, even especially when the core does go near your barrier as well. You can often get double barriers, which is super big on this map as well. It changes the dynamic of the entire game, because from a closed map to an open map, like you see right now, like look how much space is on the side of placeholder Pelicans versus Gret Esports. So that sort of dynamic can really change how the map is played, and I think that right now placeholder Pelicans really want to adapt to that and really want to get situations where, or avoid situations where I is getting those double barriers and immediately taking the claustrophobic map away from X Era. So see if they'll be able to do that right now. Vaughn looking to dribble, but he is going to lose that strike for. You already lose that, getting a pretty easy clear downward into the hands of Snake. We now see that the Monumentalist Tornado is charging up, not going to find anything, but it doesn't even matter. Snake winning a nice little strike for there against Waterfear, getting second point for the placeholder Palafins, and looking really good coming in this game here.
Yeah, placeholder Palafins did drop both their barriers pretty early on that point, but as we saw, you already lose on the Amy pick. I'm pretty sure that's his favorite goalie. It just beautiful on the open net, was not letting anything through, and that's always the problem going against any team with this guy on it. He's really good at like every character. He's really good at the game. How do you score on him? Getting the barriers on this map is pretty easy. They're big. It's kind of annoying sometimes. There's a lot of opportunities, especially if the midfielder and goalie are playing around each other really well. Very hard to get in there, but generally like easier than most maps. But when you get to the open barrier, open net, what do? It's so hard, and especially a lot of teams will show up with comps that are good at getting barriers, like this Finny. The entire pick revolves around getting the barrier, but like there, you already lose, just held it single-handedly. Oh, dropped one barrier. you know, once you get the barriers, what then? How do you convert on the open net? It's really tough. I think Centaro's a good character for it. Has a lot of hitboxes to get through, but like Finny's not going to help that much. He's going to be able to get it to Centauro, and that's it. It's tough. This map has a lot of working parts, and it's really hard to get a team comp that syncs it all together.
Yeah, agreed. And one thing I want to point out as well, the Era Tornadoes I think have been actually doing so much for reducing the energy of Dropletto and Muncher in a lot of these situations. A good, well-placed tornado with Monumentalist means that they're gonna have to blow and evade for that, and typically something with that much, power, that much efficiency with energy, kind of the energy economy, they have a higher cooldown. Luna has like a 25, 30-second cooldown, I believe, whereas the Era is like really tiny in comparison. I think
it's like 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's like a significantly lower cooldown as Vaughn gets a nice little goal there. Use the core flip to stick it in the bottom side, but when you're able to use that extra cooldown, especially if you get something like the extra special or the perfect form, it's actually pretty disgusting how many tornadoes you could send downfield. It's like once every 15 seconds, which is that's shorter than some secondary abilities. Yeah, so extra special, if you are able to get your hands on it, you can do a lot. But I think we're going to see Vaughn elect into Primetime here or Reptile Remedy, either opting in for that extra size or just saying, yeah, I'm going to get that stagger here. You're not going to be able to kill me, and we're going to be able to play, right into your face and tank whatever Finny damage or Rasmus damage you send our way. So that makes sense. Even though Primetime is considered pretty strong, CDR is king on Era on a map like this. You really just want that stagger so that you could play as aggressive as you'd like, without being, KO'd or forced to take your entire health bar to get some plays done essentially.
Yeah. And also very nice stagger take because it denies Dropletto, who has been taking a lot of damage. Both Dropletto and Snake just been brawling it out, which kind of their roles on this map, but not letting that guy get Reptile Remedy, probably the best stagger awakening for staying alive. Really, really nice. And we do see Water Fury picked up Orb Ponderer, which has that awakening and orbs in general have kind of been on top recently. Really strong. People have been talking about them a lot. I'm surprised to see You Already Lose first pick take Explosive Entrance over Orb Ponderer, but it dropping the Water Fury instead means that guy's going to be having a lot of cooldowns. Snake, interestingly, last pick, picks up Team Player over Twin Drive, opting for that, and I like the idea of the pick because Team Player is, even though it's not the strongest on Brawler, always a great opportunity to get core speed. And like that core flip from Muncher there, able to just rip it, flip it in. You Already Lose, couldn't do much about it.
Yeah.
And that's an emote I've never seen. Whoa.
Whoa, which one? The Mako one?
No, the Snake one. It was Nightmare Era.
Oh yeah, that came out yesterday, I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
They really are coming out one a day.
Yeah, actually just one a day.
That's awesome.
I like waking up and seeing it. It's I know there's super good emotes. We have a lot of good artists in the community. We have some right here at the LANS. So hey, I have one right here on the net.
That's what I'm saying.
So yeah, we'll see if we get to see that a little bit more. Right now is I like what Vaughn is doing here with the natives as well. He's not sending him in ways that you think that they would go. He's often sending him straight up or straight down, which sometimes can be ineffective. It's less of like a kill zone per se, where it can catch the native can catch someone and take him away. But because of that, players don't see it coming, and the Aeronado is most effective when they don't see it coming. And just like that, there, it looked like Water Fury was forced to be in a bad position essentially because of the pressure that Snake was putting on, and now they're in a really bad situation here. Snake with a flip, not going to burn it, instead going to opt in to just try to save it, and it is going to work out. They do eventually get it, despite a valiant hold from Gret Esports here.
Yeah, really well played. Crazy KO from Snake onto Water Fury. That's going to be pretty, that's always big. It goes without saying. I don't have to sit here and say,
Ooh.
oh, that losing your goalie is a big deal. But losing your forward also a pretty big deal. This early on means that they just don't have any offense. They have to sit here and hurdle for the next 13 seconds. Only getting one barrier off the power play, but placeholder Palafin are just they have so much momentum at this point now.
Yeah, agreed. And one thing as well is Snake using that kind of the extra chaos of a opportunistic KO. Water Fury's forced to play core control, which means that he's just free to kind of hit Water Fury and deal damage to him. Like you mentioned, a KO on a goalie is so powerful, especially with the Orb Ponderer, which does reset when you get KO'd. So
Yeah.
fighting that has absolutely tanked Water Fury's ability to hold in a lot of these situations. And right now, it just looks like placeholder Paladins are running away with the game 2-1 here on the second set. It looks like it's going to be an easy third point for them. The energy economy is really, really in their favor. Snake and You Already Lose about to get their flip. You Already Lose already having it.
Yeah, and here Muncher dead.
Yeah.
Just dead on my screen. That Snake with the core flip and X ult being dropped.
Oh my god.
The Finny ult completely, unbothered in his lane. Put that guy away. Oh, but the core flip going wide. Still gets one barrier off this power play. Looking for two. Tornado kind of clogging up the area between the core and the barrier, but able to get it behind, able to still get it, in the end. And that's kind of how you want to play this map. If you can get the core behind the barriers and just stuff it through. And then, hey, speaking of stuffing it through, Vaughn strike beaming straight across. A couple old heads might show up and say puffy angle. Get it on Water Fury. Very nice. And yeah, placeholder Paladins are just running away with the game.
Yeah, big pickups here as well. Stinger, extra special, Catalyst, all on the table for You Already Lose. Opting to that extra special, really, really good on Imi Goalie, especially one of our best awakenings. Using that Imi turret is so strong for forcing damage, for stuffing the core through things. It just makes the claustrophobic play even worse because there's just so many redirects that you could put down. So I often see You Already Lose. You'll literally just blink in, put down the turret, and get a third of the stagger bar away from the goalie, and that allows Snake just to walk up and start punching the guy. And when that happens, what can you really do? You're forced to play core control, which opens you up for that damage in the first place, but you can't really win the core control because of how many redirects are coming out of this extra special monumental. So it's looking really bad here for the side. I'm dying over here.
Hey, I got you. Interesting things. We saw Muncher pick up a Deadeye, which really strong on Finny. All of her abilities are pretty ranged. I'm surprised Catalyst didn't come out though, because Finny has such low cooldowns. You just farm infinite energy, especially with, like you said, all the energy having to be used on things like the Aeronados. And hey, you were talking about You Already Lose blinking in. Didn't place turret this time, but able to jump in, make a great pass to Snake, and that guy puts it in.
Yeah.
Really well played.
Yeah, absolutely. There's just so little that you could do if you're Water Fury. Look at that. That just looks unfair. I don't know what to say. Oh my god!
Oh my god!
A kill coming out. Water Fury not long for the world either. And now a staggered Muncher just has to look and wait for his turn in the penalty box right now. Oh, only so much here. A nice little delay here by Muncher does save the goal, but for how much longer right now is the beam from Vaughn and the combined strike from Snake is too much to handle. A really, really catastrophic start for Gret Esports, and that's just going to be a 20-second goal, I think, for the side of places for Paladins. Now 1 point away from taking the game here in winter semifinal.
Yeah, I want to say Muncher did such a good job preventing the ace. Every ability was dropped just to stay alive because they stopped looking at the core. They said they were going for it all. Here, drop Leto down. Snake looking low. Snake did pick up Big Fish, which that guy's just huge now, but has so much stagger. I'm surprised he was able to get staggered and stand low. One problem with having so much stagger is you have to regen it all back. If you're there. Drop Leto almost puts it in. Vaughn almost puts it in. Huge. Placeholder Paladins have the opportunity on game point here, but Gret Esports still holding on.
Yeah. Right now, it looks like You Already Lose, no flip right now, is going to be a little bit vulnerable here in the open net. If Dropletto gets his hands on it, wins the strike war. Signs of life here from Gret Esports right now as Dropletto gets a good play, taking advantage of the lack of cooldowns, the lack of energy from You Already Lose and get that point. And looking at the energy right now, huge advantage actually for Gret Esports. All three members, plus, all three members basically at their flip versus Vaughn, Yell, and Snake, only really at one half, 2/3, and 0 respectively. So we'll see those barriers go down because of that energy advantage. The flip does help. Flip comes out from Water Fury, but it's unfortunately going to be sniped away here by Snake. A good strike war when that keeps it in play. Dropletto has the opportunity to score here, but look at that Imi turret. There's just so many redirects coming out. It's impossible to time. It's so easy for the side of placeholder Paladins to cover. Oh no! Oh no! A really, really rare choke here from You Already Lose, missing that glitch pop. That's going to be an unfortunate point. But honestly, coming to this point, it does look like the energy economy is very much in placeholder Paladins' favor, and that's what you want to see on the last point of the set here, just being able to get your core flips before the enemies, because you could just blow them. you don't have to think about the energy economy anymore because it all resets after this. And we saw a bunch of damage come out though. Snake and Vaughn, maybe not long for this world, but they are going to get that final barrier. Water Fury as well needs to look at his stagger right now. Sending Vaughn back, getting a KO here, 2v3 situation. Dropletto and I do need to convert on this though. You already lose no energy, no stagger as well. And right now, Snake's just trying to keep his health bar together as Vaughn does respawn here. Now losing for control right now. The Monumentalist NATO looks good. The X Maximus is popped. You already lose, looking to blink in, not able to find the hit stun goal against Water Fury right now as Dropletto and Muncher looking to start the attack once again here on the final point. The triple take comes down, not able to find anything just quite yet. Vaughn winning some crucial strike wars to keep the offensive play going for the placeholder Palafin, but the hit stun is going to take down the kill barrier. The flip is there, and you already lose, not able to react. That's set one going to Gret Esports here, and potentially the start of a comeback here. Things like Adrenaline Rush is on the table here. It's I am coughing quite a bit.
Hey, this is crazy. When you were talking about placeholder Palafins having the energy economy up over Gret Esports, I didn't think they could win that point, but a couple of great KOs, we just got it done. Orb Dancer being picked up by Vaughn, denying Water Fury that, and that's a lot of speed. You know, going straight to Era, character that's all about speed, really strong. First pick, Muncher taking Rapid Fire, you know, insane for Finny. Great. No one took Adrenaline Rush, which you talked about, which is super shocking. Unstoppable going to Snake. It's going to be really nice. Kind of iffy into Finny and Zentaro, who have so many cooldowns, as we can see. Oh, Unstoppable not really stopping them right now. But, you know, Snake low. You're going to be able to get value off of it, you know, later in the game, just not now in this situation after he gets blitzed. But interesting draft. Just not a whole lot of like explosive, you know, like this is a game-winning awakening kind of thing.
Yeah.
Oh, but a lot of damage, again, coming out on Snake, and it seems like Gret Esports have honed in on their win condition, which is they have a better KO comp and are able to, whoa, get the barriers, you know, get a KO in the power play and win. Dropletto just going crazy in the corner, trying to get anything done. Muncher close to a flip, gets it off that orb. Definitely looks like that's how they want to get it.
Oh my god.
Big finish! It's going to stop that core flip from Vaughn and put it in. Absolutely slotted in the bottom corner. And that's
nice.
what you want to see if you're a Gret Esports fan.
Yeah, that was insanely well placed. No one could react to that. Even with the core flip from You Already Lose, he literally just wasn't in range. That was so perfectly executed here. And one thing I want to look at that, the dynamic of stagger has shifted entirely. Snake is staggered more often than not. He's forced to play defensively here. And because of that, the offensive pressure from placeholder Palafins have just crumbled. It feels like Vaughn and You Already Lose are on the defensive all the time. And it's going to be blocked away from Water Fury. Such a call out here on You Already Lose, just playing so perfectly, reading exactly what You Already Lose wanted to do in that situation with a flip. And he gets a goal from it. The court speed is too fast for placeholder Palafins to hold it. And this is one of the situations where Aimee Goalie does actually struggle when the court is really fast. She doesn't have like the instant teleport from her blink to really save those. So when the court speed goes that fast, oftentimes You Already Lose will struggle to finally finish or save that goal. But right now, advantage does go over to placeholder Palafins as there is a KO here on Dropletto.
Yeah, Water Fury has a flip here. Going to be blocked out entirely by Vaughn's beam. And placeholder Palafins not ready to just give them the set, go to set 5 right away. Gret Esports trying really hard to just finish it up quickly, get there so they can get to that set 5, you know, have the opportunity to even the playing field. Water Fury still holding the open net. Vaughn taking a lot of damage too. Gets an orb dancer even. Really good. But Water Fury is just holding on. Super strong. But the hook grabs Snake instead of the core. And that's going to be 1 point for placeholder Palafins in this set.
Yeah, placeholder Palafins down, but certainly not out. They do still have the lead here in the game overall set-wise. But right now, looking at the energy again, look at Vaughn, very, very low, very, very vulnerable. Look at Dropletto. He's literally just going up, trying to do damage before getting court control to get a stagger advantage here, making Vaughn play more defensive, prevent any sort of offensive momentum coming out for placeholder Palafins. And it's working right now. Vaughn is super low in stagger. Look how defensive he has to play. He's not allowed to walk up in front of Water Fury, but it doesn't even matter right now, as Snake is able to find 2 goalie barriers himself. Dakar not able to find anything from the Finny. Vaughn able to get an orb, so now the offensive play is going in, and the hit stun from Snake makes it so that Water Fury could not flip and save that goal, and now we are on 2-2 here, the final point of the set for both teams.
Yeah, Snake playing really well this set. It's those first 2 points came out, and on both of them, they were able to get a KO on Snake. Seems like they're having a lot of trouble KOing Vaughn, who's been taking a lot of damage in the past 2 points, and as a result, the barriers things haven't been going as well for Gret Esports. So, hey, Dropletto is on the mission, sitting on Snake, but Snake has just more stagger than him, and just like that, Snake able to put it in, claiming game 1 between Placeholder Palafin and Gret Esports here.
Yeah, Gret Esports. So it looked like they were getting the momentum, but Placeholder Palafin locked in. Was able to basically just say, hey, focus up. Vaughn and Snake stopped dying in a lot of those situations, and they were able to keep their offensive plays going. The Reptile Remedy that Vaughn picked up in I believe set 1 or 2, really coming out. It made it so hard for damage to really pressure Vaughn in a lot of situations. He was forced to play defensively a few times, but it was much less than if he did not have that Reptile Remedy. It's probably the best defensive awakening in the game right now. Kind of really able to make it so that, especially if you're playing a midfielder like Era, that's strikes the core quite a bit. You get quite a lot of return on investment here for it. So that difference, I think, was the reason that Placeholder Paladins were able to keep those aggressive plays up and at the end of the day, stop the comeback from Gret Esports.
Yeah, really well played by Placeholder Palafins. And it was definitely an uphill battle for Gret Esports. They're playing Era X. Like it's hard.
Yeah.
Hard to play into. But it definitely at the end they were surging. They were playing so well. The set 3 comeback was insane, and they were so close to bringing it to set 5. But again, hey, that's just game 1. They've got 1, potentially 2 more games left. So opportunities to yeah, insane.
I mean, those plays convinced me that Gret Esports are still in it. They were able.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no other word. They were able to outplay Placeholder Palafins quite significantly. And like I said at the beginning of this, they have to be clever. They have to find ways to outwit Placeholder Palafins because they are the lower seed coming into this. They just aren't the team with the storied history to be able to kind of play confident play. To their strengths. So if they want to win, they are going to have to win those outplays, win a lot of situations where Vaughn and Snake don't see what they're doing. They're able to basically be a little sly fox team and win those. So game 2 though could be Gret Esports pick Tycho Temple here coming into that, another claustrophobic map, something even more potentially deadly. If you're staggered and you hit one of those drums, you're basically getting dead. It's just up the chance that you survive. So potentially another KO heavy composition coming out from both teams. So we'll see what they pick up. We'll see what they pick up here in game number 2, and we'll see if Gret Esports are able to keep their winners run alive here in the winner semifinal.
Yeah, I'm really interested in why they picked Tycho. Both teams really like Tycho, but I think Placeholder Palafins these players have always performed super well on Tycho Temple. Pioneering the Dubu forward Atlas midfield comp, that kind of thing. They just show up and explore different comps, ideas, and almost always win on this map. But hey, Gret Esports also, like I said, very fond of this map. They picked it. Of course, they had that one game, I believe, against Showtime in NASL, where they picked Octavia midfield, Asher forward, and just everyone was sitting there in chat on the desk saying this won't work. They're just gonna get smoked. The Octavia will die, etc., and it'll be over. But they won. I think they 3-0'd. And so, really, really big win. I think they're very comfortable on this map. And on Rampage cast last start, I think there's a lot they can do here. Again, cast last, that's the Octavia Awakening, makes the flow state last so much longer. It is so much easier to use. And Rampage, also interesting. Good on Asher, as I mentioned. Great on X, which we might see get picked again. Placeholder Palafins, blue side once more. Able to ban a character and then pick another one, denying 2 characters from the enemy team. And Dropletto known for playing X. Definitely why they first picked X last game. Going to be I think, a very big deal here. So I really want to see what the bans are, what the picks are. Definitely going to, these awakenings are shaping this game.
And you mentioned the Octavia early. It cast the last start. Not as strong as it once was with the 75%, but a 40% buff is nothing to snivel at. Octavia really, really wants that cast duration because her whole kit's around it. Her whole kit's centered around it. So Gret, kind of one of the, I would even say, pioneer Octavias when the character first really came out, started seeing play. A lot of people thought that the character was really bad. And Gret was one of the Octavians that stuck with it through like the Octavia Dark Ages. Played the character to such a good level, and really was instrumental in changing community perception, probably alongside like the Joker. Really, the two high level Octavia players to look at if you are playing those characters. Those two really showed the community that the character was good. The character had potential to operate at an NASL level, and we'll see. We'll see if Gret feels comfortable enough. We already saw a new pick from him earlier on the Finny, so anything could really happen here as placeholder Pelicans is denying it out yet again here on this map.
Yep, they're just showing up and saying we're going to start killing people. Unfortunately, last game, I guess not unfortunately, they won, but they were losing the damage race later on, and so hey, same bans, run them back. If one team bans now, the healing character, the other team bans the best damage character in the game, and you've got a very different thing going on. But there it is. Hey, first pick X to deny, but they don't care because they're running Octavia, Asher. The comp locked and loaded, ready to go. I'm very interested to see how placeholder Palafins respond to that. They definitely know that comp, know what they're doing, and so their response, I think, is going to be a big deal on how this game goes. And that's Era Finny, which I don't know if that's you already lose Finny. I've never seen that guy play that character, but that is Era X. First of all, great combo, big deal, especially on Tycho. I think it's very strong on Tycho, and then Finny amplifies the damage really well. Hi. Last pick Mako, Water Fury lore. That guy is known for playing Mako. Played in CCL with Grimella and 3 team. Just like they just picked RX Mako every game. And known for being the Mako kitten. Locking and loading for his Asher and Octavia. Some speed, some size. That's all they need. Ready to get going.
Yeah.
And this is going to be another banger game. I'm excited.
Yeah, absolutely. We get to see the kind of iconic pickup here from Gret Esports. And yeah, I like you mentioned earlier, I think the Mako is incredibly strong here. Has really good matchups into those really like size dependent brawlers. The X, the Juliet especially. Juliet into Mako is considered one of the worst, if not the worst, forward to goalie matchup in the game. And X is not too far behind. A little bit more ability to hit stun and remove the Mako buff on the secondary or the charge up on the primary, but it's still going to be really hard for Snake to score on this. And on the other hand as well, that cast to last on the Octavia means that that's an extra second or two that you have to deny Octavia core possession, and one slip up and you're back in the nightmare.
Yeah,
you're back in the nightmare. Yeah,
they refresh it and then that's GG. Another thing, on the other hand, Vaughn picking Era again is going to be pretty great into Asher because, and especially on this Rampage start, anytime Asher gets going, being you are now small, you now have to try and do anything while small on this cast last start. Both brawlers taking Rampage, not cast, everyone else taking cast, and already Gret Esports is just in there, and this is how the comp works.
Yep.
They just mow people down.
Yep.
They get the barriers immediately. Muncher, Gret, man of many names, is just able to get really, really great KOs on Octavia, which is not something the character is known for. Super strong ult. And now all they have to do is score. And Asher is a great character to do that. But not even Asher dropped Leto, one of the best brawlers to ever do it. Has the Strike War badge, able to Strike War, you already lose, and put it in right there. Really well played. And hey, it's a little early, but I'm smelling a game 3.
Yeah, I mean, it looked so strong coming out here again. Gret looking one, disadvantage that Octavia does have. She's easy to kill. I mean, look at that.
Oh,
Snake just
oh,
swinging
07.
away. Not able to actually find the KO, but there it
There it
goes.
is.
Yeah, the Finny from You Already Lose on the triple take. Gonna end the fate of I there right now. Dropletto does have that flip in case it is needed, but right now they're holding quite well. As Water Fury now is going to be really, really low. One small thing, and he's going to fly off the edge. And right now, it's
go.
yeah, it's going to be Dropletto trying to just hold right now with the low stagger. Finny not able to save that final barrier, and hopefully now Gret looking for the kill here on the goal, trying to get the Octavia flow state going, which he's able to do. They have to play so hard. What an amazing ultimate
Oh
from
my God.
Octavia playing. I don't know if that was intentional, but using the Taiko drum to get up and You Already Lose his face, getting him the reset on the cast, but also just getting the goal barrier straight up. And now it looks like Dropletto here on the defensive, where Asher is, can be a pseudo goalie on the brawler, one brawler that just actually really does help in the net here. As he just stuffing his way through You Already Lose. The pass splitter going to make that You Already Lose has no clear angle except to the core flip of I, and that's going to be 2 points here for Gret Esports.
Yeah, Asher, just a phenomenal character in the net. Doesn't matter which one. We'll be keeping it out or putting it in, and there's not really any options here.
Yeah.
Gret has his core flip here, which is a big deal. Using it on defense, and then shepherding it out with the ult. But that's one barrier down, and I think this comp that Gret Esports has loses as the longer the points go. And so they want to win as fast as possible. Just like, what's the barriers? Smoke them right where they stand. And the longer the points go, the longer there is to like kill Muncher or I don't know, kill someone.
Yeah.
It just more opportunity to lose. And their eyes staggered, hanging out. But both barriers open. Water Fury playing really well right now, keeping it out. Ton of damage on Dropletto, but that's a flip. Getting denied by the Finny primary.
Oh.
But that's
Oh.
almost went in. Muncher with the base drop, but not able to quite yet. Dropletto looking low. Getting boxed out by the Finny. Getting bounced around, but not dead. But Vaughn with a great strike into the bottom corner. Ample makes up Water Fury and I. And a little bit of Core Boy thanks. Let him know. That's 1 point for placeholder Palafins in what was otherwise a Gret Esports dominated set.
Yeah. And it looks so strong. They look so strong coming out of it. It felt like You Already Loses Finny. It just really can't hold here. But right now, there's an opportunity for Gret Esports to just end the game here. The flow state is up. The flip is there. It's set down, but it's going to be saved by the side of the placeholder Paladins. Dropletto not able to finish it, but they still got a flow state here to deal with. Muncher now able to respond to every single play that the best placeholder Paladins are able to come right now. Is right now Vaughn able to finally help and assist and get that KO here. The flow state now is gone as he's going to march his way up the field. The flip comes out, going to be traded between midfielder and goalie. Vaughn trying to get that final goalie barrier, but is not going to find anything here against the defensive Water Fury. Now, big finish coming out, not getting the clear that he wants, and this might be a bad situation here for the placeholder Palafins. And flow state again is going to be up, but right now they're able to pass back and forth to prevent that sort of thing from happening. Gret now needs to touch the core, needs to get that refresh. And he's able to do so right now. He does that flip. He is able to get it, and the Finny can't do anything in that situation there. The first set goes over to Gret Esports here in game 2.
Yeah, just really well played. They're so familiar with this comp, and they are playing it beautifully. And Muncher is everywhere at once, and gets rewarded with quick strikes, stacked on stacks, aerials, all of these just like incredible Octavia Awakenings. Reptile Remedy also on board, which is opting for the quick strike, saying like we won the set. They're not going to be able to kill me that often, and quick strike's just so nice, especially with that energy that it gives, able to evade more. Stacks going to You Already Lose. Reverb getting a little bit of stagger on Dropletto. Glass Cannon on Vaughn, who I was overhearing him talk yesterday, talking about how he really likes this Awakening, and it makes sense. It's just like a lot of speed for not a lot otherwise. It's pretty easy to get the Glass Cannon up, and when you have it up, the game feels different. It just feels better.
Yeah.
So nice. So really interesting draft. No barriers down yet, and again, I think the longer the points go, the more dangerous things get for Gret Esports. But Snake looking pretty low. Got a lot going on right now, as that's the first barrier down. And I don't know. I think Gret Esports.
Oh.
Sorry. Sorry, Captain
good.
Curse before it even came out of my mouth.
Oh my gosh.
Placeholder Palafins will be taking the first point. Gret Esports in shambles. It's going to take a miracle to come back. It's just crazy double barrier.
Yeah, Vaughn.
Whoa.
I mean, Vaughn absolutely dismantled the defense of Gret Esports pretty much solo, and that's so hard to do. Era is probably one of the least scoringest midfielders. It's so hard to actually get things done because he doesn't have the ability to hit stun stuff like the Estelle or even the Octavia does. And the fact that he was able to do it against Seed 5 of this tournament really goes to show. I mean, he's really good on this character. Plays this character quite a bit, very familiar, and if that's the sort of plays that Placeholder Paladins are coming out, things are going to go really, really dire for Gret Esports. But a little bit of change of pace right now, as there is going to be a KO here found on Avon. Snake limping away from the play, not able to find anything right now, but a good stall from You Already Lose prevents any sort of barrier from being taken. And now Vaughn is back up and looking, to do some offensive plays again.
Yeah, something really interesting is these KOs are all coming out for Gret Esports, and like Asher, both Asher and Octavia are characters that have a lot of like instant KO potential, unstaggered. But like these are staggered kills coming out, and I think a big deal is bang, Muncher gonna be putting it in. Sorry, the cool part was happening. I was talking about whatever. I think Water Fury on Mako, it just loves dealing damage. It just shows up and starts smiting people, and I think that's where a lot of their damage is coming from. You wouldn't think that the team, with Finny would be getting out damaged, but hey, there we are. A little bit of change of script. Muncher now almost staggered. It has to run away, getting sniped by the Finny card. There, very different point, I think, from a lot of others we've seen. Looking like Placeholder Palafin dominated here. Everyone trying to hold Snake back from KOing I here. It's really funny. But grabs an orb. Now we're back in a bit of a stalemate, one barrier each. Snake looking really low, and Water Fury is just there trying to kill him.
Yeah, right now, good strike war from Vaughn. It's going to finish that play, that offensive play. Now they are looking to play a little bit more aggressive here, the Placeholder Paladins, but Grappletto has something to say about that. He's not able to maintain core control. Oh, actually, he is able to maintain core control. He is flip right now, so if he's able to get the KO here, things are going to be looking really good for Gret Esports. The flip is there. The base drop is able to come out, not able to find too much value, unfortunately, as You Already Lose, using that stacks on stacks move speed to just position well in front of Dropletto, able to win the strike war before it even happens, really, just by being in a place that Dropletto literally cannot be because of the mood speed difference. This buys Snake enough times here to finally get that final barrier and open net here for both teams. The flip comes out, Finny not able to save it, an unfortunate angle. Actually does keep the core in play here. Snake not able to win the strike war here against Water Fury. He's charging up though, it's there, and Vaughn is able to finish the play off, winning a strike war against I here, and that's a situation that you just can't win. You clear to the enemy midfielder and your strike is just not up in time, and because of that, Vaughn's able to score the goal.
Yeah, you mentioned the stacks on stacks on Finny. Recently buffed, character has 475 move speed now, 25 more than the default, and that makes any sort of percent speed, which I think all speed modifiers in this game are, so much stronger. So like, Finny doesn't have any mobility like moves. Like Kai has blazing pace where he gets 25 or 35% more move speed for 4 seconds. Like that's pretty cut and dry. Finny doesn't have that.
Oh, what a save.
Insane. Oh my god.
Yeah, unfortunately it's not going to mean anything. Snake able to find it here. Dropletto trying to help the defense here. His eye is going to be sent off into the penalty block. Flip comes out from You Already Lose just here, and Snake able to win the strike war. The NATO, the Chaos, just too much to handle, and Placeholder Paladin is going to take set number 2 here.
Yeah, Placeholder Paladins, again, players with so much storied history in competing in this game. It's going to be super easy to lock in, and wow. Hey, I'm seeing 2 things on the board right now. Perfect form, I think widely agreed to just be the best awakening in the game. Chrono Boost, though, being denied from Octavia, her best, going to be picking up perfect form instead. What an unfortunate draft for Placeholder Paladins. You have to deny the Chrono Boost. It's a game-winning awakening if it gets to Octavia. It just gives her everything she wants. But perfect form is also really, really strong. Think about how many times, like, Quick Strike's perfect form, how many times Octavia is striking the ball with flow state, able to cover so much space. And just, like, that's going to be so many cooldowns coming out. That's kind of force that is going to be really strong into stacks on stacks Finny, who has a ton of base move speed, getting buffed with that stacks. But now, like, just so many cooldowns coming out for I. Going to be really, really strong, covering everywhere that You Already Lose can cover. it's, I think, like a great match into this. That being said, Muncher is being KO'd, and
Oh, there goes on.
at the core flip,
Oh, it doesn't matter though. Yeah.
doesn't matter. Gonna just pop that one in. And placeholder Palafin, hey, flipping the script, looking really, really strong recently.
Yeah.
Recently this game. I didn't know the word. There's a good word for it, I bet, but hey, not my vocabulary.
Looking really strong right now.
Right now! Hey, and we get there. Hey, you know who's not looking strong in Snake has been KO'd, knocked out, Dropletto with the core flip. Might be able to get something done. Trying to get it through the Finny ult. Big finish! Then just be killing a lot of time for this power play, and Snake comes back and immediately just starts beating the crap out of Dropletto. Have to burn the core flip to stay alive. Has a lot of stagger. Looking really good. I believe picked up Big Fish. I did not see, so I'm just making things up. But that being said, a huge defensive stalemate this entire point. Both teams, both goalies holding on. And a huge core flip from Waterfury is just going to knock Snake out. Still, though, you already lose. Finally drops the barrier, but not going to get two. This is the best goalie in Omega Strikers.
Yeah.
And you can see it right now. It takes so much to get anything
Oh my
off. Dropletto.
Oh.
Oh my god! Dropletto getting staggered and all that. But both he and Muncher able to get it through like the Era Tornado, through everything you already lose and putting up. Insane defense, but still able to cut through all of that. Get it in. Really well played. Gret Esports, hey, placeholder Palafin looking good right now. But Gret Esports has been looking good all game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if this Octavia is still able to get the win condition here.
Oh.
But Dropletto is just right now going to be dropped, put in the penalty box, unfortunately. And that allows Snake to just take a 1v1 strike war where he's just very advantaged. Water Fury barely able to get that out. Probably wouldn't have got that out without the team player pickup from the earlier draft. As Dropletto is back on the field, looking to win the strike war. The X-Max makes it so hard, though. KO not found would have been crucial, as there is a flip right now, but things are now looking dire for the side of Gret Esports. If Snake gets this flip, it's just curtains and doesn't even need it, actually. Preserves it, saves his life, and now the energy economy is looking really, really good for placeholder Palafins as they're able to preserve the flip here. Looking at the energy economy right now, Muncher able to get the flip, but if he burns it, he still has another point to go through, whereas placeholder Palafins can be much more liberal with the core flips in these situations. So this is just a really good situation for placeholder Palafins as they're looking to close out the set here. Strike from X, not able to find it. Vaughn looking to play defensively to give a little bit of movement to you already lose. The flip comes out. X Maximus makes it so that he can't lose the strike war. And that's placeholder Palafins taking set number 2 here on game 2.
Yeah, running away with this game. They're just able to convert against Gret Esports a lot more. And that's a first pick Catalyst, the other best Awakening game next to Perfect Form. That's going to be so hard to deal with. They can't just kill Snake anymore. That guy's just going to become the energy monster. And that's really rough. Peak Performance also being picked up, not letting any stagger go out to Gret here. Primetime on Era 2 is one of her best Awakening. It's going to be hard to deal with. Extra special on Water Fury, I think is going to be nice. Water Fury just been doing a lot of damage and able to get or use the Ensnare Drum as a kill confirm. Going to be having that more often. It's going to be really nice. Things are looking dire for Gret Esports, and they are in need of a major comeback here if they want to stay in this game. That is one barrier though. Now hold on. Slow down the Doomspeak. The game's not over yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And Gret Esports looking to keep their hopes in winners alive right now, but things are looking really bad. That peak performance pickup from the Finny, plus the stacks. I mean, look how fast this Finny is running right now. Literally just able to run around, be wherever she needs to be. And unless it's a situation like that, a really good shot from Snake, knowing the limits of the core flip, able to get it before Water Fury even has a chance to react. But without all this movement from the Finny, Dropletto's going to have such a hard time scoring. Just ever winning a strike war, ever being in the right place at the right time to prevent, to take advantage of the Finny's weakness of like not being able to deal with that stuff. Because right now Yori loses, able to stop it before it even happens. And right now there's just so many resources. There is a double barrier taken here. Dropletto has the flip, but it's going to be denied away here by Vaughn. Almost actually goes in the goal right there, but Dropletto not able to get his hands on the core. Snake now, unfortunately, whiffing his flip, but you already lose is going to save it yet again. Now the base drop here not able to get the core stuff where they want it to be. Snake now with another opportunity, but it's going to be blocked away here by this extra special in snare drums. But Snake, just too big, too fast to handle. It's just impossible to win a strike war against this guy, and that's going to be 1 point away from placeholder Paladins taking the series here.
Yeah, they're up. Like you said, yeah, taking the whole series. In Gret Esports, we're able to get like both barriers at once, which is such a big deal going into this team, but still just unable to capitalize. Vaughn has a core flip here too, which is super scary, both defensively or offensively. It's going to be really hard to get through, and like it's just going to, it's so valuable. But wait, there it is,
Yeah.
and we're sitting on it. But Dropletto is almost dead. Snake is dead.
No.
Important distinction. Water Fury now at the core
Oh
flip.
my gosh. Whoa. I mean, Cinema, right?
Yeah,
That was getting an unstaggered tornado kill is actually incredibly hard because it's smaller, but the fact that they were staggered means that Vaughn was able to line it up, able to get that KO. So our hopes of an aggressive play here are still alive. Snake is now back. That being said, Vaughn has to limp away in this situation. Dropletto not able to find a kill right now as the orbs come up. And right now, Yori losing. Look how fast that guy is. Almost able to just run past Dropletto and deny the orb here. But that's going to be Vaughn getting sent to the penalty box right now. And oh no! And almost own goal here.
Whoa!
The core speed is going very, very fast. Snake has the flip. Almost gets the goal right there. But the core is going to stay in play right now. Water Fury using the team player to keep the core speed so high, making it hard for Snake to do anything. But it's going to be found off the Tycho drums. Placeholder Paladins showing us why they're the #1 seed here at OSNYC here. And they're going to take the series 2-0 against Gret Esports.
Yeah, what a crazy series. Now it's seed 1 versus seed 5. You know, there are in theory 3 other teams that can stand up to placeholder Paladins and put on such great performances. Despite running the comp that they were super familiar with, the Octavia and Actor, fortunately not enough to get through the Era X, the Finny. I think the Finny was I was a little shaky on it first set when they lost the first set, but looking really good the rest of the time. Dumb thing to say out of context, like, yeah, they were looking pretty bad when they lost, but when they started winning, things were great. But like, hey, it looked like they were able to just like cut through the barriers and score on the open net, Gret Esports. But once you already lose got stacks.
Yeah.
Like, GG. Guy was everywhere in the net at once, and so it didn't. There were no like empty shots. There wasn't a space that wasn't covered. That guy could fill it in an instant, especially when Vaughn was also playing defense on the back. Just like, how do you get through that?
Yeah.
So tough.
Yeah, and because of that, placeholder Paladins going to find their win here on Gret Esports' map pick, and they're going to take the series 2-0 now. Going to be in, I believe, top 4, looking to take the whole land themselves if they get the opportunity. Gret Esports, unfortunately, it's going to be sent to a loser's bracket right now. The soundtrack playing in the venue is appropriate. It's Our Knock Life right now for Gret Esports, and they're going to have a long way to trudge if they want to rematch placeholder Paladins later in the bracket.
Yeah, definitely rough to get sent to losers. Well, ever, but here instead of like, winners finals, then it's like I just have to play losers finals, and it's great. There's a lot of matches once you get sent to losers, so it's going to become a little bit of an endurance battle, having to lock in and go through everything if they want to make it back to face placeholder Paladins in. It would have to be Grands.
Yeah,
we both make it there. So, hey, I'm a believer. I'm a Gret Esports fan. I'm also a placeholder Paladins fan. Let's go placeholder Paladins, getting the dub. That's my team. But yeah, hey, well played by both teams. Really cool. And I don't know what the next match is.
I don't know either, but there is just a ton of Omega Strikers left on the day. We've still got a long way to go here in, I believe, top 8 of bracket. We're going to see a lot more games coming very soon. But for now, that's going to be it from me and Yoshi. I'm going to go get some water before I pass away here. You don't want to die in a Dubu Party shirt. Feel like that doesn't look good for your optics going into heaven. So we're going to go ahead and hydrate myself before God sees me at the pearly gates wearing this thing. So we're going to head out for now, though. Be tuned for more Omega Strikers. We'll be right back with another best of 3 series here to see
Hello, everyone. We're back with To the Stars, and I'm here with a certain Odyssey member, the one that probably interacts with us all the most. XDME. Hello, how are you?
Hello. Good. Great to be here. You guys are running a phenomenal event. I'm having a great time. Just hanging out with everyone, watching all the games.
So I do have a pre-prepared list of questions. First of all, I guess, who are you, and explain, like, I guess, what do you do generally?
Sure. Yeah. I'm XDME. I am a associate game designer at Odyssey Interactive, and right now I'm the primary designer for Omega Strikers.
All right, and how did you join Odyssey? Because way back in the day, right, you were
Yeah.
just a player, and I remember playing you in that one tournament that might have not been too valid, but it was Strike Zone 1, right?
Strike Zone 1. Was that the one in
were
the
playing-
first half of Ret Bet?
You were playing with Streak and
Oh.
Int. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember that
Yeah,
tournament.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Definitely not the most
Nope.
legitimate tourney of all
Nope.
time. But
I forgot about that one.
yeah, well, so what was like your path from a player to, I guess, where you are now?
Yeah, sure. So I first joined the Odyssey community back in December of 2020, when the devs reached out to the University of Waterloo Esports Discord to kind of gather up some playtesters for their new secret project, and I hopped in and we played like a week of, at the time, Project P playtest, now Omega Strikers. And then at the end of the week, we ran a tournament. I played in that. And from there, I kept sort of in the community. I started doing moderation work for the community Discord. And then after some time, I applied a few times to Odyssey. I didn't get the job in those interviews, but when a QA position opened up, Lunchboy had me in mind. I was a local. They had already interviewed me, so we could like fast track that whole process. And I got onboarded in as a QA person. And then I basically proved myself through putting in extra hours and working hard to do extra things outside of my QA responsibility, the matchmaking overhaul being a big part of that. And I got promoted to game designer from that.
Yeah, and speaking of a little bit of game design, I guess, what's your general approach? You open up these balance threads, there's like 20 to 30 people getting angry about the patch. I guess, what's your approach to those threads and balance in general?
Yeah, so my balance ideology tends to be data driven but player informed. So I like to keep in mind the sentiments of the player base and sort of have them act as a check to the things that I see from the data. But that being said, I do think the data driven is a very important part of that process. It's easier to be, player centric with balance at Omega Strikers because we have a smaller community. But no matter what, you are going to get biases from where you get those player sentiments from. And so that's why when I do balancing for Omega Strikers, I like to use the players as like, hey, everyone's saying Vice is really OP. And so I'll go, if that wasn't the read I had, I'll go back to the data. I'll look at it with a more fine-tooth comb. Look at, maybe I'm missing something here. Maybe her win rate's not great, but actually she's getting banned in like 80% of games. So like there's probably a reason that she feels overbearing and we should do some kind of adjustment. So that's kind of the general philosophy I like to have with balance for Omega Strikers. Really kind of striking that balance between making sure we're doing objective balancing and not just sort of going off the meta of the month or the immediate player pains, but keeping those things in mind at all times.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of player bias, right? I think the European Strikers League is still at 100% Centauro pick ban rate. And
Yes.
yeah, Europe loves that character. And of course, I think North America also thinks Centauro is pretty good, all things considered, but it's not that crazy. So I definitely get what you're saying here.
Yeah, I mean, along those same lines, we do kind of like to uh one of our like balancing mark lines is like every character should have like a place where they're allowed to be good. And once upon a time, we were trying to sort of strike a different balance where everyone was kind of good at all places. But we abandoned that sort of towards the start of the year and went towards our new balancing framework where we're trying to make sure no one's overbearing at any place, but everyone has somewhere that they are allowed to exist. And the other side of that coin is characters like Centauro that have really high skill expression are going to shine more at the top of the ladder. Not to say he can't be overpowered, but that is kind of the reason that where it may feel like we're not as quick to respond to those high elo concerns sometimes.
All right, quick tangent now. So you've been watching To the Stars. You know a lot of the players involved. Which team do you think will win it all, and which team is your favorite?
Oh, I don't know who's gonna win it all. Like, it seems like the competition's getting extremely tight. A lot of upsets have been happening today, and even the losers bracket is super packed now. So it could be anyone's game. I'm personally out here cheering for my boy Streak and Elo and Leo Leon. I used to play with them back in the first tournament I mentioned in December of 2020. Me, Streak, and Elo won that tournament. So hashtag first professional Omega Strikers player XDME. And I'm still cheering for my boys there.
Yeah, and they're actually in the next dream match, so that's gonna be fun.
gonna be awesome.
They made a big upset against SEKC,
Mhm.
which is NXZD, Soren, and Joker. So that's a big win there, and they're against a team that also made an upset against Bang Bang. It is oh, this is a horrible time to forget their name. Give me a second. What team is it? It is Spiraling Misfortune, causing a lot of misfortune to Bang Bang, who were the second seed, I believe. So, yeah, going to be an interesting matchup up next. Anything you want to say before we head to a break, before we see your favorite team attempt to reach top 3?
Yeah, I want to thank you guys, the TOs, for hosting this amazing event. It's awesome to see all these players in person and see everyone having such a great time. But I also want to thank everyone here for showing up and continuing to play Omega Strikers, as well as everyone at home watching right now. Like, thank you all so much for continuing to pour your heart into this game that we made. It's really great to see you all stick with it, and it makes everything that we do at Odyssey like it makes it worth it. So thank you all so much.
Yeah, and on that note, we'll be right back until we get to see that aforementioned team. Don't go anywhere. It'll be a pretty quick break. I think they're pinging me for the game right now. See ya.
Bye.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to the North American Strikers League. We are not in the North American Strikers League. We are here in New York City for the Omega Strikers LAN. I'm here with my friend Average Alex, another renowned midfielder. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. I'd be doing a little bit better if I got top 8,
Hey, you know what? The competition here is tough. You played well on PPL. You guys did really well in general. But now we're in the part where anyone can take the win.
Oh, yeah.
These are just all top players left. And today we will be watching, or this game will be the other side of winner semifinals. The winner of this will go on to the winner of this will go on to winners finals, where they'll be waiting for placeholder Palafins. And the two teams we have here in this game are Spiraling Misfortune versus Core Retroflow.
It's going to be a tight one, I think. It could be very interesting. I'll be honest. I didn't think that the, Wallamal, Fox, and Forgot we're going to be able to beat Oshi in the first place. Actually, that was on my bingo card. And now that we're getting into this match, like, obviously, I'm a little favored towards Retroflow, but they've proven me wrong once. Why can't they prove me wrong again?
Hey, I completely get it there. I am also interested in this Retroflow team, just because it's containing quite some legacy members here, right? We have Streak, who known to be a top player throughout his entire journey playing OS, but hasn't really been participating in any competitive tournaments for quite some time. Leo Leon, who is my teammate as well, currently in North American Strikers League. But also just an older player, been playing since early production, and then Elo Heaven, who just hasn't been seen for ages.
Yeah, he popped up in a tournament. I could have sworn
So
a month or two
he
ago.
was in one of the draft diff tournaments, and got picked up by Vaughn to be his midfielder. And it's just, again, it is these players who have been one of the top, if not contender for one of the best players during their times playing or during their peaks, now playing together again, and have made it into the top 8. This is winner side as well. So they have, whoever loses here will go on to the loser side and have another attempt to kind of take their way up. But we were talking about it earlier before. The team, like, if you had won your match in losers top round 1 and moved on, like, you would have to be versing Bang Bang next, right? And that is a top North American Strikers League team. And then if you win that game, they're versing someone else is waiting on the other side.
I mean, it doesn't get any easier for
Yeah.
them, I'll be honest. Oh, Gates of Obscura going down. They're already getting through the banning phase here.
So yes, taking a look at this, we have Spiraling Misfortune banning out AtLab for the first map ban, followed by Retro going over to Gates of Obscura. I do not want to play on that map, and that's completely understandable. Gates is a pretty funny map when you haven't been playing more recently. It's just one of those unique maps where it is an interesting map and you can play around it well, but you need to put the time in to really understand how those teleportation gates work. First pick for Spiraling Misfortune is going to be Oni Village. And then it looks like Retro is going to take it over to the Temple. Bouncy House being picked up for game number 2, Taiko Temple.
My goodness. Always a funny map to see. Lots of bouncing. Lots of unpredictable angles. People not dying when they should.
100%. And then the last map being picked up here is Night Market. So we're getting some pretty standard maps here with Oni and Night Market, with the one kind of like unique map being Taiko Temple.
Very close to being the big 3. We were close. 2 out of 3.
Yep, and now we kind of have somewhat like the big 4 with Clarion Test Chamber being one of those additional maps that's being picked more often. So interesting. We have our 3 maps here. We only will see Night Market if it ends up going to game 3. But for games 1 and 2, it'll be at least Oni Village and Taiko Temple. It looks like I want to make sure I'm getting it correct. It was first map ban was Spiraling Misfortune. I don't know if that means they're also blue side for first pick in character draft. Regardless, one of these teams will have an advantage here in the advantage, meaning first pick priority on Oni Village. So let's talk about that map first. The character pools that we tend to see on Oni Village are less damage comps. Usually the midfielders tend to be more characters like Estelle specifically. you can almost guarantee that you'll see Estelle either picked or banned on this game. And also, we didn't talk about the Awakening Orb, so that'll or the starting Awakenings that'll play into this as well. We have Orb Dancer and Cast to Last being picked up here as our starting Awakenings. So that'll play. That could, that Cast to Last could open up an Octavia pick here. So just looking at who we have, Octavia can come out.
Oh yeah, I mean this is definitely a great map for it too, where damage is weaker.
Yes.
It's got CTL on the board. Even Orb Dancer is not bad on Octavia.
Exactly,
Yeah.
yep.
Take CTL here, I would hope. And and they don't like brawlers very much.
Yeah, so these two brawlers tend to be one of the ones that have easier time breaking the barriers. And you'd be surprised because they don't really have stuffing power, but Rasmus has the ability to outplay with his Death Touch, the hook being able to reposition the core, and usually you end up breaking the barrier not through a pushing power, but maybe through just like, a little quick maneuver, breaking someone's ankle, repositioning there. And Kazan can do that as well really easily with his extended range on the closed primary or the pull on his closed primary as well. So taking a look at the picks here, we have pick 1 being now for Retro Retro Overflow, which I believe now is most likely going to go to Streak Goalie. That would have to be my guess here.
I could see it definitely.
He's
It's interesting first pick on Oni as well. Not something I see as often actually.
Yeah, definitely not a high prio there. I'm very surprised that the Estelle made it down to pick 4.
Yeah.
Picks 2 and 3 being Zentaro Kai, which we can expect are actually not sure if that's the Kai is going to be midfield or not. We'll find out here by pick number 6. But taking a look at Retro's team, completely rounded out here, we got the Now, Estelle, and Julie. The Now, Estelle, and Julie being picked up here. Now goalie, Estelle midfield, Julie forward is what I expect here. The Mako being locked in has me believe that it is Mako goalie, and we'll be seeing a Kai midfield with a Zentaro forward.
Yeah, Mako not known much for her outfield anymore, as the last patch I think did quite a bit of damage according to Fiery.
So Fiery, one of the known Mako forward players.
Yeah,
so I'll trust his opinion.
Yeah, I
on
would
that.
take his word for it. He's also tried it in my presence a couple times, and it's been rough post patch.
Yeah, it has a lot of stuffing power with all the additional hits from the secondary, the primary reset, and then the strike resets. And then especially if you get the ensnaring drums off on an enemy goalie, it's almost like a guaranteed point every time.
Yeah, try flipping out of that, right? It's tough.
So these are so it was Retro Overflow here with the blue side here. So taking a look at their overall comp, it's going to be pretty nice. I expect Streak to be going momentum boost or strike shot on the Now. Doesn't need a eject button because you have that somewhat built in thanks to the ultimate ability there. And then besides that, it's looking like a pretty standard comp. I don't expect anything in particular. I also expect almost all 6 players to go Orb Dancer here.
Yeah, I would. I don't see a CTO angle from most of these characters.
The only one who could use it well would be the Kai, and might end up taking it just so that they're not stepping on each other's toe. Maybe you get some more value out of that way, and let your brawler focus on getting the orbs in the midfield.
Yeah, absolutely. And Elo Heaven, I assume, on the tried and true Estelle here. That's a pick I am very, very familiar with him. I don't think I've actually ever seen him play anything else.
So it is Leo Leon of 500 on the Julie. The Estelle is going to be, like you said, going over a little bit of a visual bug. Happens all the time.
Yeah. We're not unfamiliar, unfortunately.
Yeah, there are not 2 Juliets in this game. Don't worry about that.
I'm sorry to disappoint.
So yeah, Elo Heaven on the Estelle. Oh my, flashing the emotes nice and early there.
Oh yeah.
Starting off strong, one barrier being taken out here. Elo Heaven using the Rose Warp, goes in, gets knocked out immediately, trades one barrier down, and now it is a barrage happening onto the goal line of Core Retroflow. Immediate, the KO into barrier take, both Cardbox, Lalamau XCD jumping in, breaking that final barrier, and scoring immediately on the streak.
No time wasted at all. They were not going to let that power play go to waste whatsoever. And it looks like they're still got the momentum a little bit here. First barrier going down.
Yeah, and you'd be surprised because usually on this map, if you can get one good clear, the core ends up stalling for such a long time because of how big the map is and how much time it just takes to go retrieve it again. The core.
These Oni Village corners take a really long time to get the ball out. And fortunately, we haven't seen that yet. Core Retroflow is struggling a little bit to Sparling Misfortune's offense here.
Yeah, surprised again. Both barriers dropped so quickly here. Forgot walking up there, trying to get the rebound there to allow Lalamau to stay up as much as possible. And that's one of the things that I like. You have that barrier to back you up, but you can afford to risk the barrier falling because you know that the goal gates won't open right away. So I like that he goes up for the rebound rather than making his midfielder or brawler do it, and it allows the brawler to stay in that scoring position and then take advantage of the rebound itself.
Absolutely. Ooh, the wide clear was read by Elo Heaven there, and Fox is going to flip it out.
Looking good so far. A lot of energy bursts available here. The Zentaro still holding on. We get one pop by Streak. Isn't able to make do with much, but take a look at Cardbox. Leo Leon is looking for this kill. Actually ends up letting it go because the Orb Dancer is probably just going to make it too hard to catch up. And barrier dropped again. These are 3 points in a row that Core Retroflow have lost their barriers.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're struggling to get this last barrier here. Looks like a good offense here.
The Juliet dash push doesn't connect, unfortunately. And that could have been a slow core rolling in. Doesn't end up going through. Cardbox having to back up just a little bit, but Leo Leon with a nice punch manages to get that final barrier here and Forgot for the first time has to defend an open net.
Look at Leo go.
I love that. Dribble off the top wall to set up the dash punch. I don't even think he had the fiery fist available, and it was just the dash that got it in.
If you don't need it, you don't need it.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if he did have it. All right.
One of the nice things about kickoff here is Elo Heaven on the Estelle. Usually, almost every kickoff, if you have the core on your side as Estelle, you can use your primary to hit both the core and the opposing forward. And it makes it really tough. You're either going to have to use an elusive to contest that core, or just eat the shot, right?
Yeah, and I would say core flip is a very valuable resource on this map as well. So
Yeah.
having to evade that can be honestly devastating for your offense long term.
Oh my God,
Leo offense.
Leo Leon with a great play there. So I like the way he he went about that offense, waiting to pick up the core. He let the core slowly dribble or slowly move so that he could get the orb, reposition with the movement speed, then uses the Juliet ultimate to break the barrier, still has the speed active, and then goes in for the dash punch to finish it off.
Yeah. It's going to be 1-to-1 barrier here.
And I didn't even realize, but we're back at 2-2.
Yeah.
It was just Leo Leon scoring 2 points really quickly to come right back. Streak has that defensive energy burst if he needs to use it, and he has the extra movement speed from just having a goalie orb sitting around all the time. And look at him contesting. I like what he's doing there, right?
Oh, yeah.
Walks up, uses the mine to push Lalamau back to allow him to get his own speed burst from the orb and deny it from Zentaro.
Yeah, Streak unfortunately missing that core flip a little bit earlier. I mean, Streak got the core flip, but Lalamau was not able to intercept. It's going to be low on energy across the board against some of these players.
Yeah,
on the way though. So was Box.
Ooh.
Nice.
Nice shot from Elo Heaven. Manages to pick up the core. Core and Forgot at the same time, securing that barrier here. Streak using that mine to redirect the core just a little bit to get it out of the corner here. Cardbox has that energy burst and is looking for a way to use it. It's really awkward on the midfield because you want to like walk up to help your forward break it. A lot of the time you can't really do it yourself, but there manages to find the pass to Lalamau, who redirects it perfectly. Leo Leon hitting the spread out
Not
big.
quite the pass he was looking for, I'm afraid.
Happens at times. Streak coming in for the offensive play here. And what a great Rose Warp from Elo Heaven there. Manages to get the point himself, securing that final point needed to win round 1 here. Going into this draft, it is Elo Heaven who has the advantage.
Ooh, lots of good stuff here. Prawn potentially.
Or Ponder as well, right? The double orbs is going to be really, really big here to allow for all these extra abilities. The thing is, there is, I don't want to say there's a downside, but typically on Oni Village, when you're playing Estelle, and correct me, I mean, you've been there too.
Oh,
a lot of the time you hold your abilities just for when you need it to break the barriers, or you tend to be sitting on your abilities more often on this map.
Absolutely.
So the Orb Ponder is not going to get as much value, but the fact that you have double orbs, it's going to be putting in work.
Yeah, you can certainly be a little bit more liberal with your cooldowns, especially if you know the orbs are coming up. And heck, even in the pocket, you might be able to pick up an orb while you're running offense. You never know.
Exactly. And sometimes, hey, if I'm Elo Heaven, I will be Rose Warping onto Forgot's goal line for that, for his orb.
We've seen it work before too. That Rose Warp is so intimidating.
You get half the cooldown back anyways. and then you get the speed boost to redirect. And so far, so good for Core Retroflow. They started off round 1 really shaky there, losing their barriers almost every single, for the first 3 points immediately, but coming back strong, and I'm sure the momentum from winning that first set is gonna be doing well here. Streak, I actually didn't pay attention. Did Streak end up getting Monu
I
off that
believe
draft?
so, yes. And look at that, the size of that primary. It's massive.
Which is going to help quite a bit. It's not on the midfield, so you're not going to be able to use it to stuff the enemy goal. But the amount of damage you do as now, it's very surprising. So it's going to add up here. We can already see the Centauro brought down to a quarter HP here.
Oh, and Flip's going to do it. Fantastic flip from Box, taking out Streak in the net.
Yeah, it's really hard there for Streak. He has to kind of back up there, so he's trying to outmaneuver Cardbox. But unfortunately, too close to the edge, and Cardbox continuously walking forward there. Knew what to do with that energy burst to push Streak out of the goal line completely. And managed to secure that point, giving them the lead in this set. But if last set was anything like, if this is going to be anything like last set, it's not over until the final point is scored.
Absolutely. And what a great barrage from Box just a little bit earlier there to take that top barrier.
Yeah,
Retroflow looking to answer back. Oh, and unfortunately, it's just slow but painful.
Yeah, a really good play by Leo Leon there with the flip into the primary to secure the barrier, but Core ended up getting sent back, and
nobody there to answer.
Yeah, spiraling with fortune, picking it up, 2-0 lead.
But we've seen this before, unfortunately. This is definitely something Retroflow is familiar with already in this set.
Yeah, definitely. So let's see if they can manage to keep the barriers up long enough for Leo Leon and Elo Heaven to make a play here. Good flip from Streak, but this time, Lowamau manages to catch it with his own energy burst, but the rush from Centauro, the secondary, not able to pick it up, and Leo Leon answering in kind, grabbing that barrier.
Forgot holding on to energy burst here. Such great discipline.
Yeah, holding it till the last possible minute. Doesn't want to use it if he doesn't have to, but
unfortunately he never will.
And that energy burst is gone completely. KO'd off the side. Leo Leon picking up the kill and then finishing off the goal.
Yeah, and quite the energy deficit here at this point. Box with no evade at all, and the other two with not much to ask. I mean, not much with them.
Yeah, Elo Heaven has the energy burst needed here. Goes for the shot. Doesn't manage to get to Cardbox, who has a great barrage there to kind of stop the Estelle stuffing. Forgot holding down that spacebar. Mako secondary special, just pushing away the core. Doesn't let it get in there. Good defense. Leo Leon, just barely missing the setup there. Good attempt from him, but is going to have to wait like another 15 seconds to try again. Just misses the strike. A really awkward situation there, but a little bit of a mechanical misplay from Streak.
Yeah, I saw the vision. I was a fan, but
hey, sometimes there's creative clears that you never really know about until someone else does it for the first time. But a slow roll-in core.
Look at that.
Manages to, surprising enough, just a simple shot pushes it in.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're waving. They're waving. A lot of people really like that new Imi emote. And here we are. I see Catalyst. Definitely a strong awakening here.
Catalyst definitely strong. Less effective on this map just due to how big it is. But regardless, still one of the best awakenings available in the game. Anything related to energy, getting more energy burst is absolutely huge. And then it plays into the quick strike Catalyst combo if that ends up coming through for just having energy burst all the time. Looking at everything else here, Hotshot picked up for Estelle, which is really good. It means that the Estelle primary will just be so much more effective, because a lot of times when you hit both the core and the enemy, if the core isn't moving fast enough to get past them, they can react after the hit stun anyway.
Yes.
But that hot shot's going to allow it to move so much quicker and get more effective barrier breaks.
Both barriers down very quickly
10 seconds into the round, and like you said, both barriers down on each side here.
Great stuff from Lolamau, getting it out, but he's not done yet. And look at that angle. Not going to be able to make it in. And hey, Monu now coming out already. Got it out very quick with a primary.
Yep. Elo Heaven trying to set it up here. Goes for the Rose Warp. Gets the rebound back to Leo Leon, who manages to secure it in. Juliet with just one of those brawlers that has such high stuffing potential thanks to the combination of the secondary dash and the fist from her primary.
Something very interesting that happened in the draft we didn't mention as well. Lolamau actually opted to pass up sudden impact, the explosive entrance.
Yeah.
Pardon me. My League of Legends terminology coming out. I've exposed myself. But already had a dash awakening, but just very unfortunate.
Yeah, and sometimes that happens. Lolamau, even with the teammate down, manages to break both barriers by himself, hold on to the energy burst, pops it, patiently waits, finds the angle, tying it up 1-1.
Yeah.
And one thing to note is when Cardbox died there, that was full energy he had before getting KO'd. So that's an energy burst lost, even with Catalyst there.
Ooh, and unfortunately, Wolamao's life is lost here. Bit of a power play for Retroflow. Let's see what they can do with it.
Very surprised at the amount of KOs coming out on this map here. Good amount of damage from a composition that you wouldn't really expect to be able to put that much damage, although they have good KO potential just from knockback, I would say.
Yeah,
But the damage is surprisingly putting in the work here.
absolutely. Very violent Oni Village game, and it's getting more violent on that top barrier.
Yeah, a good play
good
between
thanks.
Elo Heaven and Leo Leon to break that top barrier. And now we have an offensive play. It feels like it's uncommon to see Core Retroflow with their own barrier up, but there it is. The flip into the punch is all you need. Get some hit stun onto the enemy goalie and essentially guarantee that you're going to score that point.
I must say, I bet you Manu now is quite good with an open net on this map as well. Maybe not the greatest at holding barriers, but I'll say those explosive mines, you got a lot of range on them.
Yeah,
Not a lot of mix-up potential for just a normal strike to cruise it on in.
a lot of range on it to help defend, and then you have the speed that it provides as well. And you'll see a lot of the time Streak will be using the now explosion, placing it on his midfielder to help them win an interaction as well.
Ooh,
Oh,
with
but
a
like-
move flip, catching it, getting the barrier, and Bob's doing a great job making sure it doesn't get back.
Ooh, uses the energy burst to try to catch it there on the pass to. Oh my goodness!
Good core flip intercepted.
Core flip intercepted, and that is a 3-1 set going over to Core Retroflow, who now have the lead in sets.
Yeah. Let's see what this draft is going to pop here. I expect some size potentially. Yeah, there's Might of Colossus.
But looking like an unstoppable pickup, Might of Colossus not going to be as powerful because there's only Big Fish Rampage still available. And taking a look at what we have left, I think it's just unstoppable to help secure. It's probably unstoppable for both the deny. It does help Julie a little bit. It stops for any Julie players. They know how easily you can get your dash punch interrupted from
Yeah.
any ability. So it helps with securing your own barrier takes, and then it is a deny from the Mako as well.
Yeah, certainly a pick I enjoy as well. The dash punch being interrupted is so devastating too. It's not something that comes up very often, frankly.
Yep.
At least some of these other brawlers like Zon with their closed primary always have access to something usually.
Yeah. And then taking a look, it was Leo Leon does have the other two or the other two sides awakenings. Has the Big Fish, has the Rampage. So the Might of the Colossus was definitely an option there, but choosing the quality of life of Unstoppable instead there.
Yeah, I assume he thought he was big enough.
Yeah.
Big enough bully this game. And oh yeah, wow, great save from Fox. Good defense, but the crystal.
Oh,
movements.
the Crystal Thorns securing that. Not a hard-hitting move, but just a long-range attack with a lot of small projectiles there that makes it really hard to clear out of.
Yeah, it keeps the goalie honest. No wide clears here, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's really tough to deal with it. It's one of those things where if you know it's coming, maybe you can play around it a little bit better by walking in front of the core, tanking the crystal core. But it's one of those things that you can't really expect people to do on the fly always. But there is like, it's not 100% guaranteed to score, but it's really hard to defend.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Again, it is also just the mental game that plays on your goalie.
Yes.
It's always in the back of their mind. And look at that great core flip coming out from Spiraling Misfortune here.
Yeah, the Zentaro flip, finding the angles there. Lalamel has been doing a great job in general of finding these open angles with his energy burst there. Even with Streak being able to cover a large majority of the net thanks to the mine, isn't able to cover all of it. And Lalamel finding the spot that he needs to ensure that the goal goes in. Has been having a lot of success with that.
Leo Leon winning a lot of strike wars there to get that barrier. And-
Gets two people.
Wow.
The strike into the punch to break the barrier, managed to get the rebound off it as well. 1v2, finishing it all, 2-1 lead, and potentially a game point here for this game number one.
Yeah, Leo Leon not unstoppable just in the awakening department. No. Very, very strong player, winning a lot of those strike wars. And back in the corner already with one barrier down.
A nice attempt there by Elo Heaven. Didn't have the primary to get a more optimal barrier attempt, but still manages to keep the core up there. Leo Leon once again finding success on barrier on Julie without even needing a full combo, which is very impressive to say the least. Streak just trying to stall out a little bit to get people to reposition here.
Probably need their cooldowns back as well after
Yep.
that great offense.
Oh, walks up. I like what he did there. Walks up with the core to get in range to pop the Now Mine on top of Elo Heaven, who now is somewhat healthy again. Not anymore, as I say that. Gold Gate's open here on Core Retro Flow side.
Yeah,
now they're in full defense mode.
Lots of strikers being staggered right here, and Vox on offense can't find it.
Not able to find it, but they do find a KO, and now is Lalamao using the energy, or using the speed from Orb Dancer, finds a pass to Cardbox, but Cardbox was not ready for that at all. And missed the attempt. Uses an extra flip that was needed, or then needed, but they managed to secure the point.
That's what matters. Certainly good for the mental, of course. And unfortunately, they are bankrupt energy-wise.
Yeah,
Got
and
nothing left in the tank.
no one here really has much in terms of the energy economy. Cardbox can probably build it up the fastest thanks to the Catalyst pickup here. First barrier being taken by Elo Heaven, and now trying to look for the second one. Good attempt there on defense, and a good clear from Streak, managing to save their second barrier here. Unstoppable up, finds the read with the dash punch there, goes up top.
And that's just not savable.
The flurry comes out, and Leo Leon wraps up game number 1.
Ended it at a set 4. Didn't want to see that next Awakening draft.
Yeah, don't want to go to set 5 there. Let everyone end the game right there. And one more win from Core Retro Flow will push them into winners finals.
Up against quite the team as well.
But it's not over yet. Spiraling Misfortune have a chance to bring this over to a game 3. Game number 2 is going to go to a much more volatile map here with Taiko Temple.
Oh yes, it's going to be a lot different than what we saw there. I think we're going to see potentially an even more violent game.
So depending on the starting Awakenings, it can change things. But it'll be Spiraling Misfortune that will have the blue side first pick advantage here. So I'm not sure what they're going to go for in terms of priority picks. But a lot of the strong characters on Taiko Temple tend to be the characters with creation stuffing, or just like strong stuffing abilities in the corner. One pick that we tend to see a lot more on that map more than others is Asher.
Yes.
And I'm not sure if anyone here has an Asher. I think Lalamau can pilot it, and I know for a fact Streak can play it just fine in the goalie position, but not sure what their take is on the meta of that map.
Yes. A map that I think also, like a Rune Asher duo is also quite good. I don't believe we have, I think Box plays a little bit of Rune, but...
Yeah, but usually not that popular. Rune being one of the characters that typically is only really being played by me, sometimes Vaughn, in these competitive tournaments, or Shianzu, something like that.
Yeah, it's he's not in a great spot, many would say, but I think that might be a map where he is relevant.
Depending on the Awakening start, if it is a Creation Awakening, maybe Siege Machine, Castellas, or Manu as one of the starting Awakenings, you can see the Rune come out. He has really high KO potential there because of how close to the sides you are. You can get his push combo going, where you put both pillars down, and it forces them to go through both of them just straight off the map. And then if you can get it into one of the corners of Taiko Temple and place a pillar behind it, it's almost a guaranteed barrier every time.
Yeah.
And then the same thing applies to Asher there, with how much stuffing potential she has, and especially with the ultimate ability, just having this long-lasting creation that has a large amount of hitboxes.
Yeah, absolutely. Another character that could probably use Manu quite well on that map as well. And
if you're playing midfield here, what are the picks that you like to take?
Personally, I'm a big fan of Now on this map. You can't go wrong with the mine and those tight little alleyways on this map, and also keeps you safe from a lot of the damage that can happen as the drum knocking you around. I think Vice, a lot of damage. It's hard to avoid her primary. A lot of people are going to get hit by it. Rune, if you want to take the core control angle, but frankly speaking, I think you'd rather have Now or Vice.
Yeah, I definitely agree there. I think Now and Vice are definitely just stronger picks in general. The Vice, especially, like you said, usually you're clumped up together, which means the chain lightning is going to proc pretty easily. You can hit one person and get a lot of damage onto a lot of people. And on top of that, if you get into the corner, the supernova just does so much damage there, and it's really hard to avoid. You tend to have to either elusive, give up the barrier, or try to stop it and take a good chunk of
your life.
The stacker takes quite a big of a hit there. And then Now in general, having access to the mines for more pushing potential, and that is something that if you see Now with Manu on that map, you can be pretty far back and just stuff the core in really easily there with the secondary.
It's so tough to get it away at that point too.
So we have access to our starting Awakenings here. It's going to be 1-2 Punch and Reptile Remedy here. A Stagger Awakening available, as well as some damage. Some of the best pickups here for 1-2 Punch, at least the brawler position, can be taken a look at. the Julie could be making a return. The Zentaro is such a great user of 1-2 punch. Kazan as well, but we've been seeing less Kazan in general at this tournament here. Has taken a little bit of a nerf here, not bad at all, but some of the other characters have been shining a little bit more. And honestly, we might see an X2.
Yeah, X with 1-2 is pretty good. I think this is one of his better maps as well. Nice and small for him, and once you get it in the corner, he's going to give it to you.
Exactly.
But
So-
Reptile Remedy, I think, is a great pickup for Kazan potentially as well. One of I think Kazan's biggest weaknesses, he's quite fragile. He's going to take a lot of damage, but 400 stagger and that little heal you get every time you touch the core could be worth it.
And Kazan is one of the brawlers that has some of the most amount of contact with the core thanks to his closed strike box there. Usually ends up in a lot of strike wars, and it's one of his strong suits. So can definitely make use of that Reptile Remedy as well. But yeah, I'm curious to see who's going to almost everyone that can take 1-2 punch can also just take Reptile Remedy just fine. And it's one of those things where the Reptile Remedy, while its scaling is not as exponential as the Sparks are, can synergize well with some of the other stagger awakenings from the game, like Bulk Up, Peak Performance, or Reverberation. And now we also have access to Big Fish back. So it's another kind of stagger build that you can go. But like I said, the scaling on there is more linear than it is exponential.
Yeah, it definitely can't get too out of control, but you can become unkillable.
That is true.
And Asher very much likes that.
Asher absolutely loves that. Can still die to knockback, which is something that this map you will see regardless, right? You can be at full stagger, but if you're a little bit too close to the edge, at least expect someone to make an attempt on your character for that knockout.
Yeah, especially approaching that pocket with the barriers, it's very difficult to get in there without some consequences. Better position behind a drum and pray.
So in terms of goalies here, we have seen pretty much all goalies are pretty viable here, but I tend to see more melee defensive goalies here. The Atlas, the Dubus, the Ashers, the Makos, those characters tend to see a little bit more gameplay here, just because a lot of the time when you're playing a ranged goalie, some of the advantages that you have is you can clear in different ways, but as in you could redirect the core to a different angle altogether and prevent the core from coming to you earlier. And then apply some offensive pressure. But the defensive goalies instead, like the Atlas, Dubu, Asher, usually have so many hitboxes and long-lasting wall-like creations that they can force even with all the attempts on your barrier, they can typically just fight back and push it through you.
Yeah, and it's certainly easier to pilot as well. Less stressful for a tournament environment, perhaps. If you're piloting the IME, perhaps even in a Stell, sure, you can keep it on their side, but God forbid it comes to you.
Yeah. So definitely plenty of trade-offs here. It's always a difference of aggression versus defensive, like the ultimate defense versus the ultimate offense type of playstyle.
Yeah, absolutely. And another interesting topic is if you do want to play Asher, where do you want to play her?
Exactly. You have the option to play her both forward and goalie, both of which are extremely tough to deal with, right? If you have her on Brawler, the stuffing potential is absolutely insane. But you could say the same thing as the goalie, right? Having the primary in the goal box, where she has more abilities, or I should say more benefits, because she's on her half of the field.
Yeah.
One of the, I guess, characteristics of Asher being that she gets some more strength while being on her side. The specific interaction, I think, is her passive is permanent on her side for the duration of it,
I believe so.
rather than being a single hit shield.
Definitely going for that unbreakable wall on her side.
So taking a look at the ban phase here, it is Zentaro banned away, and the same thing with Kazan. Taking away these brawlers that have high effectiveness with the 1-2 punch and a lot of damage just being removed from the pool, meaning our brawler picks left over are taking a look at that. The Asher picked up round 1 here, leaving now I would say X Juliet as the two next strongest picks in my opinion.
This is definitely another map where I think Mako forward was also a decent angle at one point. I don't think we'll be seeing it, unfortunately.
Yeah, the stuffing potential from the Mako there, the ensnaring drums, it is picked up. I do think we will see it in the goal box. This is something that it is. I'm actually looking at this reverse because I thought blue side was retro overflow, but I forgot that it was swapped here.
Yeah.
So I was going to say that just played it last game, so we could probably just see it being played again. But now I'm not sure anymore because it's being picked up by retro overflow. It might actually be Leo Leon on the Mako forward. little bit of a insider info here from from Lob City. Leo Leon has been wanting to play this quite often here on forward position. Streak can play it just fine, so no doubt that if we see it on Streak, it's not really going to be that big of a deal.
Yeah, and it
but
looks like it will be
yeah,
on Streak.
it looked like it will be on Streak, and Leo Leon going to be taking the 1-2 punch to pair with the Juliet here. I expect the Reptile Remedy to go on the Estelle and Mako maybe, just a little bit more defensive health. But 1-2 punch, honestly, everyone in this game can use 1-2 punch just fine. It's just a matter of the playstyle preference if we want to go for more damage, or if we like the extra stagger.
Yeah, absolutely. It also just want to say it is going to be Asher goalie. Well, actually, I guess it's hard to say, huh?
It really is hard to say, but I do think it will be Asher goalie with the Rasmus forward there, and then the Imi midfield.
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. And turret, very strong on this map. Nowhere to run once that's placed.
Yeah, once you got the firewall sentry down, if you angle it correctly, it's almost a guaranteed barrier every time. We don't have access to Timeless Creator anymore, which allowed the time duration of the firewall sentry to stay out longer. But even without it, it's still such a strong ability there, especially when paired with extra special.
Yes, I mean, the character certainly didn't lose relevance even after losing Timeless Creator, so that should speak for the turret's merit on its own.
Oh yeah, one of those abilities that, for any of my Overwatch friends, I like to compare it to Torbjorn turret. It's just something that you can rely on to get his job done. No human interaction needed.
Yep.
Put it down, it'll do exactly what it's told.
I've made a joke that Imi turret might be better than Rune's entire kit, but hey, I don't know if anybody needs to believe that, but you heard it here first.
Going into this game now, we have everyone locked into their positions here. Like we said, it is going to be Forgot on the Asher here. Lalamal going to be playing the Rasmus, who Rasmus is one of his most played characters there. First KO coming out here was that Leo Leon who took out Cardbox.
Yeah, no time wasted at all. That 1-2 coming in mighty early.
And that is a perfect example of exactly what I was talking about with the Asher goalie here. We had Leo Leon using Juliet's ultimate ability there, and then a simple primary from Forgot was able to push it through. And that is kind of just the strength of these melee goalies. If you had any ranged goalie there, the barrier is being broken.
Absolutely, and I believe Asher is also running Strike Shot. That special from Asher going quite far into the corner without having to step up all that far.
So one of the things that has kind of changed with the community's perception of these melee goalies, a lot of the times you'd be seeing pauldrons being picked up, powerhouse pauldrons being picked up to increase the size of the goalie, but the extra range that Strike Shot provides kind of gives you a pseudo ranged goalie effect, where you can at least interact with the core, preventing it from coming to you and putting you in a situation where you have to take either a strike war or use abilities to clear it out.
Yeah, it certainly helps you maintain momentum on offense, and it certainly helps some of your weaknesses if they wide clear.
Yes,
exactly. The barrier, perhaps.
Just giving you more options in general. It does make you lose a little bit of power, a little bit of size, but the trade-off is well worth it here. We're seeing the strike shot come out from Forgot there, trying to just help keep the core up. And we're trading strike shots back and forth between Streak as well. From the previous attempt, Lalamal used that death touch and just had it covered. Taking a look. So someone's winning something in the background there.
Somebody's having a good time. Oh, and the snipe not going to take it. It's on Lalamal right now. Primary not going to.
Good attempt there from the pendulum swing. But overall, a good redirect from Elo Heaven. Crystal Thorns coming out, able to get it over Forgot. That is one of the downsides of that melee goalie. When you don't have that strike shot up, you just don't have access to all of the net.
Yeah, sometimes forced to just keep clearing it to the corner and praying that primary can bail you out eventually, perhaps a secondary.
Yep. You are more powerful, I would say, in general, when you have those barriers up, because it's very easy to lock down the barrier. But on an open net, that's where kind of the ranged goalies have the advantage. And Mako, a little bit of a hybrid of both type of characters here, has the primary that goes essentially all the way across the map, and then can also help enhance your team with the secondary effect of her secondary. We also see a KO come out onto Lalamal from Streak, who was not realizing the power that Mako has here. But definitely a bully. You tend not to realize how much damage Mako can put out, but it's quite a bit.
Look at that beautiful dribble from Leo Leon, getting right into that net and flipping.
Yeah, using that power play to their advantage, managed to break both barriers there, and then a great use of the energy burst secures the second point here. Starting off, we have Streak, who only won with the energy burst left, but Doesn't need to use it anytime soon, just holding it on for a good defensive play. Leo Leon taking a little bit of his health. Firewall Sentry comes down. Not the best placement for that Firewall Sentry. Doesn't really get value, and long cooldown. I think it's almost 40 seconds.
Yeah, certainly a while. And both brawlers not looking all that healthy. And oh my goodness, what a strange balance.
One of them getting hit by the top corner, the top right corner of the middle bongo there, sending him at a vertical angle, which you wouldn't expect, but trading a KO back, it is Lalamau, who just returns but has to wait for his IME box to make an appearance here. One barrier being dropped as Leo Leon tries to go for the second one. Forgot has access to the energy burst for defensive use, but let's see how well he can hold this last barrier down.
Yeah, Wollam out, unfortunately, no evade, and it's going to pay out really quick. Leo Leon very aware.
Yeah, it's one of those things where these brawlers are so good at knowing where to position the core in a way that it forces the enemy forward or midfield to take a strike in a position really close to the edge of the wall where they can take advantage of the Juliet range on the dash punch, especially enhanced with the 1-2 punch, but not enough to help Core Retroflow score that point. Who comes back from the grave, and Cardbox plus Lalamau able to secure the first point for them in this game number 2.
Absolutely. May have been out of the field for about 10 seconds or so, but had a lot of time to think about what he was going to do when he came back.
Came in strong, but Leo Leon coming back just as strong. Oh my goodness. 1-2 punch. The full combo of Juliet being able to do the entire health bar, or the entire stagger of both the goalie and Rasmus there. And for those who aren't aware, the energy burst that you have actually scales with Awakening and gains the effects of those Awakenings there. Essentially meaning that the 1-2 punch enhances it quite a bit.
Oh yeah. Oh boy, and reading the blink there. Good stuff from Elo Heaven, but Forgot holding strong.
Trying his best there. Elo Heaven with a lot of attempts on net, but unable to get it. Leo Leon also not able to follow up there in time, but a good defense from Streak. I'm surprised that bottom barrier stayed up this entire time here. Strike shot sends it out, and Elo Heaven is making the core, moving the core forward as Cardbox forced to use the energy burst there to just clear it out defensively. And now they're finally going back for their offensive push on the on that last barrier. But Streak is doing such a phenomenal job of clearing it out. As I say that, of course,
yeah.
Final barrier drops.
Commentator's curse, as they say.
As usual here. Oh, but a good glitch.
glitch.
Not enough though. Core doesn't move fast enough. Streak able to react to it just fine here. Finds the cyber swipe there onto Leo Leon, putting him in hit stun and getting that straight horizontal shot onto the net.
I must say, these points look very bad for spiraling Misfortune at first. The Misfortune is spiraling in the beginning, but they always seem to come back and make it happen.
Yeah, managed to find their way back. The first 2 points were looking really good for Core Retroflow, but now we're tied 2-2 here. Streak losing both barriers. Once again, trading one back. Leo Leon trying to find the second one. Unable to get it here, and now we're on an open net situation with both forwards trying to find the shot. But Leo Leon getting the kill and turning this into a power play for Retroflow.
And the core flip is so scary here. Wow, what a great save from Forgot, that secondary.
So the secondary allowed the Asher passive to exist, and it was the Asher passive that kind of got that rebound there. One of the strengths of Asher goalie. But a great glitch mob, sending the core back down to Cardbox, allowing him to get a strike there. Just a great play overall from them.
I believe Cardbox scoring all 3 goals there, 2 with the cyber swipe, and that one with the glitch pop and a strike. Looking very good out there.
Work. We could see the EXP distribution slightly off though, as Core Retroflow will have 2 members that will go before Cardbox. So taking a look at this, we have both orbs up, which reduces the value of them, since you cannot. It means for 100% for a fact you cannot get both. But regardless, it's still a great pickup either way here. Taking a look at everything else here, Catalyst being put on Leo Leon, which is a difficult thing. It's tough. I think if you're Asher there, you should take the Catalyst here, because now if we take a look at Leo Leon's energy economy, it's gonna be a lot of energy burst coming out from him.
Yeah, I mean, look at the energy already. Even like Leo Leon's on his.
He's at It is 10 seconds into the round and he has flip.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hectic in the corner on this map. It's really hard to avoid hitting people with Catalyst if that's your plan.
The rapid fire is a good pickup there, but I don't think it is worth the trade-off of of giving the enemy team Catalyst. But let's see if maybe they can make use of the rapid fire. Unable to protect that bottom barrier though. And now we're in an open net situation for Spiraling Misfortune, as Leo Leon is walking his way back up with the core here, trying to just find a shot, or trying to find a way to put a solid attempt onto the net. Isn't able to get it. I like the firewall sentry from Cardbox, but a good clear from Streak manages to send the ball back forward.
Solid offense met with solid defense. Don't wait out here. That core flip was looking a little bit suspect in the beginning.
Ooh,
Save him.
Lalamau getting saved by the drum there. Leo Leon did find the correct angle. I was going to say Leo Leon. Elo Heaven. Great shot there. Crystal Thorns plus the piercing shot manages to get the combo manages to find the small angle below Forgot.
Oh, yeah. And core flip was unfortunately not an option in that hit stun.
And now as we go on to point number 2 here, a lot of energy available for everyone. Oh my goodness.
Barrier. He's not even done.
What
oh
a
my
pass.
goodness.
Elo Heaven sending it straight to Leo Leon, finding the double on the barrier there. Pops the energy burst, and it's just, that's it. That's the point.
Yeah.
We're up 2-0, but remember, last set started the same way too.
Yeah. Hey, look, the Misfortune spiraling, and it's in the team name. I think they can handle it.
Yeah, I think they're doing just fine here, but we're already seeing a little bit of a level disparity between the two brawlers. Level 7 on Leo Leon, and then level 4 on Lalamau. So we can see how much each one of them is participating in these points. Lalamau trying to just do his best to stay alive here.
Got very lucky getting out of that dash punch combo. Would have knocked him right against the drum.
100% there. And now finally making his way back here. Doesn't have as much stagger just due to being low in levels. Gets to level 5 here and gets an orb to heal back up. And now it is still, a good, I like what Forgot did there. Just walked up to help secure the final barrier there. But Lalamau finally being taken out here. They still have the power play and both barriers up, so I don't think it is too much pressure on them yet. And a good defense helps keep the core out.
Oh
but,
my goodness! Unfortunately, that middle shot again. Asher not good at covering that.
Unfortunate. Wanted to get the clear onto the bottom side, but ends up going over to Elo Heaven, who finds the double barrier once again. Leo Leon is taken out here, so they do have the advantage, but it's open net on both sides.
Yeah. Something I also wanted to mention while we have time here. Rasmus is a character that what a great save! But Rasmus is a character in the corner here I don't feel as oppressive as things like Asher, X, and all these other things. Once the net is open, though, Rasmus can really shine a lot on this map.
Because one of the advantages one of the pros and cons of Rasmus is the pendulum swing has one of the highest ranged primaries of all the brawlers in the game here. But because of that, when you're in the corner, it has the slimmer hitbox when you're up close. So it's not really good at stuffing, but from a range distance, if you can space yourself out, it's one of the best abilities at scoring. And Bounce around the world manages to get the bounce off the middle bongo and score the point.
Certainly. Unfortunate core flip there. Didn't work out the way he had it in mind, I imagine.
Happens sometimes. Some of these angles can't always predict them. But that is the first point of this set, going over to Spiraling Misfortune. We see an attempt there by Rasmus to get the second barrier. Isn't able to find the positioning that he needs or the spacing. Elo Heaven using the Rose Orb to get in. Almost manages to get it through Forgot. Still managing to keep the corner as long as they can. But a good cyber swipe from Cardbox plus combo of strikes from Lalamau gets that final barrier here. Energy burst coming out. Leo Leon with a great ultimate. But no, it is Cardbox with the glitch pop managing to find the final shot they need to once again repeat of set 1, tied up 2-2.
Yeah, the Misfortune is starting to spiral for the other team now.
And it feels like Core Retroflow is in charge or dominating this game in terms of how it's being played. But right now it's tied with Spiraling Misfortune in lead in sets.
Yeah, and that Estelle is quite large right now, winning those strike wars. Oh, in the corner. This is looking fantastic for Misfortune.
And there we see a good use of the Firewall Sentry. The Streak understanding completely that the barrier is gone and just move out, cut your losses, and go protect the other one.
Great evade from Lalamau, knowing that 1-2 punch Juliet is not going to waste a second. He sees that opportunity, she's going to take it.
Yep.
In the corner here, but
it's
going to kill.
Goodness, the damage coming out there. I believe that was 1-2 punch damage, and then Forgot just on the Asher purely through knockback, pushing away Leo Leon there, getting the KO.
Yeah.
And now we're in a power play situation there. Leo Leon just manages to come back, but it's an open net with both barriers up for Spiraling Misfortune.
Box with flip here could be huge. Freak answering back.
Trade of energy burst there. One barrier being found. Leo Leon trying to find the second one as he gets it up to Elo Heaven. But a good positioning from Cardbox, tries to stop the pass. Does end up finding the angle eventually here, and it is, Leo Leon goes for the shot, doesn't find what he was looking for, and now they're just trying to pass it back and forth and try their best to find something.
My goodness. Such great team play, I must say. Really keeping it in possession, waiting, biding their time for their cooldowns, and they found the goal.
And sometimes when the core is moving that fast, thanks to the addition of 1-2 punch being procced on the core, you don't even need an ability to send it in. It's just really hard to find to react to this core moving that fast, especially in overtime.
Oh yeah, forget about it. I've been caught off guard one too many times.
So taking a look at what we have here, it is going to be Elo Heaven picking up the quick strike, Stinger going over to the IME here on Cardbox. A great pickup there on Azure, going for the peak performance. If this was forward Juliet, you could have made the argument for Big Fish as well. I think both are fine. Azure is just a generally big character already. Having the extra stagger and the speed is phenomenal. So I like the pickup there. And then overall, it is Streak who got the Big Fish, getting some extra size there, and then Leo Leon who picked up Rampage. So let's see if he's managing to stack it up. Remember, KOing him will reset all those stacks, though, so he has to be careful and make sure he doesn't get knocked out.
Yeah, definitely a valuable resource. Can definitely get out of control very quickly, if not checked.
Yes. One of those things, Rampage was also buffed in this most recent balance patch here, bringing its base value from 5% back up to 7.5. And all these small things might not seem like the biggest deal, but they do add up.
Yeah, I mean, after your 6th stack, it's you get a little large.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I believe it's after the 3rd stack, it's already better than all the other. It's like equal to all the other Staggered Awakenings on its 2nd stack, and then just better than them on the 3rd.
Definitely an investment awakening, but usually pays out with the way this game plays. Great dash punching, great save.
Unable to put him into hit stun long enough to secure that point. Forgot finding the great defense that he needed, but the Crystal Thorns are finding so much value in this set overall, or in this series, I should say.
A bit of an unfortunate miscommunication, I believe, in the net from Box and Forgot. Forgot wanted down, and Box wanted up.
So setting it back up there, Forgot wasn't ready for it, and then the Crystal Thorns finding the open spot. But Leo Leon getting 2 Rampage stacks, both barriers there, and the goal with the assistance of Elo Heaven. And it is just, I don't know, a 6-second point here on a Taiko Temple.
Very rare, honestly, but when you hit the middle, things get very bad, very bad. And a lot of these barriers that have been taking, these double barriers, haven't even been from abilities.
Yeah, they've just been from a nice place strike here. And we can already take a look. Leo Leon has gotten, I believe, 3 stacks total over these 2 points here. Looking to get even more. Has energy burst available thanks to that catalyst.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Shove it in the middle there.
Finds both barriers with the help of Elo Heaven's energy burst here, and now it is Forgot with no stagger left and no elusive, trying to find the KO onto him. Thanks to that peak performance, manages to stay alive just a little bit longer, and a good defense keeps it up. But trying his best, Leo Leon doesn't find the core or the KO, but the pressure is on. It is Spiraling Misfortune that look like they're going to be the first to fall in terms of the stagger here.
Yeah, a lot of damage being stacked in that corner, and in these scuffling situations, there's oh my goodness, speaking of damage, it's coming.
Oh, a good elusive there from Forgot, manages to dodge the dash punch from Leo Leon, trying his best to KO him, but not the best at finishing KOs like that when someone's not trying to, catch him off guard on the side of the map.
Oh, and Wollam out with an attempt on goal here, and he makes great use of it.
Bringing them back once again for the 3rd time, or for the 3rd set in a row, a 2-0 start from Core Retroflow, followed by a point going over to Spiraling Misfortune. So let's see if they can find the second one to bring it over to a 0.5, but Leo Leon hasn't been KO'd yet, and that size adding up more and more. We can see how big he is, towering over the IME there as Cardbox, and looking like the same size as Forgot, if not bigger. But you can see the hitboxes scale so hard with the additional size here, and especially with Mako, who can hold down her secondary to help give her team both size and speed.
No shortage of size, and on this map, there's not a lot of places you can take it other than straightforward.
Exactly. One barrier, though, being traded back here. Cardbox using the energy burst, manages to find the second barrier with Lalamao helping him out. Goes for the cyber swipe. Good attempt there, isn't able to find it. Leo Leon has the speed, trying to do his best here to break the second barrier. Doesn't have abilities up. Tries his best with the punch, but isn't able to find it between the punch and, oh my, bringing it over to a set 5. Right, Leo Leon just didn't have the full kit available to him, and Forgot able to take full advantage of that. Clear it back out to Lalamao with a great dead touch, pulling it over to him and then scoring on streak.
Yeah, and I'm sure Lalamao like a decent spot in this draft right now. Unfortunately, the Awakenings are just simply not good enough for him. He's been struggling. He'd like to be the size of Juliet right about now, I'm sure.
I'm sure he'd absolutely love that. Elo Heaven finding the first barrier there with a good Rose Warp. Leo Leon trying to find his best to kind of juke out Forgot, maybe bait on ability.
Or from the corner. So much damage.
So much damage onto both Leo Leon and Cardbox taking a brunt of that trade there. But Cardbox still being pressured from Elo Heaven. Leo Leon trying his best to at least apply a little bit more pressure, but Forgot dumping. That's 2 abilities out of Forgot there. So just something to keep in mind. But with that rapid fire, it'll probably be back up. But that is a huge KO onto Leo Leon. That is, I believe, like almost like 5 or 6 stacks of Rampage gone.
Definitely a relief for them at this point.
Yeah, still have 5 seconds until he's back up. Lalamau pops the energy burst, gets the barrier, gets the point. We're going to what could be a match point here or match set for Spiraling Misfortune, potentially tying this up 1-1 in the series.
Yeah, this is going to be a big draft. Maybe all reverb is up. I think that could be an interesting pickup for Asher here. Twin Drive also on the table.
Taking a look here, it could be the reverb, could be the team player as well. Honestly, a lot to take here. But no, it does go in for that reverb, helps with the cooldowns, already has peak performance, so gonna kind of synergize together anyways. Heavy Impact going over to Juliet, which is a lot of damage. 1-2 punch Heavy Impact is nothing to scoff at there. Twin Drive going over to Rasmus. Ariel's being picked up by Estelle, which is, you absolutely love to pick up one of her best awakenings there.
And the Firewall Sentry just got a lot better too. That Deadeye pickup from Cardbox going to be a big deal in that corner.
The Deadeye, and then going to be paired with, remember, 5 stacks of Ponder already with the Stinger, with Deadeye, right? That's going to be a lot of damage coming out from Cardbox, assuming he can play the orbs right.
And wow, what a great primary combo from the forward duo.
Good combo, manages to break the barrier after that too. Forgot getting a little bit lucky on the bounce there. Doesn't end up losing the barrier here. Pendulum Swing comes out, isn't able to find it, picks up the orb just to heal up a little bit. Lalamau looking for another attempt there. Ooh, a little bit of a bad interaction there. Remember, Energy Burst hits the core with any strike or ability used, and that was the Firewall Sentry that procced the Energy Burst there.
Sometimes a blessing, sometimes not so
Yeah.
much.
I've been there plenty of times here. Lalamau trying his best here not to get KO'd and apply some pressure, but has to play a little bit back. So I like that Cardbox is walking up to put on the offensive pressure instead here. Finally heals up enough stagger so that isn't in that staggered state anymore.
Moving up. Be in that wall.
Yeah, I like that, recognizing they have Energy Burst, so tries to rotate around with Cardbox to just see if they can get a play. Isn't able to find it here. I like the Glitch Pop play. Use the Glitch Pop to help dribble and secure a pass over to Lalamau. But it's a lot of defense coming out from Core Retroflow. They just aren't giving up at all. I like the setup from Elo Heaven there. Uses the Energy Burst, lines it up with the piercing shot, and then the Crystal Thorn comes in. Rebound off the bottom, goes into Leo Leon. The fists are coming out. Ultimate locks it in place there. Plus the Energy Burst is going to get point number 1.
Just for good measure, right?
Hey, we've seen it before where sometimes you greet a little bit too hard with the Energy Burst. Better to use it and not better to use it and miss than to not use it at all.
Yeah, certainly a resource that is being wasted every time you don't use it and strike the core.
So we're on a 1-0 lead once again, starting off exactly the same as every single round prior. Let's see if Core Retroflow managed to get the second point as well, repeating history. Yeah. But a good catch from Streak manages to stop the double barrier from being taken from Cardbox's flip. And now we get one barrier being dropped. Good Firewall Sentry helps that secure. Leo Leon looking really low. Energy Burst comes out from Lalamau, trading a bit of damage back. Streak is looking low. Leo Leon looking low as well. Everyone on the
fantastic kill combo.
Oh my, it's everyone on the team of Retro Flow is down pretty much. Streak unable to reach that core, just barely try to use the secondary to reach it, but remember holding the secondary there, banging the drums, slows your character down. So didn't reach it with the secondary and then was slowed from the secondary at the same time. So wasn't able to secure that defense there. Tied 1-1, finally breaking the history of every single set prior to this. So let's see if this is what Core Retroflow needs to change things up. But as I say that, both barriers dropped. Energy Burst coming out from Leo Leon. Cardbox putting on a lot of damage onto the Juliet. And now we're just seeing damage come out everywhere.
Barriers.
Double barrier from Leo Leon. Finds the double KO. Heavy Impact, 1-2 punch. And now it's going to be a passing play back and forth until they find the shot needed to secure the point.
It was looking really good in the beginning there for the other team, but Leo Leon found his opportunity and he took it. Something he's so fantastic at on that Juliet.
Yeah, the damage from the 1-2 punch, Heavy Impact, just makes Juliet so powerful, allowing you to KO from nearly the midfield point of the map there. And a great combo from both Elo, Heaven, Leo Leon, finding both barriers nice and early.
Almost got 2 himself.
Almost got 2. Lalamau trying to trade it back, gets 1 at least, and Leo Leon bringing this over to a set 5. And now things are looking a lot more dangerous because if Spiraling Misfortune don't win this set, they are being sent over to the losers bracket.
Yeah, so much more pressure on them right now. Retroflow feeling pretty good after that set, I bet. And they've got 1 game to fall back on.
Definitely. Taking a look at what we have here, it is Juliet being first pick. Looking at all the options here, there's plenty to take. I think it's either going to be Adren Rush, perfect. Goes for the stacks. Very surprised. I was thinking that he was going to go lean more into the damage side of things and either go for Adren Rush bulk up. But no, opting in for the speed. Doesn't want to let Lalamau have it. Instead, is going to be Unstoppable, picked up on the Estelle. I think that is more of a deny than anything else. Asher with the Unstoppable would have been really hard to deal with because it would have stopped the hit stun from Juliet or the piercing shot on those barrier attempts. Looking at everything else, it is rapid fire 1-2 or rapid fire prime time combo on Forgot. Perfect form going over to Streak instead. And overall, everyone got something that they wanted here, but nothing too game-breaking being picked up on anyone in particular.
Yeah, I will say, rapid fire prime time is something that's feared on most goalies. That combination is so oppressive. Even now, as Forgot doesn't have to do anything here, building up resources.
Exactly. You can expect him to almost always have one rapid or one primary ability up at all times. Leo Leon finds the kill on the card box there, but 5 more seconds until they return. A good defense from Forgot is holding this on for such a long time, and it's just infinite amount of primaries that Asher is going to have. It's going to make this defense so much harder there, but even with the primary, Leo Leon manages to find the spot to break the barrier. Coming through, going for the attempt on the net here. Elo haven't used the piercing shot, isn't able to get a good defense, sent it back, but they have to break that barrier if they want a shot on net.
Absolutely, and that's where Rasmus is going to shine, but unfortunately you got to get there. Elo Heaven with core flip approaching dangerously. Oh, and look, there it is.
Oh, but a beautiful core flip coming out from Elo Heaven, finds the angle between both Forgot and Cardbox, giving them the advantage in this set. Both teams have at least one energy burst, but Lalamau close to the second one here. Energy economy going in the favor of Spiraling Misfortune. One barrier being taken out here. A good ultimate from Asher keeps the core forward here, and a great death touch from Lalamau. Gets that second one, using the energy burst a little bit preemptively, isn't able to catch the core. Leo Leon also trading flips there. Looking dangerous there. If he gets taken out, that is Rampage gone. A Cardbox looking for the shot on Glitch Pop there. Isn't able to make contact with Leo Leon, who's kind of just hovering around here. A great spacing keeps him away from Lalamau. Only needs one orb or just a few more seconds to live.
Yeah, and it looks like he's gonna get those seconds.
He's playing great here. Leo Leon is not going anywhere for this interaction here, but a great play from Lalamau gets him the core, and then a secondary whiplash securing that point.
Yeah, that open net with Rasmus. Looking very good out there.
One of the things that Rasmus does well is scoring from a distance. Doesn't really need to put himself in a position where he's right up in front of you, thanks to the distance of the pendulum swing and the speed he has from that secondary.
The damage in that corner as well. And Lalamau, honestly, pretty much scot-free getting out.
Got free, was able to pick up the orb on his way out here. Energy burst being popped for Forgot. Is able to clear it out, and Streak doing the same on their side. Manages to get the defense, but it's a lot of pressure there on the net. It's taking all 3 members of Core Retroflow to clear the core out there. I like how Forgot is using all these offensive ultimates on the Asher, trying his best to make an offensive play into the corner with that stuffing power. The Snaring Drums reaching the other side of the map there with Streak as we go for a scoring attempt on Leo Leon. Or I should say a barrier attempt. One barrier being dropped thanks to the pass from Leo onto Elo Heaven. Core flip coming out. A good dash secures the second barrier. Goal gates are open. Streak has to defend a little bit longer here. Sends it right back up to Leo. And now we're at another position where Elo Heaven has a chance, or sorry, Lalamau has a chance to break that barrier. Does. And it's open nets on both sides, but Cardbox is looking really low.
We're banging that drum.
Oh, we're banging that drum. People are gaining size, moving faster. Lalamau grabs it with the death touch. Goes for an attempt. It's Snaring Drums.
What an attempt it is.
Flip from Lalamau gets him the core in front of the net, scores it right onto Streak, who is just a strike away from getting his own energy burst.
And this is match point for Spiraling Misfortune. And oh boy, do they want it. You can tell.
If they get this, they go over to a Game 3. It's going to be tough because Game 3 is going to be, if you're Core Retroflow, you have the win within your grasp here. You want to move on to winter finals. You don't want to end up playing a whole nother game here, but the momentum right now that Spiraling Misfortune must be feeling here is phenomenal.
And look at that momentum coming into play already. One down, and Streak not looking much more healthy.
Streak not looking healthy at all there. A bad bounce off the middle. Doesn't really get him what he wants. Cardbox missing a crucial glitch pop, though. That would have 100% KO'd Streak, who now has just a sliver of HP to live. But as I say that, a cyber swipe comes in. Leon playing Juliet goalie, trying his heart out to keep the core forward. It does manage to get it, and Elo Heaven going forward there, just trying his best with the Rose Warp to keep the ball up as long as possible to allow Streak to come back, who is in a position.
Oh my goodness, not how I saw that one going in my head.
Doesn't manage to gets one barrier for his trouble, but Leon taken out, and now it is Elo Heaven who's looking really low here. Power play coming out from Lalamau and Cardbox, trying their best to make Cypress. Oh my
that's
goodness.
Gonna be Streak down. Power play again. Still a 2v3.
Extending the power play to another 10 seconds here, but it is a Juliet in the net, trying their best, a forward player. Let's see if they have what it takes here. A cyber swipe doesn't connect with the core, but we are back into a neutral position somewhat as they scramble for the last point there. Spiraling Misfortune gets it to the tiniest crevice on that top part of the net. We are now going to a Game 3 night market.
Truly incredible. Honestly, it was looking not great when Juliet got Rampage. I started to have my doubts. It's so hard to get it through that character. And, you know, Leo on that Julie is very strong, but it just simply wasn't enough. That
Definitely.
team composition doing so much damage for something that you wouldn't expect. Asher,
100%.
not really known for the damage. Perhaps maybe she'll tap you in the corner.
42,000 damage on the Rasmus. 20k coming out from Forgot, which is still a decent amount there. But we can take a look at all the damage in the KOs. Coming out. Leon had 10 KOs himself, but towards the end, Cardbox was getting all these crucial KOs thanks to the, I believe it was Stinger, plus Deadeye, plus 1-2 Punch. It was just so much damage coming out from the Imi that it was just KO after KO, putting them into a permanent power play position.
Yeah, and wow, what a great shot that was. But it's also worth mentioning that even though Box was so focused on getting these KOs and stacking this damage, still doing a great job at controlling the core. Those redirects were not lacking.
Yep.
Only slightly behind Elo Heaven.
100% there. So now as the players prep for the draft of Game 3, we know we're going to a night market. It's going to be spiraling. It's going to be Spiraling Misfortune that will have the blue side. So curious what they're going to pick up here. There's nothing in particular that I would say like night market is, a certain type of character is going to be picked up there. It's most likely just going to be whatever their comfort picks are, I would say, and more based on the starting awakenings.
Yeah, definitely a map that's a little bit more freeform, I feel, simply because it is basic.
Yep, one of the big three, just a more balanced matched or map overall there. So we'll find out shortly what the starting awakenings are, and then we can kind of get our predictions for what the character select is going to be.
Absolutely. That middle speed going to come into play. People are going to be farming that.
Yeah,
One of my favorite things is to grab a buddy, from the enemy team. Like, hey, how's it going?
I love that. Just both of you, no abilities needed. You're kind of just standing there, holding hands in the speed gate, understanding what the mission is. Especially as a midfielder, where you try to just keep the core up, and then it's like push the core once, go back to the speed gate. Push the core up again, back to the speed gate.
Yeah, it's like Orb Dancer all the time.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Yeah, and
So-
then I in cold blood push together midfielder off of the speed barrier.
Oh, all the time. You know what I do when I'm playing Rune on this map? I just like to plop the pillar onto the middle, and then I just slowly make my way over to the speed gate as I see that they can't walk through.
Yeah, I claim this. This one's mine.
So really fun interaction there, but so it looks like we have just a few minutes here as we get prepped for game number 3 here. So we're gonna go to a quick BRB, but don't go too far. Game 3 is starting extremely shortly.
Absolutely.
Welcome back, everybody. We are back here for game number 3 after a short break. As the teams get ready to finish up their drafts, we're going to be going on to Night Market. So just to recap a little bit of what happened, game 1 was on Oni Village, went over to Core Retroflow. Game 2, Taiko Temple, brought back by Spiraling Misfortune. And now we are going to a game 3 here on Winter Semis. Once again, to reiterate what is happening here, if they win this, the winner is going to be versing placeholder Palafins here in the finals, where the loser, I'm not sure exactly where they're going to end up being placed in terms of bracket-wise, but they will have to play in, I believe it's like loser semis after this.
Yes. I would imagine that there's probably going to be a team playing EKC, which are waiting in losers right now. I wouldn't be surprised if this was the team. There was no ban from one of the sides here. Ooh,
No
Spiraling
ban.
Misfortune, no ban.
I'm not sure if that is a mistake or visual bug or anything like that, but either way, we have Erasmus banned from Retro. First pick going over to Octavia.
Very interesting. And Finny as well. Not a pick I saw coming at all. Especially on a stagger start. That's very interesting.
Finny probably will end up taking the team player here. It's a really strong awakening here. But I'm not sure. Finny's been getting a little bit more popularity, has been getting buffed a little bit over the last few patches, and now, at least in this patch, has been seeing... Oh, okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
So just taking a look, the awakenings from the previous draft were correct. It was team player reverberation. These awakenings are not correct, but this is the
draft.
This is the draft.
Yeah, minus the awakening.
Okay.
And this makes a lot more sense to me.
So taking a look, we have Rasmus band, Kazan band. Kazan with team player is a menace in the goal box.
Oh yeah, definitely off the table for sure.
Taking a look at the first pick here, we got Zentaro going over to Spiraling Misfortune, followed by the pickup of Drakkar and Now. Now I expect this to be Now right back onto Streak on the goalie position, and then Elo Heaven on the Drakkar.
Very interesting pick. I know that Drakkar has been favored a little bit more in the brawler role recently. My own teammate been practicing quite a bit. I know Scyther 12 as well. But definitely still a solid option on Night Market. I think that was his best map way back. I think it still is one of his better maps for midfield.
He gets to benefit a lot from the speed gate there. We were having a little bit of a discussion beforehand, but that speed gate in the middle really gives you a lot of control over the map with your car. You can use it to reposition really quickly, and then because of the range of your lock and load, just the distance of the pellets, it usually allows you to function in a way similar to the Crystal Thorns of Estelle. Right? So it is powerful. He has been a little bit on the weaker side, but did get buffed more recently on this last patch, making his Xeno Cloak last, I believe, a quarter of a second longer, which doesn't sound amazing, but when it lasts 1 second and going to 1 1/4, that is like a pretty significant increase.
Yeah, and it looks like we had it a little bit backwards here. It's going to be Forgot on Drakkar. And now
okay. I guess I saw the teams incorrectly, but as I go into this, first point, 15 seconds in, Core Retroflow just scoring immediately. Leo Leon on the Zentaro there. Elo Heaven picking up that Estelle that he piloted so well both of these last 2 games. And then Streak. We have not seen him on IME this series, but do not be fooled. Streak is one of the best IME goalies in the entire community here. Almost renowned to the level where it was him and You Already Lose to be considered the best IME goalies in the entire game.
Yeah, definitely pioneering that position, and now everybody's following suit. Definitely a little bit more of a conventional team composition from Core Retroflow as well. I would not have expected this team comp from Spiraling Misfortune, even if you told me it was a little strange.
Yeah, this is something that we see the Rasmus band and then the Kazan band as well. So that's 2 picks that I know Lalamal can play just fine. So now being put onto the X, which not really an issue, but just something that we don't see him as often. Doing just fine there, trying to get managing to get the second barrier there, misses the rush to get the goal. But overall, Cardbox known to have a really good Now, and then Forgot on this Drakkar goalie. I think the Drakkar goalie is something that we see sometimes on more specific. I don't want to say like typically this is a character that only a few people really like to play. So seeing it here is more interesting. It does have its benefits. But there it is. Manages to get the core over to Lalamau, who uses Energy Burst, puts it in, tying things up 1-1 now.
Yeah, I will say Drakkar is also used as a substitute for Kai goalie players, I'd like to say. Definitely not Forgot. Forgot, I don't think, very known for the Kai pickup, but Drakkar is also very good at stuffing these tight little corners. I imagine if you can get missile prop or aerials even, you can definitely stuff a sizable portion of the field.
And it's really annoying to be the brawler against Drakkar, because if you try to go for a dribble, the lock and load from Drek just puts it, just breaks the dribble altogether. You have to approach how you go on offense way differently. And I love how Forgot walks up there to make sure he walks up to the midfield line to put on that pressure, make sure that both of his teammates don't need to walk back.
Absolutely.
And then the combination of both Lalamau and Cardbox up there in the net, managing to gain the advantage in this set. 2-1 lead now as we go in. We got to watch out for how the speed gate is being controlled here. Leo Leon picking up this next one. One barrier being dropped on both sides as Forgot tries to get the core back over to Cardbox.
That was some fantastic offense from Shriek, enabling Leo to just sit right on that barrier and bide his time.
Oh my god, what an amazing Rose Warp. The pass into the Rose Warp. And remember, Rose Warp hits the closest target at the time of the warp. So that is something that is really precise because both Cardbox and Lalamau were pretty much right there. So he Rose Warp at the exact time he could to where it would rebound the core. Tying things up.
You haven't been away for on and off the entire game, but still very good no matter what. Proving that precision and that skill.
Absolutely. Now we're going back 2-2, a little bit faster in terms of the set. We got 2-2 pretty quickly here. The points aren't taking long at all. We're not seeing much of overtime. Streak using the energy burst, sends it around the world, gets the barrier for himself, puts out the firewall sentry, cyber swipe in, tries to do a little bit more on the offense, isn't able to get it, but a flip from Elo Heaven helps to secure the defense there. Lalamau popping the X Maximus, doesn't find the core, is waiting for a pass from Cardbox so you can use the energy burst. Oh, but a good Xeno Cloak from Forgot gets it in, but the glitch pop.
The offense so brutal from Shriek here, enabling every play.
It was a great offense there. So we're again seeing the trade-offs of being a more aggressive goalie, of having the ranged goalie, someone who can use the eject button, cyber swipe in half the distance of the map, participate. It is a long time. People don't realize the timer on eject button. It's a solid like 4.5 seconds or something along that line there, where you can just be an extra forward, whether a midfielder or a brawler, just for those 4 seconds, participate in the play, use all your abilities, and then go right back to your net.
Yeah, sit patiently and wait. And there's going to be some more cooldowns to throw around from Aimi.
Oh, this is an infamous pickup here. Aimi goalie with the Happy Star extra special there. It's going to be dropping on kickoff, essentially, a firewall sentry every single time. It's just one of those things where it is so oppressive to deal with. We also, like I said, we don't have Timeless in, which is one of these insane combinations that you can get on Aimi. But even if you get something like Siege Machine, it ends up putting on a lot of pressure there.
Yeah, and Cardbox with a great dribble on the middle of Night Market here. Gonna enable some good offense. Great strike reset from Lalamau.
Yep, utilize the strike reset, I guess, property of popping that X Maximus ult to get a quicker strike cooldown there. Gets one barrier, isn't able to get the second one yet, trying his best to push through the firewall sentry. But the turret bullets doing better than he expected there. Cardbox taking a little bit of damage, but everything looking pretty normal right now as Leo Leon tries to go. Oh my goodness, as I say that, the damage coming through. Now deleted barrier dropped, the Streak jumping in for the rebound, and Leo Leon redirecting that final, I guess, that final touch of the core.
Yeah, so unfortunate from Box. You know, when you see now on low HP, you're honestly not always concerned, as the mine and her special allowing her to heal up very quickly, or her teammates for that matter.
Yep.
But unfortunately not being given the opportunity. That was a very quick death.
Yeah, and we're seeing some of the nerfs come into play here. The lower stagger, as well as the cooldown nerf on the secondary mines, right? If you can't use it as fast, you're not going to have them up as much to heal yourself.
Look at this. There's some good offense coming out here. Lalamau just not finding the right opportunity to burn that core flip.
Yeah, and now we're seeing core retro flow, breaking barriers so quick. Elo Heaven from the middle of, I guess, like middle of the goal line there, finding the angle onto the bottom. That is Lalamau, who still has energy burst. Cardbox a strike away. Forgot has it up. That's 3 energy bursts essentially they have there, but we'll have to use it now or never. Otherwise, you know, you might not get a chance until the next set.
Yeah, unfortunately. And this is kind of proving how X plays the game a little bit, too. A very feast or famine character, I feel like. If he doesn't have the core, he doesn't have a lot of way to procure it himself. It's completely up to Box and Forgot to try and get it to Lolamau.
Doesn't have the mobility as some of these other characters like Zentaro, right? The dash on both his passive, the secondary, and the distance he can cover when pressing that ultimate ability. Zentaro just has so much to help cover the map here, but Lolamau has to trust that his teammates can get him the core so that he can make a play. But when he has that core, he has so much stuffing pressure when the X Maximus is pop, when the Bull Rush is available.
Oh, yeah.
It's just one of those things where you have these trade-offs all the time on what you're picking and how you're performing here. Elo Heaven using the Piercing Shot for Crystal Thorns combo isn't able to find this last barrier. Trying to get it through, but Forgot with the lock and load pushes it back over to Lolamau. But we're in kind of this like dead zone where Lolamau is kind of has to. You can see where he's standing. He's standing so far back that even if he gets the core here, it doesn't really do anything because he's not the midfielder. He wants to be at the net.
Oh my! Do that.
The Bull Rush plus X Maximus primary, or I should say strike combo, securing that KO. And I believe that is a Dren Rush that popped there, giving the extra movement speed. Cooldowns popped as well, or cooldowns refreshed by 8 seconds. Allowing him to get this point.
Yeah, something Knife Market is known for. You know, characters like Juliet and X, they have great dash punch combos. Even Asher, for example. Definitely a scary map. It's going to find itself that core against that wall very, very often. And Lolamau taking his chance, trying to get a KO there, and it worked out.
Yeah,
he did it again.
Does it again. Uses the punch from the X Maximus there to get some distance, and then finishes it off with a combo of the Energy Burst. Using it for damage or a KO rather than worrying about trying to score that barrier. He's saying that, hey, I'll score this as long as one of you guys is off the map. Manages to get one barrier here. Leo Leon looking low as well. Uses the ultimate, which does have a little bit of a lifesteal property there, and with the help of the orb, gets back up to a healthy state. We do have a little bit of a visual bug. He is
He's not staggered.
He's not
even
staggered.
Though he appears to be.
Yes. He is not staggered, so sometimes deceiving there, even for the players, it's not just a spectator bug. So for them, you know, they have to pay attention that Leo Leon is actually just healthy at the moment.
Yeah.
But besides that, still doing a great job of keeping the core up. Lolamau finally finding his footing to an extent here, putting on more pressure as Leo Leon tries to find one barrier, but a great clear from Forgot. No barriers being taken so far as the offense from Core Overflow, or sorry, Core Retroflow, doing their best. Finds one with the insane core speed there.
Yeah, it's getting really fast, and it's not going to get any slower here. Attempt.
I believe it's because of the team player. One of the other visual bugs currently present is that as spectator, you actually can't see the blue trail effect from team player unless you're on the team itself.
Thankfully, you can tell by the speed alone, because that is unnatural.
Yeah, if you ever see the core go super fast, it is because of the team player, and for those of you who aren't sure what that does, it's an awakening that when you send it to your teammates or within a certain distance of your teammates, the core will go much, much faster. And there it is. We saw the team player pass from Streak, passing it along to Leo Leon, or from Streak to Elo Heaven to Leo Leon with a great series of passes there. Manages to get that that final point of set number 2. And this is looking like a completely different game here. Way more dominant for Core Retroflow.
Absolutely. And this Awakening draft, I think, is going to make things a little bit more brutal. Deadeye Imi, I imagine?
Deadeye, there's plenty of stuff to take here. It could be the prime time as well. There's not really anyone who wants to use it on the other team of Spiraling Misfortune. So it's just going to depend on what end up wanting to take. Takes the aerials instead, denying Drakkar from having that extended range and extra speed while in the Xeno Cloak. Opting for that route instead. Also, not a bad awakening on Imi at all. It gives you extra range on both your projectiles, which is the primary glitch pop and the firewall sentry, while also increasing the range of your cyber swipe. So enhancing all 3 of your abilities.
Yeah, kind of the do-it-all awakening for this character, 100%. And I gotta admit, Core Retroflow definitely taking the core control angle. Wasn't too worried about damage or anything of the sort there. As a result, Spiraling Misfortune is going to get some decent resources to get some KOs, maybe a little bit more often with that Stinger.
Yeah, and we can already see how much damage is coming through onto Elo Heaven there, and a good pass from. I like where Lolamau tried to send the core up to the top there, and then eventually being set back by Cardbox on the rebound, giving them the first point advantage in set number 3 here. And like you said, some of the damage being added on to Spiraling Misfortune's team is going to be adding up. You can already see Streak being put down to less than half HP from just a simple combo there. Has to pop the Firewall Sentry just to allow some defensive help. but no, doesn't manage to save the barrier. Streak is looking really low here as Lolamal tries his best to pressure Streak. He misses the abilities, finds the primary there.
Definitely not going to be long for Streak before he has to burn that core flip, I think.
Yeah. As long as Lolamal gets the energy burst out, he'll be happy. Doesn't need to push further than this to get any more value. I think just getting the energy burst there is fine. But Streak not stopping the aggression at all. Cyber swipes in, puts the firewall sentry down, manages to get the last barrier here. Lolamal pops the X back from his, doesn't get the chance to reach the core to really send it in there. And a good rebound off the energy burst sends it back up for an attempt. Isn't enough. A good combo from Elo Heaven with the Crystal Thorns and Piercing Shot gets the KO onto the X.
The goal.
And they are just putting so much pressure on, standing right on top of the core there as Forgot has nowhere to send it. Leon using the multiple hits of the Zentaro primary there to finish off that point.
And Leo's about to get a lot faster, 8 stacks away from reaching maximum stacks on stacks on stacks. And it's going to double your speed once it hits max stacks.
There he is. You can tell by the effect around his character that he is indeed at maximum stacks here, and you can already see how much faster he's moving. One of the things that Zentaro, a lot of the times brawlers will look at these damage awakenings and be like, hey, we need some more damage here, but speed is one of the best things you can have on any character, and you can see how important it is repositioning yourself there. And finds the strike, uses the secondary, positions himself onto the top, primary to catch the rebound to prevent the lock and load from shooting it out there. And now we are on 2-0 set point. If they win right here, that's it. It is Spiraling Misfortune going over to the losers bracket, and then Core Retroflow moving on to winners finals if they take this point.
Yeah, and you can tell they want it, but Lolamal going to burn that flip a little bit, not going to get a lot of value out of it. Another flip from the box, and look at Leo just stopping it right in its tracks.
Doing a great job. A little bit low on the staggers there. Managed to pick up the orb to heal back up to a healthy amount here. As Lolamal has to go back, pass it over to Cardbox. They just aren't finding the positions where they want to be when they receive the core. A lot of times, Lolamal is receiving the core back in the midfield line, which isn't really beneficial to him. Whereas Zentaro can close in with the core just fine. But we are looking at the damage finally coming through from Spiraling Misfortune. Both Elo Heaven and Leo Leon really low, but doesn't matter if they're low, if they're still alive.
It's going to be it.
Crisscrossing the beams, there's the rush going to the top. Elo Heaven Piercing Shot towards the bottom. Within just a 10-second frame, both barriers dropped to the point scored. That is going to be Core Retroflow going to winners finals, where they will face off against placeholder Palafins. And now it is Spiraling Misfortune, who are not out yet. 10th seed, but they're going to try their best to keep up on the losers run. As they have to face some teams like SEKC, and I'm not sure who else. Well, they have to wait for the losers of winners finals, but I'm not sure who is waiting on the other side of the bracket as well.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. We're going to get that information in just a second, but I just want to say Spiraling Misfortune, even though that wasn't W for them, they are definitely, I'd say, the dark horse team here. They've made it way deeper than I would have expected, and they're proving why they're here. They did very well.
This is top 8, and their seed is 10, right? They're already playing past their seed, doing a great job.
And, I mean, very interesting to see the Drakkar goalie, too. I'm glad it got some representation.
So they will be playing Oshi in losers semis, I believe, right? Losers quarters. Okay.
Yeah, definitely Oshi, another team that I expected to be perhaps on the winner side for a little while longer, but definitely making a crazy losers run to make it up until this point.
Definitely. So they're going to be playing in losers quarter. The winner of those two matches of SEKC and I forgot who did placeholder Palafins just beat to get into winners finals.
It was, forgive me, I believe it was the Bozo equivalent. What is their?
Oh yes, Gret
Esports.
Gret Esports. There we go.
That would be.
They'll be playing SEKC versus Gret Esports. We'll be playing in losers quarters. Winner of that will verse the winner of Oshi and now Spiraling Misfortune.
And it looks like we're going to be going on break after this.
Yep. So thank you everyone. We'll be back soon with winners of finals. And then, stick around to the end of it. Don't go anywhere. Grands is going to be phenomenal. It's a great tournament. We'll see you all soon.
Oh, yep.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you all for waiting. We had some things we had to take care of, but welcome back to the Stars, New York land. I'm here with my beautiful co-caster, Envy. We've actually never casted together before.
We've never casted.
Yeah, you kind of came in as I phased out a little bit.
Yeah.
And so I'm excited to, I guess, see how this goes.
Hell yeah, dude. This is
Yeah.
gonna be sick.
And what better than probably, so this is something that, I'm excited to color cast this because you're newer into the community, so you don't quite understand the full lore behind this game we're about to watch, but it's winners finals, placeholder Palafins, aka Sad Boys with Snake, versus Core Retroflow, which is just old Core Overflow with Leo, Leon, Elo, Heaven, and Streak. All the old heads know this roster, know these players. They came back and they're already in winners finals. So, I mean, this is insane that they came back. So, just to put in perspective, like I said earlier, we're talking a little bit in the past, but it's basically what you'd expect from like a year and a half ago. Like this is what you'd expect these players to be a part of here. So already getting into this game map ban wise.
Yeah, no, this will be perfect because, like you said, I'll admit it. I do not know things from a year ago,
Yeah,
and
That's why
I
I'm
need
here.
somebody who does.
that's why I'm here.
Right there. So this will be perfect. I could just talk about things that are happening, which is so basic and normal, and you'll just be like, wait, the lore behind that strike was actually 3 years ago and 2 months when Vaughn owned gold. And I'll be like, wow, that's sick, dude.
Yeah, maybe not that level, but we'll see what comes up here. Map ban's already in here, already decided. We're gonna actually have some interesting ones. So Gates and Demon obviously kind of going off here. I don't think the old players want to play on Gates of Obscura. I don't think they've ever even played on that map. I'm gonna be honest with you. Atlas Lab, Oni Village, some oldie but goodie maps coming in clutch. Both teams are gonna be pretty comfortable on this. Wait,
I'm seeing 2 Onis.
yeah, I am seeing 2 Onis.
One's Tycho, right?
Okay, Oni
Oni
is the one picked.
Tycho is banned.
So right there, that is Taiko Temple, not Oni Village.
Yeah,
So excuse me, sorry viewers. That's Taiko Temple. No Taiko today.
Oh, dude,
Can't say I'm upset about to hear that. I'm gonna be honest. I hate that map.
this might be the most basic
Yeah, it's literally the big three.
pick.
It's the old big three. It's Atlas Lab, Oni Village, Night Market. I think that's on purpose too. I think Vaughn and everyone did that on purpose. It's just they're fighting fair here. They're fighting fair. This is what we literally would see on release.
Yeah. I talked to Vaughn a little bit as well about things like band picks and map stuff, and he was like, yeah, the big three kind of more going to default to that kind of thing. Their team is just going to be like, oh, we're going to be playing on the neutral maps because we're just better. And we were talking about how like Gates of Obscura is really like kind of a new team map pick, and it's really good to be good there.
Oh, we're
Tycho's
wrong again.
last pick then.
So apparently Tycho is not banned. It's the last pick. So it's not Night Market. But
Okay. No, I'm so happy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tycho, saving the game.
It is pick 3, so we don't even need to talk about it because we can worry about Atlas Lab, Oni Village, and mainly Atlas Lab is what I'm excited for.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, as you've probably seen a little bit this time, Vaughn on Atlas Lab, Vaughn's Lab for a reason. I mean, I'm excited. We might see a Luna pick here. We might see some crazy stuff. I kind of do have a little bit of an insight on what's going to happen, but I'm not going to say anything. So we're gonna act like I don't know anything that's happening. I don't know any plans. I don't know what's going to be drafted. But I am very excited to see if the old folk, the old heads, Core Retroflow can actually, take a game off currently what everyone kind of thinks is the top team right now, right? So if they can, that'd be pretty sweet. But I'm also, if not, how are Sad Boys going to actually, take care of business? Because all these other teams, I mean, they made top 3, right? All these other teams have been losing to all the core Overflow guys, right?
Yeah.
So they've gotten this far already. So that means that they've been playing well.
Absolutely been playing well. I mean, yeah, I'm trying to see a little bit of this Vaughn's lab here. I mean, okay, still to this moment, we have a 100% Luna win rate while I am casting. Kind of a little caveat there. So if Vaughn picks Luna, have big shoes to be filling right
That's
there.
true.
But
yeah, it's
Luna
stressful.
has got to be the secret OP right now. Now I know how dumb that sounds, but it's just damage is
It's
so
good.
busted,
Yeah.
and she is the essence of damage, man. It's not fair.
The only problem is it's like it's one of those characters that you have to be really good on it, right?
Yeah.
Like that's why it's hard to call Luna OP. But when someone's really good on Luna and they have a good game or they get 1 or 2 good awakenings, it just feels like the game's over. So maybe we'll see it, maybe not. Palfin's banning the Kai actually, so going to be taking that away from Streak and Elo Heaven, kind of a flex pick there. And Retro banning the Amy from You Already
Caleb,
Lose. Yeah, Caleb looking really, really good on the Amy so far. And then actually, so this is really interesting here. Estelle's getting picked up in Kai's band. I'm pretty sure Elo Heaven has only played those 2 characters this entire tournament.
Yeah, you think
He's
so?
only
Really?
played those 2 characters, and also this is a real deep cut here. Elo Heaven is not a midfielder. He's playing midfield because he can, but he's a brawler player. He's always been a brawler player.
Okay.
But in like old school, he was always a brawler player. But midfield, he plays mainly Kai and Estelle. I'm pretty sure like he might have some other stuff under the pocket that I don't know about, but I haven't seen him play in so long, and I feel like Kai and Estelle are his comfort. So Sad Boys take both those away, and actually, oh, he's gonna be on the Now. Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen Elo Heaven ever pick Now in his life, but I'm excited to see him play. And then Leo Leon on the Zen is always gonna be really good.
Now, I feel like Now is kind of an interesting character. I do think that you need a little bit of practice on Now to work
You
that
do.
secondary.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, the placement is like ideal, and stepping on it when you need to is a little interesting. I'd say her primary is pretty easy to use though, but Lifeline, not just a healing ability, of course, gives you a lot of space to cover there. So I'm interested to see on how he performs on a character that we haven't seen today. And if you're right on the whole Kaya Stealth thing, that will be interesting to see this third character here.
Yeah, and normally, this is what I was kind of talking about here. The comfort kind of coming into play here as they go Now Zentaro, but I feel like most teams would go Vice Zen there, right? They go Vice Zen because Vice Zen, the two strongest damage characters in the game, probably the two strongest characters in the game in general right now. But Vice gets left down on a heavy impact start, and now it's going to be Estelle, Vice. I'm assuming it's going to be Vice midfield, Estelle goalie, because Yordiluz does love Estelle goalie. And then Julie to finish kills. So they have a lot of damage here. The Drakkar Streak, I believe, is going to be playing the Drakkar here. Oh, wait, no. No, I think it's Drakkar midfield.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, I think it's Drakkar midfield
so?
because Elo Heaven does play Drakkar. He does know how to play Drakkar, and I know Streak plays Now goalie. I think it's that. I think Streak's going to play Now goalie here, and he picks the Drakkar because Drakkar historically has been really, really good into Julie, because whenever Julie tries to kill you, you just shotgun him. Because shotgun interrupts the dash punch.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I have seen Drakkar goalie show up a lot more recently in the games that I have been watching in NASA and Nassel, but I feel like Drakkar midfield has definitely been left behind and has not really gotten any better. But
yeah, it sucks.
It
sucks.
If that's your guy,
picked it because I think that's the only comfort left for Elo, and also it's good into Julie by itself. But it gets outranged by Estelle, it gets outranged by Vice, and it's a heavy impact start, and I think they're gonna just die.
Yeah,
but maybe I'm wrong.
They didn't pick up the Vice. That was interesting.
Yeah, I don't know if they wanted to play it. I don't know if Streak likes it in the gold box. I know Elo Heaven literally doesn't play it, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So really interesting plan from placeholder Palafins, aka Sad Boys. It's going to be hard to call them that, I'm going to be honest.
Does placeholder Palafins hold any weight, that name?
Well, I think that was their placeholder name, hence placeholder, and Palafin is a Pokemon.
Yeah.
So
do they like
Pokemon. Yeah, they like Pokemon. They're in the Pokemon draft league, so
so this isn't lore. It's just
it's not lore. They just they like Pokemon, and they couldn't think of an actual name other than Sad Boys, so they're placeholder Palafins.
All right, fine. I mean, Palafin's kind of sick. I mean, he is
cool.
He gets knocked out a little bit, and then he comes back 10 times stronger.
Yeah, but it's not lore accurate in this case because they haven't been knocked out at all by anyone.
They haven't been.
They're just at their weakest form right now, and so if someone knocks them out and they're going to get stronger, that's a little bit scary to think about.
Yeah, they have not been withdrawn yet.
Yeah. Oh, maybe if they win this, it's bad because then they never get their final form for grand finals.
But then if they win with a silly Palafin, it's like.
Oh, it's BM.
It's like, damn, we were
That's
just
true.
that much better. Yo, my bad for being too much better, dude.
Yeah.
Ah, shoot.
Hey, well, we'll be getting into game very shortly.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of stacks, though. I mean, we do have heavy impact. I mean, everyone on the blue team is like heavy impact lover.
I'm going to be honest. I think it's going to be the only person using stacks might be Now. I feel like everyone else is going to use heavy. Maybe Julie gets stacks, but I doubt it.
I feel like we're going to have Estelle. I feel like Julie. I honestly think Julie is going to take at stacks, dude.
I don't know. I mean,
I think Julie takes stacks. I'm saying
kind of go over. I mean, she probably does. It just depends on what they want. If they think they're going to be killing people, I don't see Sad Boys not taking heavy impact. It's Vice obviously taking heavy impact. That's just what's happening.
Vice is taking heavy impact.
100%. So
Zen is taking heavy impact. I'm going to say Vice, Zen, heavy. Actually, if it's goalie Drakkar, actually even forward Drakkar is pretty good heavy impact.
I think it's heavy impact Drakkar. It's good. The cooldown's really good. You hit 2 people every time.
Yeah, it's easy.
Every time you shotgun.
I'll say those 3 characters then. We'll say Zen, Vice, and Drakkar, heavy impact.
I wouldn't be surprised if the entire Palafin's roster goes heavy impact, though. I'll tell you that. Because it is Atlas Lab. So, I mean, you can just kill your opponent.
You can.
You can just kill them.
You can kill them.
But who knows? Maybe with the Now being locked in, they don't really care that much. So
I don't have enough lore on Sad Boys as far as killing. Like, if this was Demon's Raw, I would say heavy impact across the board. All they do is love killing. Yeah.
I mean, if this is, it is Snake though.
Yeah, it is Snake.
So we have 1/3 of Demon's Raw here.
Well, he gets a pass. He's Zentaro. It's cheating.
Yeah, I mean, well, Snake isn't even
not
Zen
Zentaro.
here. Yeah,
Snake
Snake isn't
Julie.
the Zen here. He's the Julie.
Right.
So this is interesting.
Oh man, I still want to say Julie Stacks. Stacks is so. If you're not dying, they didn't pick the Vice. That's kind of a big deal. I feel like they could live, and Stacks is kind of dummy. I think
Stacks
it's really
is really
powerful.
good on melee characters if you can stack it.
Oh, here we go, dude.
But here we go. We will see as we're getting into the game right now. The drafts, for those just tuning in now, right above you, right there. Placeholder Palafins in the blue side, core Retro Flow on the red side.
Man, will we see the Drakkar midfield? Like, if they win
I really
with
do think it's
Drakkar
that.
midfield, I feel like it's crazy right now to go Drakkar midfield. I feel like this team is probably like, hey, like, I know this is your comfort. Like, it's all good. It's all your comfort. But
Yeah.
really, Drakkar midfield, are you kidding me, dude?
I just have never seen Elo Heaven play now. I don't like now got released like way after Elo stopped playing.
Maybe
so
they
it's
were like, yo, it's easy. Just do it.
all right, we'll see for sure. Yep, I was right. All right, it's Drakkar
All right, you
midfield,
win.
ladies and gentlemen. I knew it. I had a sneaking suspicion, and it is you already lose on the Estelle.
Okay, fair.
Just what I thought. They did flex it, so this is going to be a pretty exciting game. And
You are
looks
also
like,
right.
Yeah,
Only
everyone-
Snake,
almost-
actually.
Yeah, so you were right as well, actually.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, that's
even the
funny.
now took heavy impact, which is really interesting. That goalie now took heavy impact, but
Yeah, wow.
and already off the bat, Elo Heaven 1 HP has to go get orbs.
Yeah, and a lot of trouble there. Snake looking at half health right now here. They're actually going to maybe switch their sights to try to get a kill here. Man, you were definitely right on the streak now. We have seen it a little bit there. Yeah, switch their sights there. Actually nicely get a kill. Power play for the side here of Core Retro Flow. Going to see if they can get a nice bottom side push here with this power play.
Yeah, so one thing to note, right, is that we've been kind of talking about, like, you know, the Vice Estelle and how it's so strong. That is the strong part of this comp. But they do have a Juliet into Drakkar, which I said before. It's a little bit of an old school matchup, but it really sucks for Juliet. It's really awful. Elo Heaven is probably just going to be, like, kind of shadowing Snake the entire time. And then whenever Snake gets low, Leo Leon will come back and kill him, right? That's kind of their plan here. But if Snake can survive for a long time and, you know, manage to maneuver his way around the map, they should be in good sights here. Vaughn with the core flip, almost putting it in on the bottom side, but Elo Heaven actually going down. The Drakkar is going to be off the map. Leo and Streak have to hold it down, but they do have core flips coming up here, so it should be safe for now. But Snake, ooh, good strike, almost gets it back. Streak has to use core flip, and now we're kind of back. No, Vaughn accidentally hits it back. I think Leo struck that into it, and we're kind of back to like a neutral state, but just with no barriers now.
Yeah, no barriers. Definitely a tough spot here. More for now than it is for Estelle. She's got a lot of range across the map here, keeping it out of Juliet's hands. What you want to be doing here. Snake, though, is going to try to grab it from Y'all Already Lose, but they're just going to get a top side push here, actually, from Core Retroflow. They're going to try to get it to the top side here, and they do get it top side past Vaughn, just not big enough to get that strike, and it's actually going to be Core Retroflow taking the first point in this set.
Yeah, that was a really good strike from Leo. Gets that top corner. Pretty much the only place that Vaughn couldn't reach, so a little bit of an oopsie. I mean, first point jitters. That's what I like to call that. So not going to matter too much, but this first set probably will matter a lot in terms of the Awakening draft, depending on what happens. And they're coming right back at you. Vaughn does not care at all that goal went in. Immediately comes in, takes out the Drakkar, takes a barrier, and now they're going to try to make advantage of this power play.
Yeah. A little earlier in the last set, we saw Vice. Actually, Vaughn was taking a whole lot of damage last set here, and I was thinking, wow, Core Retroflow really just doing a good job of coordinating their kills here, but now we're actually going to have Vaughn grab that power play, and it's going to result in two barriers, and oh man, the elusive is not going to be enough to help Streak there, and Snake's going to get that one. Honestly, placeholder Palafin's making good work. I feel like they could run circles around Juliet here, but that stacks is going to make it harder.
Yeah, I mean, the longer Snake survives, once the Juliet gets the full stacks, which is right now, by the way, Juliet does stacks on stacks, which is a weird sentence to say, but very fast because of the Juliet ult, right? So Snake's kind of just having a field day, dodging everything, grabbing orbs. Snake, as long as he survives, is going to be giving Core Retroflows, you know, making their game very, very difficult here, as we just saw. But they're kind of shaping their sights here. Vaughn forced to use core flip and is 1 HP, but so is Leo Leon, who's going to go down first. It looks like Leo's actually going to go down first. Snake pushing him into that black hole, and now they're going to be just cleaning this one up in the power play unless Streak and Elo have something to say about it.
Yeah, the pristine dash punch there from Snake. Push him right into the black hole. Atlas will take care of the rest. And man, we're going to have a great power chord. Vaughn doing a nice strike primary into Streak. It's not going to be enough to hold that one. We got placeholder Palafins taking the first one. And man, if you are on the side of Vice and you get the first pick in the Awakenings, you are happy about that.
Yeah, I mean, he already also has heavy impact, right? And okay, almost a double barrier right off the bat, as we're saying, but Duke manages to hold it for now. And a double barrier on the way around, actually. So, I mean, Core Retroflow trying to tie it back up here, but Vaughn has something to say about it with that. Oh, Streak, Snake trying to put it in, but kind of a stalemate there at the end. But the problem is Core Retroflow just doesn't have the health bars to keep up.
Yeah, they don't. I mean, they do have now. She only hit one of the targets there, which, I mean, Placeholder Palafins is going to try to kill Elo Heaven now for sure here. Streak trying to stall out a little bit, maybe grab some cooldowns of his own, maybe let Elo Hello get a better positioning there. Streak, a really great strike there. Snake trying to get a bottom push here with Vaughn,
that was
and they
beautiful.
actually get a kill. It was Vaughn's power chord, yeah?
That was so beautiful. I mean, the
Power
passing
chord.
play from Snake and Vaughn there, and then Vaughn just absolutely executes Streak on the goal line and gets the first pick Lanimal title, showing off right now. What is it? Oh, okay, this is really interesting because
Okay.
Perfect Form is up, which is really good. Obviously, Catalyst is up as well, but so is Prize Fighter when they're already doing damage. I'm really curious what Vaughn's going to take here. It might just be Catalyst so that Streak doesn't get it, but no, he takes the Perfect Form, does not want Zentaro getting Perfect Form. Juliet ends up getting the Catalyst.
That's good.
Very, very good here, but, you know, I think Core Electroflow is not too angry about this. They do get Prime Time on the now, and they do get 1-2 punch on Zen, so nothing too crazy, but man, I'm just going to take a look at Snake now. Snake now has stacks on stacks and Catalyst, so if you focus Snake, you're getting, you know, you're not going to be rewarded at all. You're actually getting punished because he's just going to get energy. So
Right,
what do you do, right?
If vice versa that way, if he does get too much energy, then he either has to blow the flip or die, which they would get the stacks off. So it's kind of like a varying possibility there, I think, because then it's still you get a lot out of killing him with the stacks, but of course I'm just yapping it away. We got Placeholder Palafins grabbing the second barrier here with this power play. Can Streak hold it off here with Elo Heaven? You already lose. Gonna maybe use this black hole. Not actually. Snake going for a crazy dash punch angle. Vaughn got the Thunderstruck to get in there, but they can't seem to get it to Snake. Elo Heaven making it work here on the Drakar midfield. Like you were saying before here, Vaughn gonna try to let the Supernova go, and Snake is actually looking pretty low here. If they can get this power play, this might be what they're looking for to bring this back.
Yeah, they need to bring it back here, and I mean, by killing Snake right now, this is step one, right? You take away the stacks on stacks, and you get your power play. Now, Elo Heaven needs to get that mine. Yep, survives now, gonna maybe grab that orb. Nope, Leo's getting it, leaving Streak alone, actually, but it ends up working out. The flip gonna end up defending for now, but, you know, Elo Heaven back dead. Once again, just the power from the Vice, and Vaughn puts it in at the end of the day right there. I mean, I feel like the comp is just so hard to play against for Core Retroflow.
I agree. I think Vice is so polarizing
100%.
as a character. She is kind of stronger than everyone in a lot of regards. Like, a little bit overtuned to the primary, just kind of more damage than everyone. The Supernova is just so intrusive in every situation. So
And heavy impact start.
yeah, heavy impact
Yeah.
start, making it just even stronger, more cooldown. It really does it all for Vice, and you are the king if you have her right now. I mean, Snake, though, looking a little bit weak here. If Core Retroflow, once again, can get a nice power play like they do, this is what they need to bring it back. They have to make it happen.
Yeah, they get the power play, but they lose both barriers in the meantime, so they need to do something with this power play. They get one, you already lose, trying to save the other. Gonna manage it for now. Snake is back up. The Juliet's trying to hunt down Elo Heaven, but no dash punch up. As kind of just back to neutral here, but Placeholder Palafins managed to hold for a long time. Ooh, almost gets it at Streak trying to do something himself there. Not able to quite get anything. And Vaughn just trying to survive. If Vaughn can get this orb and heal up, then I think Placeholder Palafins are going to be in a really, really good spot for the rest of this point.
I agree. They have the barrier down. Vaughn is now not in threat of dying. Y'all probably has a lot of cooldowns at this point. It's kind of been just sitting around here, but they find a way to knock Vaughn all the way down to nothing, and a second shot from Elo Heaven is actually going to take him out here. Good power play here for Core Retroflow. A big top side push. They are going to make it happen here. Streak easily going to grab the ball, grab it to Elo Heaven in just a moment. Actually going to take our time, let the opponent come back, and we're all going to have cooldowns. And actually, everyone's pretty much going to have cooldowns at this point, so that's something to keep in mind there. That's an interesting play.
Yeah, I think Streak just wanted to slow it down. They realized that Yordilus has cooldowns. If your Streak hits it forward, you know, anything could happen. The ball could get intercepted. Why not just wait a second, get your energy back, and start playing the overtime as normal. Oh, almost gets by the butt there for that.
Oh.
Well, actually ends up doing a Snake just in the perfect place at the perfect time. Vaughn with a really good strike war win against Leo Leon there off the clear, just to get it right to his forward. I mean, Snake and Bells pretty much like simultaneously, like Snake's on the Julie as well. Vaughn is definitely not feeling foreign right now at all, right? If he's feeling right at home, just like the sad boys of old, or I guess of current, here on this land. But yeah, I mean, they're looking good, and they 2 points to 0 right now. Just kind of looking unstoppable. It feels like Core Retroflow have some moments, but just like right now, they just kind of are getting slaughtered slowly.
Yeah, not only are they winning, but they're winning more because they are doing all the damage of the opponent's health, grabbing both barriers. Vaughn is just kind of not, I don't want to say carrying the team on his back, but he's doing too much. Vaughn
Yeah.
needs to relax a little bit because he's killing everyone, grabbing the barriers, and it's just a tough spot here for poor Retroflow. I mean, they do have a little bit of possession here. See if we can get Leo Leon in there. They do grab the barrier here. Streak got a little bit of control, going to stall once again for a little bit of cooldowns, but the stalling is actually going to have Leo Leon murdered here by Atlas Lab, and not sure if they're going to make it through this power play, man.
Yeah, looking real rough, but the only light at the end of the tunnel is the Juliet being staggered. Can they take Juliet out? Leo Leon is back up. Snake should be healed up soon. Getting staggered a little bit more, but they're keeping the ball forward now. I mean, poor Retroflow trying to make a play. Elo Heaven going for it, down to Leo Leon. Leo Leon actually goes for the goal, but managing just to be an inch off of that Zentaro rush there. Freak trying to bring the ball forward himself up to Elo Heaven. The already loose flips, but does not hit it. But Elo Heaven actually invisible Drakkar, looking like release basically at this point. I mean, I forgot the Drakkar was there as well. I mean, I'm not surprised you already lose it.
Yeah, that was actually a really interesting mix-up from Elo Heaven to actually
Yeah.
go forward and try to help the ball in instead of going for the top side clear, which I thought was going to happen for sure, but
I think that's what, you already lose thought.
yeah,
as well, right?
sure. It was just a big mix-up there. But again, Palafin's just grabbing both barriers. Only 10 seconds in there. Elo Heaven looking at no health right now. Vaughn having a literal party, a parade. No problem here with that Supernova. Going to get it in there with the flip. And Streak can't do too much about that as now. I mean, she is really bad against flips unless you have like a point-blank sentry drone right in front. But again, we have Vice, Vaughn getting the first pick, and it's kind of a catastrophe now. I feel like last draft wasn't too obvious for Vice, but this one might be.
There is a little bit of good here, though. Reptile Remedy
It's a little
might
bit of
be
good.
able to help save the day for Elo Heaven here. Naked Drakkar, get on the Drakkar. Haven't seen that in a while. But yeah, I mean, can you survive the heavy impact rapid fire Vice? Reptile Remedy is the only thing that I think might even have a chance of doing that.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I think Snake getting a reverberation here, really, really helpful for the Julie as well. Juliet, Dez, like that's kind of been the win con for Core Retroflow so far. If they have had any good moments, is when they take out the Juliet and then they push the core forward. But now that the Snake, Juliet has that extra stagger, it's going to be way harder to do so. And Vaughn with that rapid fire is just going to have a heyday, like you said. Core Retroflow, I think, is going to need a miracle to win this game.
I don't disagree. I mean, Snake grabbing that reverb is certainly playing directly into their outs, as he is the kill target in most situations here with those stacks, even with the Catalyst. They actually have no problem knocking him right up to flip and taking him out. But we're going to have one barrier down for each team. They do grab one on the top side. Snake, again, full flip already with that Catalyst. Getting on in there, almost has an evade already. Just getting hit, but Elo Heaven taking most of the pain right now. If Vaughn can get it in onto the middle side here, we'll see another point for Palafins. But hey, Core Retroflow actually keeping themselves together right now, and oh, who knows how long that'll last.
Yeah, who knows how long that'll last as Leo Leon, gets a little bit of healing, but it's not going to matter as it just kind of rolls in. Streak, not sure if Streak struck there and missed it, or was it a cooldown. It might have been a little bit of a miss there. Hey, anything can happen at LAN, right? Nerves do get the best of you, but, they came here.
If all these players like bring their own equipment?
Yeah, I mean, everyone has their own keyboard
All
and
of them,
mouse,
right?
100%. Yeah, there's no way they don't.
For sure.
You come here to win, you got to bring your own peripherals. You know what I mean?
You do.
And even if you come here to lose, you have to bring your own peripherals.
You should.
Well,
You should.
You probably should. It definitely feels a lot better doing so. Actually, I do know that Streak does not have a keyboard.
Okay.
Has the basic keyboard, but is using his own mouse as both of the barriers, as I say that, are going down. You already lose. Kind of just having a field day, even walking forward here. Vaughn playing goalie now as Snake almost puts it in. Streak with the core flip into the black hole. Gets one barrier, but it's not going to be enough. They need more. Leo Leon needs to get something here, trying to contain it, doing the best they can. They might get the second barrier, actually, but Vaughn comes in to save the day with the Supernova, just putting Leo Leon on 1 HP, and it's just so incredibly hard for Core Retroflow.
Yeah, not only do they not get that barrier, but they almost lose Leo Leon in the process. Really great sentry drone there. Actually going to hold the line. Got Streak keeping it together. Leo Leon looking for some health, but everyone's eating all the orbs. Going to be looking at a dash punch here. Peg Tower Flay once again for Palafins. Y'all already lose. Going to try to give it right back here to Snake with that flip downside. Yes, sirree. Again, tough spot for now after you've used a bunch of cooldowns, and Palafins is looking at the match point already. Man, they are looking good.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we talked about in draft. I think Sad Boys puts Core Retroflow in a really awkward spot, and especially put Elo Heaven in a really awkward spot where you have to play a pretty suboptimal character in order to, be on comfort, right? Because you don't want to first find something to land. This is not the place to do it, right? And I think Vaughn, placeholder Palafins know that, and they're really just punishing. They're absolutely punishing them right now for this Drakkar pickup. Elo Heaven trying to do the best, make the best of it, but not much they can do, as Leo Leon is just getting absolutely bullied, as I feel like Snake and Vaughn are just containing it and just trapping it in the defensive side for Core Retroflow.
Yeah, it felt like for an entire 10 seconds there, it was just y'all beating the crap out of Leo Leon while the others were just holding the ball. But
yeah,
we're still seeing Leo Leon kind of staggered. I mean,
he's living.
You're not dead, but you're
He's
kind
living.
of out of the game. You can't do much. Well, now you're
he's
super
dead.
out of the game.
Yeah,
13 seconds of nothingness, right? Yeah. Streak can't seem to hold that last barrier here. Snake right on the front lines here with Elo Heaven trying to, oh man, super close to getting a kill there, but could not seem to make it happen. Okay, using the Xeno Cloak to get a little bit of speed there, y'all. Not going to lose his flip for that. Actually going to spend just the Rose Warp. No problem there. Again, Thunderstruck onto Elo Heaven. Maybe their out is just getting another kill here. If they don't get a kill, maybe Core Retroflow can keep this one together.
Yeah, I mean, they need something, that's for sure. And killing Snake would be a good way to start, but that is definitely not the way to do it. Gets delivered there to Vaughn, or rather, Vaughn to Snake. Snake with the core flip, just taking out the kill, and then in the perfect place at the perfect time. The synergy between Snake and Vaughn has been looking actually pretty good, honestly, so far. Better than I would expect. And they take game one with, I'd say, relative ease, rather. I mean, what did Core Retroflow get, like 2 points that game?
I think like 2 points, maybe 3 if we're
Yeah.
like slightly off. But you were right about one thing. Vaughn has definitely not a stranger here to passing the ball right to Juliet.
Yeah.
Bell's definitely a Juliet player through and through. We can see some stats here showing up. Oh.
Yes, please. We're getting some water.
Oh, I would love water.
I mean, they were out of water
my
earlier,
God.
so that would be amazing.
Shrub of the Lord here. We can
it's
see a
gone
little
out.
bit of stats here. Vaughn, literal king of damage here.
My goodness,
Kind
I
of
didn't see that.
Yeah, kind of eclipsing everyone. I mean, the next best placing here is 25.
Oh
He's
my-
at 40K. Look at the kills, too. The kills for the side of Palfins, 12 kills in comparison to 4. I mean, they did exactly what Vice was born to do.
Yeah, I mean, what was the second awakening you got? It was, so heavy impact, obviously, to start.
Did he take...
What was the one they got on the first draft?
He had a choice of, like, Primetime, 1-2 Punch. Oh, man, let me
I
think.
don't even remember at this
What
point.
did
I
he
don't even think it
take,
matters. He
dude?
had a lot, right? He had a lot of good awakenings, and he was playing Vice, who is very good right now,
Yeah.
especially into their characters, right? Vice kind of just pretty good. I mean, just range characters in general are good into Drakkar. So interesting pick with the Drakkar for Core Retroflow. Didn't quite work out for them. I'm really curious to see what they actually end up doing now that they see what placeholder Palafins are doing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, are they going to get blue side? Are they going to try to first pick one of Elo Heaven's comfort picks? What are they going to, what are they planning on doing here?
Well, I think you were certainly, again, right about one thing. Not only is Drakkar kind of bad on midfield, but if this really is Elo Heaven's last pick, I mean, they're definitely going to be happy to steal Estelle and Kai away, no problem here. Put him on just about nothing. I mean, they weren't even too concerned with Streak, I feel like, even then and there. And they just killed Leo Leon. So it was like, they really kind of felt like they had all options covered.
Let's scoot a little bit. Let's get, yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
Perfect.
right.
There we go. I was going to say, we're a little off center there. All right, perfect.
Yeah.
We got it now. But yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, they just kind of keep killing Leo Leon, who is like, I mean, kind of his job to get the core in there. And if you cannot do that, not much is going to be happening here. It could have been in Core Retroflow's best interest to take Vice, even if it was kind of an unusual pick, just to make sure that Palafins doesn't have it. I mean,
They should have played a goalie, I think.
yeah,
I know Streak knows how to play it. I think Streak should have played a goalie. Do
It
not
just-
let Vaughn get Vice there. I mean,
yeah, it's so polarizing.
hindsight's 2020 though. It's 2020, but it's not 2020. It's
It's-
the fact that it's heavy impact start. I think that should be a dead giveaway, right? And if they didn't know before, they know now. That's absolutely for sure. After the 40K, 6K game that Vaughn just had.
A heavy impact start. I mean, that is like a little red flag to say, wait a minute. What's the best character in the game with heavy impact?
Yeah,
It's still Vice. Over Zentaro, it's still Vice. She just like has too much control.
I would say Vice is actually better than Zen with heavy impact. To be honest with you, I think
That's what I'm saying.
the thing. Yeah, okay, I
Vice-
agree
Vice
with
better,
you. I
yeah.
think Zen is like number 2. Zen is disgusting with heavy impact, but the difference is Zentaro's a melee character. You can run away from him. You can't run away from primary Vice.
You
The
can't.
secondary on top of you followed by an ult with a stun. Like, you can't really run away from that. You have to use your evades. Forced to use them doesn't quite work out for you because then you have no evade. And then the Estelle comes in and blinks on you and I think the Estelle also had like a crazy build. It had explosive entrance for the extra impact damage. Also had heavy impact as well for the extra damage, which Estelle Beam is an impact. So remember
So
that.
much of an impact.
So yeah, I mean, hey, we'll have to see how game 2 goes. I personally just don't expect it to go much better. I think The reason I say no disrespect, because I'm friends with everyone on
Yeah.
all these teams, right? But I think placeholder Falcons just have their number right now. And unless Core Retroflow can find, an interesting or like a new strategy, something out of nowhere that they can pull out, then I don't know if they're gonna have a great time in this next game.
Yeah, it's gonna be maybe Core Retroflow is gonna try to bring. I know it's gonna be hard because the pools are so deep. Maybe try to bring Palafins off some comfort picks here. Like they banned the IME, which is completely fair. I really wanted to see a lot more out of y'all that game, but like at the forwards, we're just doing too good of a job.
He did what he needed to do, right?
did, but it was
saved what he
like-
needed, and he actually was 1v1ing Leo like the whole time, which is pretty
He
funny.
was.
Yeah.
I wish I could have seen more of y'all there, but
Yeah.
like it's maybe we would have if Core Retroflow was able to get those power plays and he was and y'all got more involved, but it really was just Palafin's retro or Palafin's like power play day, honestly.
It was just a Vice moment.
Yeah.
Let's just GG go next,
Yeah.
Vice diff, and then we learn from that. All right.
Please learn from that.
But it's hard to learn from that because now we're going to Oni Village, where that doesn't matter quite as much, right? It's a bit of an easier map to survive on, harder to run damage on because it's such a volatile map. So, I mean, if there's any map that Core Retroflow can bring it back on, it probably is this one, as they do have first pick. So they're going to look to secure probably some sort of comfort in this first pick. Let's see what the bans end up being on Might of the Colossus Primetime Star.
Yeah, I think they're going to be really hard trying to get this Kai. I mean, we got Primetime start. Kai's great with Primetime. Estelle also not only great on Oni Village, but great with Primetime as well. Rasmus being the next best brawler pretty much on Oni Village with Primetime. And I think Juno, because I'm banned, interesting. I think Juno takes the 4th slot for like the alternative, pretty damn good midfield on the board here. Gonna say that, Rasmus is basically the best brawler. Kazan probably the 2nd best brawler. And then Zen, I think, would be 3rd best on this map here.
Yeah,
there
it is. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
double brawler ban here, but that does leave the Rasmus open. But keep in mind here, if Rasmus gets picked here, if Leo Leon takes up the Rasmus, that means that
You
you
could
get
get a
the
stealth
2-3. You can get a stealth Kai, right? And I think Vaughn and Yordi Lose are both comfortable to flex that character. Nope, they just end up picking the Kai. I think that's the right pick.
That's fair.
But now you have a stealth Rasmus.
What can you do?
They're gonna lock in a stealth Rasmus right now, 100%.
What's
They're
the
gonna lock in
brawler
a
gonna
stealth
be?
Rasmus. For what do you mean?
I mean, if they go Estelle Rasmus here, that
Yeah.
means Palafins gets their brawler, but who's Retro's brawler?
Oh, I mean, they just have to play like Julie or something. They have
Ah.
to play Julie or like Asher. That's the only way. And I think they're gonna pick Julie. Oh, they picked. Wait.
Whoa, Palafins picked X. That's crazy. Okay, so we're gonna have what? I mean, I don't know if Era goalie is gonna be making it on this map, but Mako goalie can help
X.
support the X.
I mean,
I don't think I've ever seen y'all play Mako.
he can play.
Can.
Yeah, he can. He can play anything. He
Fair.
has a decent Mako as well. I've seen it a couple times. So yeah, the
Okay.
Rasmus going
Fair.
over to Leo Leon. That's what he wants here.
Yeah.
Interesting. I'm curious to see why Snake picked the X. Maybe it's because it's Might of the Colossus. I mean, X with Might definitely is not a weak pick. So,
Yeah.
can't fault them too much for it. And the way Snake plays, just kind of sitting on you. I mean, he's right at home on the pick. So
Yeah. If it's enough power, he could actually full Oki the goalie,
He
maybe
could.
with a little bit of help. and
yeah,
that makes the game kind of easy.
yeah.
When
so-
X's job is just sit there.
And then the Amy goalie, I think this is wow. Okay, so Streak actually picked
Finny.
Amy goalie, and then
Whoa. Yo,
what is happening?
They're having
What is
fun?
happening? I mean, Finny goalie and Amy goalie, double range goalie on Oni Village with an X.
That's sick.
Yeah,
I-
this is kind of cool.
I kind of feel like
down.
Retro's comp is better.
It is.
I think it's better,
Let's get
dude.
that straight. It is. But Estelle is very good on this map. Let's get that
Absolutely.
straight. Estelle is very good on this map, and Vaughn is no stranger to Estelle. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised just to see the Estelle show. I'm gonna be honest. This is the best map for Estelle, and I think in the game. And
Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
it's like Estelle and Kai are the two best midfielders, and we're seeing the Estelle Kai matchup. So I think this matchup is literally going to decide who wins this game. I think we have some wackiness on both sides. I do definitely give the comp advantage to Core Overflow here, but Palafins, I mean,
They're
hey,
good.
maybe they want to debut the Finny. This isn't
Maybe.
the place for it, but hey,
Look, I'll admit, I have theory crafted Finny being good on the big maps, but I have not yet tried it. Like, mostly for Aten, since Aten is such a bastard of a map, I was always thinking, like, okay, so Finny's got a lot of range. She could be a good core control goalie for that map. And, I mean, Oni Village kind of has those kind of aspects. The map is gargantuan, and the speed gates make things kind of awkward. So you have to have good, fast range things, and she kind of does. She has more range than Rune does on her secondary, so she could hold the line here. She might even be one of those, like, like I feel like Jakar on this map, Jakar goalie, is really good at holding both of the barriers. It's kind of weird that way, but Finny might be one of those as well, and I want to see it.
Not to ruin your day, but
Tell
I'm
me.
gonna spoil you. It's not.
It's not what?
It's not. It's not good. It's just
not.
not good
It
on
could
this
be
map.
so good.
It's not. I'm just gonna tell you.
How
Right
do you
now,
know?
breaking-
Where?
Because I've played it like 80 times. It
What?
sucks. It
Finny
sucks.
goalie though?
Finny goalie. No, I haven't played it. Rather, I've seen it be played.
Because
Look,
Finny midfield
I'm
might
telling
not.
you why they're locking it in for fun. They're having fun.
They are
He already
not
wants to
allowed.
vibe out. I think he wants to try stuff. He doesn't want to just pick some boring stuff. Because the thing about Oni Village is that all the goalies that are really good on this map are boring.
That's
They're
super
really
boring,
boring. So, I mean, unless you already loses playing Estelle and Vaughn is playing Finny, which in that case, I mean, I don't even know what to think at that point. I mean,
There's no way they're playing Finny midfield.
maybe we should. I could. Now I'm second guessing myself. Or what are they?
There's no. Oh, yeah, but has y'all played Finny?
Yeah, I mean, he can.
Has y'all? I mean,
He has, and I've seen him in houses and stuff play it. But
and we also have X still.
Right.
X still has no place on this map or on this team. I hate this. I hate to say it. So we got
yeah,
y'all in the
it
Finny.
is y'all on the Finny.
Yeah.
I mean, like you said, it's not the worst pick. Okay, it does have range. You're right, and if he runs strike shot or mom boots, he's gonna be. Yeah, he's running mom boots, so he's gonna be able to be in the way with just strikes. And if there's any goalie that doesn't need abilities to defend, it is you already lose. Definitely one of the best goalies, if not the best goalie in the game.
Yeah.
So, I'm not too worried for them. I'm gonna be honest. I think it'll be fine as we see Vaughn. I mean, already popping off on the Estelle. This is kind of just gonna be the Estelle show, in my opinion. If Vaughn can play well, I think they will win. If Vaughn struggles or Elo Heaven manages to get the better of him, I think it'll be a bit tough, as Leo Leon on the Rasmus is definitely going to be a tough nut to crack. But it looks like they're cracking it right off the bat, literally, as the stagger bar is gone and Snake and Vaughn are on offense here. The Finny, I mean, doesn't really need to do much.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the nice things about Finny goalie is that even though she doesn't have a great time of defending in melee range, as long as the opponents are staggered, the pressure is so low.
Yeah.
A character like Finny. So she can kind of sit back there and basically use the primary for damage the whole time. And we kind of see that as well. They already got a power play here. Ooh. Okay, another one on the other side here, evening this one up. Vaughn does have a flip. See if they can get close enough to make this flip meaningful. Had a situation there, but Streak nicely nullifying that one with the glitch pop, though. Again, the Vaughn show might be happening here. Estelle is just so strong on this map here. Elo Heaven looking kind of weak, and yeah, down to Streak, or down to Snake, actually. And gonna be another power play here, and they get it.
Yeah, I mean, Vaughn and Snake just absolutely put Elo in the dirt there on the bottom side. Elo trying his best to survive. Actually did a lot better than you'd think. And what a save from you already lose. The memory usage there, just sending it forward to get that last second save. Not really sure why he was down there in the first place, but hey, was not worried all the same. Elo Heaven once again going down. I mean, just the damage.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they know something, right? Maybe this the damage from Finny just kind of counters the Kai. Maybe that's what they thought. I'm going to ask them after this game what they thought about this. I really need to know, but they need to worry about Snake and make sure it doesn't go in, but you already lose not there in time. I mean, that's the thing, though, is that when you play these weird range goalies that don't have the fast-moving projectiles, because, well, technically, Finny does have the fastest moving projectile. It has a long delay, so it's really hard to use reliably, right?
Yeah.
Usually you're just using the first part of it that isn't that fast. It's a pretty normal-looking one. I don't know. It's a little bit awkward, but a little oopsie. Like I said, they lost first point last time, and then they ended up 3-0ing every single set after that, basically. So not really quite worried for the Palafins here.
Yeah, we'll just have to keep seeing what happens here. I will say that even on a giant map like this, X is probably the best character in the game at confirming kills as long as they don't have evade or anything. Gonna have a power play here for Core Retroflow, though. Okay, this is their chance to make something happen here. If Elo Heaven can get on in there with one of these barrages, which I guess is not up just yet. Maybe second chance here. In fact, their last chance of this power play is they're gonna pop the big finish there. Man, y'all doing a great job of defending here. Snake in the X Maximus, not getting basically anything off of that at all. Zero value, but Vaughn taking the driver's seat right here in front of Leo Leon. Can they make it happen here? Y'all is just going to kind of hold this barrier until it's over.
Yeah, I mean, y'all's holding the barrier really well, but Streak, I mean, holding the goal really well and actually getting that barrier credit, right? So this is something, and then great glitch pop there from Streak. Streak definitely having a really, really good game so far. And getting it up to his forwards needs to let them happen, but Vaughn just feels like he has everyone's number here as the core flip to the bottom side goes in. And Palafins, I mean, starting to look pretty comfortable here, but I think Core Retroflow is giving them a little bit of a harder time this game than last time.
Sure, and a lot of the game does rely on the Awakenings and the MVP even selected here, so we'll see who grabs the most experience at the end of this set. I mean, we can see that Core Retroflow Streak is kind of the man with all the experience right now, so if they can take it, we'll see him being the MVP, but we'll wait until we get there. We do have one barrier down for each team here. Lilian looking a little bit weak. Okay, y'all spending a little bit of cooldowns to deal a bunch of damage over there, but Vaughn and Snake working on trying to get this barrier. Streak and Elo Heaven holding the line. The barrage comes in. Finny has nothing but flip to deal with that, and Leo Leon looking kind of weak. Snake's maybe going to look for a Maximus before he dies, and they're both going to live, actually.
Yeah, actually, they both live. Evade and then walk away. 2 ships in the night. Ooh, great save. I mean, one thing I want to know here. I mean, this is something that all the old-time viewers will know. Streak Amy with Strike Shot. He was like the first one to do it. I think it was him and You Already Lose were like the first 2. Mainly, it was Streak that started it, though.
Wow.
That, like, I would consider back in the day, Streak was definitely the best Strike Shot user and definitely the best Amy. Right now, and then You Already Lose kind of picked up that torch pretty shortly after, around CCC, that torch sort of about a year ago, last May. So, I mean, as we see here, I mean, the strike shot and the pressure from the longer glitch pops on Amy has kind of just been something that has always been really strong. But, and on this map, by the way, you don't really need eject on those eject goalies. So I think Streak looking very, very comfortable, but they have to break that last barrier or else it's not going to matter whatsoever. Elo Heaven running away. I mean, they're not even in any place to break this barrier, but as I say, at the flip right in the perfect spot, top barrier going down, and now we're in all neutral, but Elo Heaven, 1 HP, needs to be careful as Vaughn does have the flip, and I'm pretty sure has the Rose Warp on the Estelle as well.
Yeah, we could be Snake's probably looking at X Maximus in a couple seconds here, but Elo Heaven is nicely regenerated. The barrage almost taking it though. Y'all doing a great job of defending once again here. Leo Leon looking a little bit weak. Vaughn has the flip. They can grab it to Vaughn, get a little bit closer to that barrier center stage. They'll land that one with this flip. Leo trying his heart out here with the Death's Touch to make it happen. Streak also has a flip. Maybe they can get involved, but Snake's gargantuan strike. It's actually going to strike so far past Streak that they didn't even, I feel like they didn't even see that coming and didn't even need to, or felt the need to flip there.
Hey, Big X. He does have fight start, and if Palafins can win this set and Snake can get, I mean, currently he's last in the pick order, so them winning and him not getting all the way last pick is really important because I think Snake needs this size, right? He needs to be ahead of Leo Leon so he can get the size first, or at least force one of the other ranged players on Core Retro to take the size away. And it's looking like they're going to win now, but both use the flip there. Streak gets the better of Snake there at the end, and finally going to be getting put into a little bit of a better spot. Now Snake going to be 1 HP, but Vaughn and You Already Lose doing their best to keep this forward as long as they can, give Snake some time to survive, and Vaughn actually does it all himself, puts it in the bottom corner, and gets the MVP, going to get that first pick.
Yeah, I think Streak might have ended up using a couple cooldowns there to try to knock Snake on out there, but didn't seem to work out, especially with Strike Shot. You're just a little bit less coverage there as long as it's down. But like you say, Vaughn gets first pick here. Rapid fire, quick strike, a couple of really powerful awakenings, even hot shot if you want.
Yeah.
And Stacks is also super strong here. You have too many options. Quick strike. Man,
it's really awkward.
Again, polarizing too. Yeah.
Very, very awkward for Vaughn. I think it is the quick strikes as against Kai. If you get quick strikes, it makes the matchup way easier for you as the Estelle, because the one thing that Kai has an advantage on is a little bit of that burst pressure running into you with the barrage, right? But with quicks, you can strike it once, and then you can back up and strike it again to hit it away from the Kai. So Vaughn's life is going to get way, way easier now. But Elo Heaven does still get the Reptile Remedy here. So Reptile Remedy going to help Elo survive, which has been the problem for Core Retroflow this entire time, whereas the Kai just kind of dying over and over again. So we'll have to see, I guess, if this ends up mattering. Also, Leo Leon does get Rapid Fire, which is just always nice in general, so to point that one out. But we'll see if Elo can survive. I think that's my tell of the tale, because if the longer the Kai survives, the harder it is for the Finny to defend.
Yeah, and we just saw right there, we actually just had a simple, hit core forward, do a pendulum swing onto Finny, get the barrier. We haven't seen that literally until this moment of this match, I feel like.
And he does it again to get the goal.
Yeah, Leo Leon needs more. I think he's just getting hit too much, or his positioning needs a little bit of alteration here, because he just needs to be in a spot to get those pendulum swings on the goalie. I mean, Finny can't do damn anything about that, really.
Yeah.
So as long as they can get the ball to Leo Leon, I mean, maybe it's because Elo Heaven is just kind of having a tough time right now. I mean, the opposing players are quite good. I'm just hoping that Leo Leon can get a little bit closer to this Finny.
Yeah, so I think what's happening is Leo has to come back more. At least last set had to come back more in order to help, because Elo Heaven was always just dead. But now that Elo is managing, all he has to do is strike the core once or twice, and is pretty much back at full health with Reptile Remedy. So now that Elo's alive, Leo can play way more aggressive. And actually, it looks like Placeholder Falcons realize that, and they're switching their target to Leo Leon himself instead of Elo Heaven, because they realize it's taking way too long to actually kill the Kai here. But that just gives Core Retroflow a ton of more space to play. So, I mean, we might have a game on our hands.
Yeah, one other thing to think about is that while Reptile Remedy is also quite good, that still might not even be Palafin's win condition. I mean, they could probably win this game fair and square without getting any kills as well.
Oh, yeah.
But we'll, I mean, see what they can do here. Of course, Leo Leon is, like you said, going to be the kill target in most situations now. Vaughn finally getting that flip from the last strike, but kind of gets a little messed up there from the big finish and Elo Heaven's presence. They're going to spend that one there, see if they can get a push on the bottom side, but kind of checkmated there from Elo Heaven and Streak. Kind of feels like a situation where Snake might not be able to help there, and I kind of feel like Core Retroflow might take this. I feel like they might take this one.
Yeah, I mean, they can take this point for sure. That's pretty volatile right now. I will say Elo having no energy, but not really in threat of dying with Streak. Use that Firewall Sentry. Keeps it forward a little bit longer, but not going to be too useful there. So that's a cooldown already down. Gives Vaughn and Snake a little bit of time to do something, but Vaughn is getting focused right now and might end up dying. It's going to be up to already losing Snake to stall as much time as possible for him to heal up. Will he be able to do it is kind of what we're looking for here. Which team will crack first? Old school Oni Village type of play. Oh, Vaughn almost goes down to the last barrage bullet. Was just not quite enough knockback to kill him. Now he's going to heal back up. And Leo Leon is now the one on the chopping block. So it's kind of turned into placeholder Palafin's favor here.
Yeah, Streak does have Flip to help defend this barrier here. Without the eject button, it's most likely going to be used for defense, but a power play here once again for Palafin. Snake looking at nothing, but Elo Heaven just can't seem to find the kill confirms here with the barrage, and now it's going to be a rough situation here. The Flips comes out, just going to hit the wall. It's come right back here, y'all. No problem knocking it back over there. Finally, Leo Leon comes back here to help out, and maybe it's just too late, and it is indeed too late. As they're going to get Vaughn with a good spot there to strike it on in there.
Yeah, and I mean, just look at the XP. Like,
Yeah.
like, look how much that Vaughn is actually impacting the game on this Estelle.
Look at the other team.
But yeah, I'm saying, look at the other team. Streak has to do everything for this team because Elo's getting so heavily pressured, and so is Leo. Like, they're just getting so much pressure down on them. Yeah, Elo having already down once again, and Streak has to do a lot of the midfielding in order to get the core forward, as well as having to save abilities to save the core. Like, this is kind of just the Streak show right now, if he can do it. But the world is, like, the weight of the world's on his shoulders right now, and it is very, very difficult as the Might of the Colossus Atlas, who has the weight of the world literally on his shoulders, is trying to Oki him. He's trying to kill him, so it's not really a good time. Vaughn jumping in with the flip, trying to actually get the KO, just misses, but gets the orb anyway for fun, so not going to matter too much. Leo Leon actually burning the flip, a little bit of a mistake there, but it's not going to matter. I say that, but Streak getting a crazy save on the bottom side. Snake just getting gapped over and over, and Streak winning every single strike war.
Man.
They cannot just put it in. And I mean, you already losing Vaughn are both running up. They want this core in now. They want it in right now, but Streak is making goal line saves every 2 seconds. This is absolutely insane, Envy.
Yeah, that was wild. And we had Snake in X Maximus there, making it even more difficult with the extra knockback.
Another one.
Oh, man, they had it. They
I
even
thought they were
Leo
gonna do it again.
Leon.
I thought he was going to save that one again. I mean,
Streak just wasn't in range of that last one. He would have, I think, man.
there's only so much you can do, right? And when you're getting bullied by X at the same time as making the goal line saves, I would never expect any of my goalies to ever do that. I mean, that's insane. So what?
Yeah.
I mean, kudos to Streak for holding on for that long. Poor Retroflow not quite able to secure it though. Placeholder Palafin still seem to have their number pretty much this entire series. We need to see something from Core Retroflow. We need to see a change on their offense or just in something for them to get a little bit more pressure.
I'm not sure what that's going to be. It could be in the form of an awakening. Maybe this Rasmus gets something like Big Fish to really help out. And
Hey, that's
okay, I
something.
guess y'all maybe
Step
on
one.
strike cooldown or looking at a butterfly nearby, but ends up missing on that one here. Leo Leon putting that one in. And yes, this is a big I mean, Streak is clear MVP. I don't think they could pass him no matter what at this point. So if they do manage to take it, Streak is certainly going to be grabbing an awakening here. And I can't really tell you what would be the best thing for Streak right now. Maybe like Glass Cannon is maybe what he's looking for as strike shot aiming.
There's a bunch of things that definitely would be pretty good, but you're going to have to win the set first if you want that awakening, and it looks like they're not going to win the set as Elo Heaven gets flipped down on the bottom side, and Vaughn and Snake just slowly cradle the core up to that top corner.
They're
Pretty
good at
beautiful
that.
play there. They are pretty good at that. Yeah.
They're good
I
at
mean,
the cradling.
Seed 1, it says it like right over there.
Right.
Right over there. Yeah.
It is over there.
Seed 1 for a reason. They are very good at this game. And Vaughn getting first pick once again. Ariel's on the table, very, very strong on Estelle, but just going to take away the catalyst. Does not want Streak to have an out at all for getting killed by the X. But Streak getting Deadeye, so that's, you know, maybe a little bit more damage to help them out here. And Leo Leon does get the 1-2 punch, which is very, very strong on the Rasmus on this map. Gets the core going very quickly. So we'll have to see. I mean, what is Elo Heaven even going to get here? I mean, missile prep, I guess. Missile
Yeah,
prop might
solid.
help. It might help because there have been a few times I have noticed where Leo or Elo Heaven is just a little bit too far away for the barrage to matter to get the goal.
Yeah.
And now with missile prop, it's not going to matter, right? You're going to have that longer barrage and the longer Giga Blast, more power. So
Yeah, I think there's a couple situations where I think he landed all the barrage and it was just a little too weak.
Yeah.
So maybe the 20% here will be just enough to get them right on off the map. And oh man, okay, Elo Heaven nicely getting that save here. Snake looking a little bit low. This could be their situation, but man, that barrage is going to whiff completely airball, and Streak sends it on over to X, but they finally do get Snake on out of here. Big old Giga Blast here. Maybe the extra range helping out to blow that one up. Lilian has this chance to finally get a pendulum swing. He does actually get it, but it's going to be a little bit off here. And man, that power play wasn't good enough to get that barrier. And I mean, Core Retroflow is really just on the back end on every situation.
yeah, I mean, it looks like they're just kind of trying to figure out what to do, right? Even if they get a good play, it still feels like You're Already Losing Vaughn have so much control over the map this entire time that they can't really do anything, right? The Moby Boots Finny, with peak performance now as well, is just so incredibly fast. Like, look how much speed. Like, I don't even know how much speed You're Already Lose has, but it's a lot.
Yeah.
And there's just so much control. I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe you're onto something with the Finny. Maybe I was wrong. I mean, they're winning this game. I'd like to see it in a closer game and just see kind of what the pick looks like, but I don't know. I mean, he's making it look good now, so I'll take your word for it. Maybe Finny will be. We'll put it on the B tier, right? How about that? I'll take it out of the D tier. We'll put it in the B
Oh,
tier.
Finny!
As it gets a kill right there. I mean, hey,
Did
there
that
you
go up one?
Gets a kill.
Does that go to B+?
No, still B tier.
What?
Still B tier. for
Oh,
now.
does that one get B+?
No, that was just cool.
Okay.
And then Snake puts it in. I mean, that's just kind of how it is. There's not really much to talk about at this point. Placeholder Palafins kind of just securing their victory. A
Yeah.
miracle like last game is going to have to happen for Core Retroflow to get this win. It just looks like they're not quite on the same page, or even if they are on the same page, Palafins, they're just kind of, forcing them off the same page, if that makes sense, right? Like,
Yeah.
the pressure of the Estelle and the Finny is just too intense, and if they ever ignore them for a second, then Snake, the X, just comes in and just kind of cleans up shop, right? As we're seeing right here, gets the top AR, uses the flip to keep it in for now. The X Maximus not going to be doing too much, but You Already Lose keeps it forward with that Finny ult, the gravity well. Streak keeping it forward for now. Vaughn going to be playing a little bit of goalie until You Already Lose comes back. And it's only a matter of time before this goes in, but not unless Leo has something to say about it. The Rasmus keeping it forward for now, but Vaughn has to slip in that top corner into the primary, the beam, getting it there. And really absolutely nothing Streak could do in that moment because the You Already Lose had the Finny secondary layered up behind it.
Yeah, just a really tough situation, like you're saying before. I mean, they forced them into a different book at this point. Everything you knew about Strikers for a moment ago is kind of out the window as we have Finny as your goalie on Oni Village, and Snake, which would normally be sort of laughable here on Oni Village, is kind of putting in a lot of work because Vaughn, the Estelle, which is actually still a god pick, is just giving the ball, putting it right in Snake's pocket every single time. And I mean, when the ball is kind of lingering on X, that's certainly his best situation, making it really difficult for Streak. I mean, they're just always in position to get kills. They're always in position for this power play. Leon has no health once again. X super good at confirming kills. Vaughn helping it out. And I mean, like I was saying, Finny could be good on the bigger maps, mostly because of the core control aspect, but they're killing so much where I'm actually,
It's
I hate
mainly
to
the
say
damage,
it.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, it's the damage that's really doing it, but I thought she would be like core controlling at a long range.
Yeah, I mean, she kind of is. She's not doing it, right?
Yeah.
And, I mean, speaking of ranges, Snake at short range is a little scary as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, not much else to say here, everybody. Placeholder Palafins securing their grand final spot, so congratulations to them. Sad Boys with Snake.
Good
yeah,
team.
I mean, good team.
Good
There's not really much else to say, but shout out to Core Retroflow. They already secured top 3, so they're going to be going down to that losers finals, which we'll see. We don't really know who they're going to be playing up next. We have a couple losers games for you guys in a little bit to see who they'll be playing in order to rematch. Maybe get the rematch in that grand finals, or maybe we'll see. Who knows? Is it EKC? Is it Oshi? I don't even know who's still in it at this point, but we still have a couple teams in that losers bracket that are going to be trying to battle to get the spot to join Placeholder Palafins in the grands.
Absolutely, dude. I'm sure they would love to get this rematch here and maybe get a big old strategy adjustment as they get up from their chairs, do a little bit of a reconvening here. But they're going to have to talk about this because, I mean, it was... while I think that Placeholder Palafins still kind of outplayed them in ball control, they didn't have a chance to really have ball control back because they were dead every game the whole time.
Over and over again. I mean,
So-
it's really hard when you have and X just sitting on top of you, and they're always Finny debuffed as well, and you already lose just having the time of his life running around in his little sneakers.
Vinny gets to have so
running
much fun.
around, right? Had so much fun sneaking around, debuffing everyone, running in front of you with the maximum move speed on the mobility boots.
Yeah.
It actually looked really fun to play that.
It
definitely
did.
did. It
I'm
looked pretty
actually
fun.
surprised he picked bomb boots because, like, well,
I'm not. That's the pick. I'm telling
You
you right
think
now.
so? It's better
the
over
pick.
strike
Yeah,
shot?
100%. So you don't really need strike shot because your card already has like max range, and so you don't really need the extra range for the card. And then the strike shot itself, as long as you're positioning correctly with the mobility boots, I think it's more valuable because then you can run in front of the brawler and strike first. Whereas strike shot, if the brawler is good, like say it's like Julie or an X or Erasmus, they can just stand in front of the core, so you can actually strike shot it away.
Yeah, I guess. I guess the run in front of the brawler argument probably does it for me. I
Yeah.
still have to like.
Mobility boots is better than people I think would say, and also it allows you as Finny to run forward and put the ult down, right? Because that's where the ult shines. I guess the Finny ult's really good if you can put it on top of barriers, you can put it on offensively. Whereas strike shot doesn't increase the range of that. It doesn't increase the range of putting down that Finny ult. Whereas you could just run up, put it down, run back, and you're so fast that it's not actually going to matter. You're not going to get caught out most of the time with the mobility boots, right? So
Yeah,
that's what I think.
I mean, it's interesting. Maybe because like. I don't know. There's some situations where I feel like the opposing forward is kind of standing on you a lot, where Mom Boots gets turned off basically like almost the whole game. And if you're against Kazan or something like that, or Zentaro and he's just hitting you a lot, then I'm pretty happy to have strike shot. I mean, there are situations where you could kind of like move to midfield, strike shot, cardinal directions up and down, and that kind of like also feels like you're using mobility boots in that situation. But I don't know. It definitely could use a little bit more testing here. I always pick strike shot Finny, so maybe I should be the one testing Mom Boots a little bit.
Hey, it's definitely not bad. Strike shot Finny's not bad at all. It's good. However, I think a lot currently of the high elo players, a lot of the really, really good players that have been picking the Finny or have been testing it out, I get the whispers, so you speak, in the chats have been Mom Boots Finny. So I definitely recommend you should try it. It's fun. It's definitely a really fun pick. If anything, it's really enjoyable to play.
I will say though, like confirming kills with like primary strike shot though is
100%.
godlike.
I mean, if you have like a full damage comp, it's not even gonna matter at that point.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. It's literally not even gonna matter. But
nice win.
Good work, Vaughn. Yeah,
that was crazy.
We're curious about it, so we were curious about it. If it was like a real pit, you want to?
I kind of want to hear
we
some.
have a special guest, Vaughn.
Vaughn's gonna hit it.
So we're gonna scoot over. Vaughn's gonna slide in here and tell us about a little bit of an insight on what happened that game while we wait on the. Just an update for those at home. The losers side quarterfinals right now are actually both 1-1 in the BO3. So we're waiting on those games to be over before we get on here. So we have a little bit of
here we go. Yeah, get on in here.
Yeah, you got your third one there.
Yes, it's yesterday. This
actually
different
was
order.
the yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I was gonna say I wanted to ask you later if the Finny was like you wanted to do it for fun, or was it like you think it actually has a good chance on that map? Like, is it decent? Or a mix, I guess.
Well, I know it's been picking up popularity for us. I think before its buff, it was already fine. Let me just get that up. 5 movement speed did not. There's no like new Finny. But we think that Caleb is an absolute freak at every goalie that has a ranged primary.
That's true.
So he and I have been playing it a lot. We've both been playing it. Like he plays in scrims, and then I played like an in-house in solo queue because that's how we try to like process like if we think a pick is good or not. And we're both like, this feels good. Like Zoom. And so we never played on Oni before, but we've been picking it a lot as the day went on. Like we've played it. I don't think he's played a single game of Amy. It's all been Estelle and Finny. It just makes it so like we have a really good pick for him that no one's gonna like contest easily, except for Bozo Bunch did. And we think it's really good. I think with Mom Boots, like when he was fully stacked, he had over 700 movement speed, like base.
That's insane.
So he was like, I think I really want to try it. Let's run Oni Village. And I like thought about it. I'm like, yeah, I mean the zone control with the secondary, you take out the speed zone. It made sense conceptually.
That's what I think. It conceptually, Finny is good at the big maps of the range.
And you just need to have someone who's like really disciplined with just their strikes when they're just chucking their abilities down, which of course he's probably the best at. Let's be clear on that. So that was definitely like a very serious pick because we respect those guys a lot. We did not mess around No for fun picks. Like it was kind of funny. We went to our conversation. We went to the old maps.
Oh
and
yeah, yeah. That's what I was saying. I was
yeah,
like,
you were saying
it was like,
yeah.
I was like, yo, they literally did it.
Yeah.
You let him go on the old map.
Yeah.
Took it to him.
I thought it was fun. So yeah, the Finny was real. So that was a lot of fun. You'll probably see it maybe again in Grants.
Well, I'm excited.
What about the
because,
snake
you know,
or the X?
the X?
Okay,
Yeah, what about
low
the X?
key.
What about
Okay, the X
Stell
is not
Rasmus?
real.
Okay.
Why didn't you just pick a Stell Rasmus?
Okay,
What's
because
that?
I looked my bro in the eyes. I said, "Which one are you more comfortable on?" And he said, "I'm more comfortable on X." And I said, "We'll get you the ball.
Okay.
Just go punch them."
It worked.
That's
though.
it,
Yeah,
literally.
he had a lot of pressure. Like,
Yeah.
he didn't bother. The thing about playing with Snake is he doesn't try to force the barrier down if he can't. He'll
He
just
just
like
hits
run around midfield and
Yeah.
hit people,
Hmm.
which is like completely valid because then it's my job with my goalie to just make sure that we give him the time to do that. And then like I would just blink on someone for fun, even if I couldn't kill them, just so they don't regen stagger.
Yeah.
So it's just like
Right.
I don't know, we're just playing hot potato because the points went long, but they didn't feel out of control like some Oni Village games. It was just like, okay, like it's your move now. Now it's
Right.
our move. So I think X is not very real, but I mean it's one of his better characters and it's a size start, so I'll just give him whatever he wants. Comfort always king.
I did say I think on Might Start with the Finny, maybe it has like some place just because they're always debuffed and the X is
Yeah.
just hitting on you. It's super annoying.
It looked annoying to play
Like,
against.
it looks super annoying to play against. So I mean, maybe just for that factor alone, it'd be okay.
Yeah.
Still think the Rasmus is probably the best pick.
I think so too.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
oh,
think
yeah.
we're in there in that pick. I literally said I was like, I wonder how they're gonna do it here. Okay, they picked the Kai.
Yeah.
I was
You're like, whoa, what's going on?
They picked the Kai here. I was like, okay, Elos definitely needs to pick the Kai here
Yeah.
because the Jakar did not look.
I think
great
it
last
worked.
Time.
I think it worked.
It did.
Yeah. Did you talk about when you were on cast or did you not?
Oh, I said I waited.
Thank you.
waited,
But then
yeah. I
our
did talk about-
strat.
I did talk about what I saw. I'll say that.
I
much,
see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it worked.
But yeah,
I think it
I
definitely
literally
worked.
did say that it was. I did think that if
the
they
three
picked the
characters?
Rasmus first. So so here's what I thought the draft was going to.
Yeah, if they pick Rasmus, we take the 2.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, we hope
So-
they fell into that trap too.
I was like, you ban both brawlers, and now Rasmus is like the
and
best
then
brawler.
and then they're
alive
like,
now.
oh, we have to get
yeah,
it.
and they
Yeah.
pick Rasmus. Then you can
Yeah.
just pick the Kai Stell and flex it again,
Exactly.
and then now they don't have a good midfielder, and you're screwed.
Yeah.
But I'm glad they didn't fall into that trap.
Yeah, it was funny
Yeah.
because after game 1, Leo went like, "Bro, I thought we already did this at CCC with Corey. Don't pinch my 2 trick." Like, so
Oh man.
it all worked out.
Hey,
Anyway,
all worked out. So congrats on
Thanks.
the Grands.
Yeah.
Once again, safely in Grands. Get to relax for a
I'll
little
do
while.
my best.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go enjoy some time with.
Can you talk to me 2 seconds
Yeah.
about Mom Boots versus Strike Shot Finny there?
Yes, I actually will.
That's what I want to know.
Okay, real quick, and then we'll cut to a break.
Yeah.
I think Mom Boots Finny is. I mean, she has the same amount of speed as Kai and Octavia, right?
Yeah.
And so the thing is even though Strike Shot is, in my opinion, it has its uses, like especially if you're against a comp that like hard stuffs it in. Like I want to Strike Shot a ball away from an Asher barreling down at me,
Yeah.
more so than I do on a Rasmus. Like if you look at Rasmus and Kai, they're fast, and so they're going to get around you. So then the logic is like, okay, if I have 700 base movement speed and I'm denying speed trainings from them, like he's all over. He was just moving around,
was
no
zooming.
dancer, and so it's like he can cover so much surface area. It's more offensive and it can be punished a bit harder compared to Strike Shot, where you can really bunker down and like cut passes and stuff. So I think they both have their validity, but I think Mom Boots has a bit like higher ceiling, especially because she doesn't need any of the Strike Shot. Like her primarity goes far
Yeah. You
enough,
don't need the rain.
and she has a great anti-stuffing tool with her primary. So I think the goal is you just constantly zoom around. You can cover a side you miss with your secondary, and then you go from there. And then you always have your like ults if you need to
Yeah,
call
and
something
that was
else.
something I said too. Is that with the Mom Boots, with Strike Shot, you're not increasing the ult range. Whereas with Mom Boots, you can actually run
Yeah, you
forward,
just
put the ult
whip
down,
around.
and then walk back, and
Okay.
you're not going to
Yeah.
get punished, right? So,
So
hey, Finny,
Cool.
real pick, guys. Hey, pick it in your solo queue games, just not when I'm on your team, please.
X2, X
Yeah.
Oni Village, pick X Oni
Don't do
Village.
that.
yeah, don't do
Don't do
that. Don't do that one
Do not do
either.
I
that.
mean, you just
Please.
saw it.
But yeah. Well, thank you for joining us, Vaughn.
Yep.
And then,
guys.
anything else, Sam V, before get out of here? We'll take a little break, C's. We got to get some losers run games. We'll be back to you in a little bit with losers semifinals. So just don't, maybe go get some water, go to the bathroom real quick. We're not going to be too long. Maybe like a good 10, maybe 15 minutes at most. That's not a promise. That's just an estimate. But
10 minutes.
That's fact.
we'll give it 10 minutes. Yeah, we'll be back soon. Probably with some different casters. Gonna grab some chicken. That might be the move.
Get some
grab a little
chicken.
bit of chicken.
Sign off.
I gotta grab Saya some chicken.
Yeah,
And we're
yeah.
gonna sign off.
All right, let's get out of here.
Thank you guys
Thank
for
you.
joining. See ya. Welcome back, everybody. We are here. It is my name is Mystic. I'm joined by NV NYC.
Hey.
We will be casting losers semifinals here, which will be featuring SEKC versus I forgot their name. Spiraling.
Spiraling
Misfortune.
misfortune.
Yes. It's always the same players with one person different,
Completely different name.
completely different name every time.
Yeah. They love that.
So this is to go into more detail. This is loser semis, which means the winner of this will be facing Core
Retroflow.
Yes, once again another team name that is slightly almost the same but different. Core Retroflow in losers finals, and then they will go on. The winner of that match will go on to versus placeholder Palafins in Grants. So taking a look at the draft here, let's start off with what maps were picked. So SEKC taking game 1 to Night Market, game 2 going over to Clarion Test Chamber, and then the final game, if we do make it to a game 3, will be an Atlas Lab game.
Yeah, pretty normal picks here. I'd say, Night Market and Atlas Lab are part of the big 3. Everyone's pretty comfortable on them. A Clarion, I love to see Clarion, so that's a little bit more interesting of a map. A lot of different variations show up, the different play styles, the adaptation comes out from the players, so really cool to see that one.
So let's we're already getting straight into the match here, but taking a look at the ban phase and what was picked up, we got Aerials and 1-2 Punch here for our starting awakenings, followed up with the bans being Estelle and Rasmus. Estelle being a predominant pick for both Joker and someone that Soren can pilot just fine, and then the Rasmus being taken away from the forward player of Spiraling Misfortune, Lalamau XDD, who is predominantly, or I should say has most of his games played on Rasmus. So going straight into it, we see that Joker is on his signature character, Octavia, here in the midfield. He can play this character in any position that he wants. It doesn't matter if it's brawler, midfield. As long as he gets the ball, he'll get the job done. With an Octavia on your team, it kind of breaks the convention of what is a midfield and what is a brawler a little bit. And we can already see by himself just kind of going a little bit of 1v9, breaking both barriers. We're already starting off to a kind of a crazy 0.1.
Yeah, I would actually be so unhappy if I was Spiraling Misfortune right now to see Joker on the Octavia. I feel like it is a volatile pick both ways. A nice score there, win by NXDD. But yeah, it kind of goes both ways. She's got a really low stagger pool. She's like easy to kill because you can stagger her, but she's got the fastest base movement speed in the game. She's got the fastest ability ever created. Has the word infinite in there. Why? I don't know. But yeah, he also has a ton of experience on Octavia, and he's going to be able to maneuver around the battlefield, like you said, taking all positions into the same aspect and making it work out in their favor.
Yeah, and nice pick up there by NXDD to get the KO on the bottom side as Joker goes up to get an orb, picking up that energy burst, allowing him to make an attempt on this final barrier here. But for God, making an aggressive play there with a teammate down, gets that last barrier to open up SEKC, but does not come out of it unscathed. One barrier being traded back, and now both bull gates are open. NXDD getting a back-to-back KO on the same target there. Bringing this back right back into a power play, but Forgot does have that energy burst there defensively. Same thing with Soren, so we might have enough time to let Vox return into the play.
Yep, as they do come back here, the power play is over. Like you said, they both do have flip. The goalies are going to be able to defend defensively. Yes, they are going to have to use it. Do a little damage to Joker as well. High value on that flip. We're going to see if we can get a kill from Lalamau XD to make this a nice power play in the hands of Spiraling Misfortune. Or maybe they'll be able to get a goal while Joker is out of the play here. Doing a little bit of passing, and yeah, nice one there. The press the point, pass it from Kazan, giving you a little extra range. It's going to be enough to get it past Soren, and even game to start out here.
Yeah, was able to remove Joker from that play towards the end by putting a lot of pressure onto him. This is a strong offensive start with that 1-2 punch. So even though Joker, is trying to maneuver his best, just getting hit by a few abilities will pretty much remove him from the play, even if it doesn't mean he's going to be KO'd. Yeah. So it's going to take a little bit, but this Octavia scales so hard. Although we know that Chrono Boost and Castellas are some of Octavia's best characters, expect Joker to take things like Reptile Remedy, Bulk Up, Key Performance, Reverb, just to build up that stagger as we go throughout the game.
Yeah, I mean, we can just see here that even just aerials is kind of enough to get Octavia like triple the amount of speed as everybody else. So as long as you're staying alive here with that low stagger pool, you are being influential. Even just being a regular midfielder here, we see a lot of positioning here from Soren, jumping on in there, helping to grab that barrier. It's making it work out. Joker now going to try to get it over to NXCD, who has that flip, trying to position themselves center stage here to blast open Forgot here with that flip, but they're actually, Cardbox doing a solid job here of defending,
play.
but yeah, gonna end up losing it there to the flip from NXCD. It's tough, man. Defending flip is tough. If you played beta, didn't even exist there.
Oh, what a great addition to the game, by the way. I absolutely love that and the concept of the evasive bar being added in.
Yeah.
But I want to give props to Joker and Soren for how they played that kind of like midfield interaction there. Joker understanding when to pass it back to Soren, do a little bit of a dribble play to keep his flow state alive and well before making that attempt to move the court forward. Here we see NXCD being caught out by Lalamal XDD. Finds the KO onto him. 7 more seconds until he comes back here. But Cardbox might get traded back depending on if Soren can finish off this kill. Isn't able to finish off the kill, but is keeping him staggered for a little bit longer.
Yep, Joker just drops out of flow state, though. Now we got a flip here from Forgot. Lamau XD is going to take it and unfortunately get a little awkward angle on the center there. Going to lose the barrier of their own. We got the sentry, or sorry, the firewall. The firewall. Wait, isn't it sentry?
Firewall sentry.
It is firewall.
Yeah, yep.
I keep saying sentry drone for now, and I'm just like, she's the only one with that. But either way, yeah, good firewall sentry from someone to help grab that barrier here. Joker center stage here, now the flow state activated, and they actually do a good job of keeping it away from Joker. So I kind of like what Misfortune is doing here. Their job is to keep the ball away from Octavia, let her drop out of that flow state before they continue.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of keeping it away from Joker when they can, and honestly applying a lot of damage here. We see NXCD almost being taken out there by the Kazan Open primary. Joker popping the flow state here. Oh, and a great dribble. Nice. Let's see how he can maneuver this flow state to his best here. Soren just trying to get the core back to Joker. Everyone on this game knows that all 6 players know that when Joker is in flow state, he is the main character for the next however long the game's going on. And we see it kind of happen here, where 3-1, all 3 points were essentially 1 point scored by NXCD, but all of it was kind of derived from this flow state.
Yeah.
With the first pick over here, let's see what he takes. He has options between Orb Dancer and Reverb. I know he sometimes likes taking Prime Time or Rapid Fire as well, but there's a good chance he just takes Reverb or Dancer.
Yeah, I would like to see Reverb. It also gives her cooldown, which helps her keep the flow state up. Okay, just opts to go Prime Time. Gonna let Reverb drop down to elsewhere anyway. We got a little bit of damage on Kai. Actually interesting to take the prize fighter there. Of course, Amy would love to have that rapid fire, no problem. Here, Lamau XD actually getting some kills, going to get a little bit more benefit here with that adrenaline rush. And XCD was getting staggered a bunch, now has that reverb, is going to be surviving a little bit longer here, but now Cardbox, Vice being the strongest damage character in the game, picks up Stinger,
yep.
And that could be curtains.
If he isn't on the map to use that Stinger.
That's also curtains, yeah.
But so to go a little bit more into detail on this prime time pickup, for those wondering why Joker likes to go this pick, there's 2 reasons. One, it's a really powerful slow, and it has no cast time to the animation in the sense where you can cast it while moving without stopping your movement.
Yep.
So that is one reason. And then the other reason is it's another tool for him to extend his flow state.
Yeah.
As I say that, Joker just coming back here from the Afterlife has a 2-man power play between him, NXCD, and Soren. Manages to get that last barrier here. Flow state comes out. Flow state drops. The ultimate comes out from NXCD, and that is going to be point number 1. I didn't even realize that both forwards of Spiraling Misfortune were KO'd in that short time.
A big double power play is going to make things extremely awkward as we get on to this next point here. EKC looking quite good right here. All right, a little bit of possession here for Misfortune. They're going to try to do a little bottom side push here. Lamau XD is using the hook, not seem to finding its target, though. Forgot. Going to come in here with the eject button. Again, not really making too much happen here, but now Joker, the main character, has entered the flow state, and now it's pressure. Pressure all over the place for Misfortune.
For a fun reference, for those of you guys have watched Kuroko's basketball, every time I see Joker pop the flow state, I just think of him going into the zone. And it's just him versus everyone as he tries his best to break both barriers, to score the goal. And we're seeing how easy it is for him to just keep, like, he can be losing these strike wars and it doesn't matter because he gets an infinite amount of attempts at them.
Yeah, he does. She's fast enough to literally go retrieve the core by herself. Now we see Joker staggered a little bit, though, so this is the chance for Spiral to grab something, and they do get that barrier, they get the flip. Lamau XD just not, I mean, really, the gates weren't open fully all the way there, but now Lamau XD has a chance here. Forgot does have his flip, and he can maybe help, but doesn't even need it.
A great placement there on the closed strike. Sends it up to that top corner, gets it past Soren. And that's kind of one of the downsides. Soren went up a little bit more to play aggressive to help Joker out. They just weren't able to secure that point, even though all the aggression was in their favor and all the pressure was on their side. So when their attack or their offense kind of failed, it gave Spiraling Misfortune a great opportunity to counterattack, which they took full advantage of. Kazan doing just phenomenal there, breaking that first barrier here. And yeah, like, I'm happy that it's not over every time Joker presses spacebar, every time the flow state comes up. There's still ways to maneuver around it.
There are some ways, you try your best to keep the ball away from Octavia. Even flipping the ball gives you like 2 seconds of invulnerability. She cannot grab it, so spending a little extra time there, and the flip is also quite beneficial. Now they're looking to kill Joker here pretty low. Lamau XD switch tights completely, and yeah, the top spin is going to take him right on out there. Forgot, gonna lose a strike board there to the Firewall Sentry. Gonna be a little unfortunate though. The power play could grab them up barrier. Lamau XD can't seem to make it happen with a crooked leverage. The flip, and it's going to be not stuffed by the flurry. Great angle, actually. It's going to be an upward angle there from Lamau XD, and it's going to be now a power play for the side of EKC.
Oh, but a great dribble from Cardbox allows the flow state to run out completely, so Joker no longer has it, even though they have the power play here. But a nice passing play gets it between, or gets it past Forgot while he was stuck in barrage animation.
Yeah, that was a red ball, like down from Joker and into NXDD. So that was kind of interesting. Does he have 1-2? He might have 1-2, and I might have missed
Someone has
that
1-2. Someone has 1-2.
Probably NXDD who.
But it starts off immediately with a double barrier. Soren, popping the Soren angle there, manages to get it out, costs his life for it. But there is a good chance that they can keep the point alive here until Soren gets back. 7 more seconds, but it's a lot of abilities coming out from Spiraling Misfortune here, and they managed to try to clear it out with the Juliet ultimate, but just not able to really dig it out completely. Good attempt there, but it is going over to a 0.5 in the set.
Yeah, the Fire Flurry almost did it there, but kind of just matched by the top spin as they're both like multi-hit moves there, holding the ball. But either way, we're going to have an even set here. Lamau XD getting kind of on in there. The crooked leverage going to get interrupted, though, but they are going to grab a barrier in the process either way. Down to Cardbox, who has flipped. This could be a big situation here. Blasts it. Okay, Lamau XD does lose a strike board here to Soren. Joker has flipped, spends it. Now has nothing, is going to get O-code, almost O-code by that Supernova. It's going to be a power play for the side of Misfortune.
Yeah, pops that energy burst there, but opts to strike the core to move it forward, and that cost him his life because the elusive ran out in that same moment there, or the evasive, I should say. But now he's back. Flow state's back up here, trying his best to see if he can get a hit on there. Isn't able to keep it up, but they have the offensive pressure here. The Kazan crooked leverage just pulling it right back in and trying to make a play himself, and we can see the energy economy between the two teams. We have 2 energy bursts fully available between Forgot and Lamau, with only 1 on Soren that can be used defensively, most likely.
Yeah, I'd like to see Forgot get that eject button on in there. We're going to maybe wait this one out, but it's going to be, really good wait from Forgot, and then a nice kill as well. Lamau XD popping on into that adrenaline rush. It's going to make him even more threatening than before. His cooldowns that doesn't exist already don't exist as well. Cardbox winning a situation there. Lamau XD also helping with a little bit of pressure. And we actually got Misfortune evening up the set count here against EKC. Yes, EKC.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great play from Kazan there, Lamau. Using the energy burst, putting Joker into hit stun and getting him low enough so that the crooked leverage can just yank him completely out.
It's great.
That with the enhanced power of 1-2 punch was more than enough to eliminate him, and we can see how different the matches go when Joker is able to thrive versus being completely targeted down, right?
Yeah.
From first pick in that last draft to last pick here, and now midfield Vice being able to pick up perfect form. And remember, guys, this perfect form is such an insane awakening on Vice because of how easily it is to proc on multiple people.
Oh, yeah,
the Tame Lightning, when you're in midfield, you're hitting the core +1, sometimes two targets pretty consistently. And those are all hits that the first one being a non-light hit, and then the additional ones being light hits on top of that. This is going to be a really devastating pickup here, but that's not stopping SDKC from breaking both barriers immediately with the flurry and following it up with Soren diving in on the cyber swipe to get that first point.
Yeah, that cyber swipe hit and redirect was really great by Soren there, getting on in there as they should be, using eject button to Imi, of course. Now starting off this point, Lamau XD with a great crooked leverage is going to steal that barrier away. Down to Cardbox, but Soren, once again, cyber swipe, big situation here to grab a barrier. Lamau XD is going to try to ride this one to the top side. All right, Cardbox going to help. Okay, the Giga Blast is also going to give them a little bit of advantage, but they are going to lose that situation there. Forgot, kind of missing that strike, but maybe it was a benefit there. Unfortunately, losing their barrier, and NXCD with Joker going to win those situations right to the bottom side. Actually, kind of a dominant point.
That was this is just a complete turnaround from this last set altogether here. And I'm not sure what the difference is, but it seems like the kickoffs are going much more in the favor of SEKC here. They're picking up the core much faster, and they're moving it forward with the help of Soren always jumping in there to help either break a barrier, drop down a sentry turret, the firewall sentry, or just provide some assistance. It looked like in the last set they were losing that kickoff more, but as I say that, we lost a goalie.
That we did. Soren gonna find himself in the grave right now
Great
as the
primary.
Oh yeah, that was quite good to
And
grab
that was
the
an
final
Aerial's
victory.
enhanced primary.
Oh, it
that
was,
could put the
wasn't it?
distance.
Okay, yeah, very, very important here. LMXD going to kind of get checkmated there by the Firewall Sentry. Going to find themselves out of here as the power play for SEKC is going to happen. Joker just going to strike it to the bottom side here. NXD does not get knocked off the map by Cardbox's flip, but they're going to double team Cardbox there and make a double power play. This flip could be big.
Oh,
Come on.
being greedy there on the energy burst.
Okay.
Well, you know what happens.
That was greed. That was greed for sure. They were so confident, even though that was the last point. I mean, they had it.
Honestly, I don't even think they realized it was the last point. And
I
now
think I agree.
once again, SEKC back in the lead in terms of set wins or set points with Joker first pick here. And there's so much for him to take. Honestly, it could be Catalyst or Quick Strikes. So opting in for the Quick Strikes instead, going to be able to keep up the flow state much more and also build up that energy. Kind of offering this similar value to Catalyst in that sense, where you're building up that energy economy here. Catalyst being dropped down. I mean, this, I'm going to say right now, is a huge mistake here from the Kazan, taking the bulk up instead of the Catalyst. I don't think that this Catalyst Awakening is just too powerful here and should not be passed up. Going over to Soren instead, who isn't going to utilize it that much, but not having the Catalyst for yourself is the big thing. That Awakening should be one of the highest priorities in this entire game on the current patch here. But besides that, we're going to go in and see how well, once again, Joker is going to take the spotlight, and we're just going to see what he can do with it.
Yep, luckily for Misfortune, Joker does kind of miss on things like Chrono Boost and Cast to Last. Even missing on some of the dash perks as well. I don't even think I see Explosive Entrance, but my goodness, SDKC is going to just slay Misfortune with a double power play, get that point in kind of no problem there. And trying to leeway here into Joker not getting some of the best Awakenings, but certainly making do with what they have right now. It's happening.
So as we go into I mean, that was such a dominant first point in this set. Well, starting off a little bit better for Spiraling Misfortune here as the Kazan tries to maneuver around this barrier take. Forgot doing a good job of trying to clear it out, but it's clearing it right back into Joker, who has that flow state up, trying his best, gets the snipe with the primary. The aerial enhanced distance is putting in so much work for him. Ends up dropping the flow state, but can't be upset with that. Got both barriers down and has the Unstoppable here, which is helping him so much.
Yeah, plus the quick strike too. He's simply just making more energy than everybody else. Okay, Soren's gonna have to blast the flip, but actually gonna lose the barrier in the process. But is Joker.
Combo.
Yeah, the combo's gonna lose Joker his own life. Misfortune does have a power play. It's actually nullified now. NXTD with a great punch. Okay, good eject there from Soren to make it on back. NXTD gonna try to hold possession as long as possible. The top spin.
Oh, nice try.
Yeah, the Soren angle, as it should be, is going to defeat that top spin here. The power play is just about over, and Joker is just pushing it in the goal.
I have a feeling I know what the ban for Spiraling Misfortune is going to be next game.
Gee, what do you think it's going to be? Juliet, right?
I think Juliet is just putting in a little bit too much work.
It's Juliet, dude.
So starting off kickoff once again, really strong Firewall Sentry drop down as Soren jumps in with the Cyber Swipe here. Unable to make a play immediately, but a KO as Lalamao is stuck in top spin animation, gets taken off the side here. NXTD trying to reposition himself in a way that he could get both barriers. Isn't able to find it, but that's all right. Power play happened. They got one barrier. They do trade one of their own, and now Lalamao is back here. Pops the crooked leverage. Has a lot of size there. Is able to actually get that with the close strike box. Forgot using the eject button and just try to make a play on the top side. Isn't able to find it, and now it is time to play a little bit of defense here from SEKC until they regroup.
Yep, and the regroup is going to be Soren own going a little bit, which is okay. They do have a lot of time to work with here as they are up in literal match point right now. And as we talk about size for Kazani, I think he still only has the 15%, but he scales so well off size that even 15% feels suffocating sometimes when you're the goalie.
When all of your moves are scaling with size, and then your actual strike box is scaling as well, and him having one of the most unique strike boxes to begin with, it definitely starts to feel oppressive when you can kind of just like strike it through the goalie, and you can kind of ignore some of these strike war interactions.
Absolutely, yeah. It's just like He is so good with size. That's something you'd really want to deny here. But man, we got Joker here into the flow state with the flip, going to spend it,
great
get barraged. Yeah,
Phenomenal
nice one.
barrage there by Forgot, but unfortunately uses barrage to save it.
Yeah.
Can't stop NXDD, has the energy burst there, and that is a quick game 1 going over to SEKC here.
Yeah, tough spot here, especially when NXDD has kind of got the speed boost flying on in there with the Fire Flurry. There's really not a lot you can do there. I mean, even Juliet can kind of like push the ball in very lightly while she moves forward with the Fire Flurry too. So you're like, oh, I can't strike because I got to wait. I have to evade the last hit then strike. But she's kind of pushing it, so I'm losing. And it's a tough spot when you're that close to the core. But
taking a look at these stats over here, it is 206 redirects on the Joker. Quite a bit more than everyone else in the game. Just the goalies somewhat keeping up with him. And then besides that, even damage-wise, you'd be surprised at how much damage you get put out from Octavia. If you take a look at Forgot there, the difference between Octavia, which is a character you don't expect to really do damage that much, has one ability that does 0 damage.
Yeah, right.
But manages to just put out so much pressure all the time here. And this was a scenario where Joker managed to pick Octavia on a map where it was a damage start for Spiraling Misfortune, right? All of them being on the 1-2 punch, or maybe Forgot being on the aerials there. But regardless, they had a lot of damage there, and they weren't able to keep Joker down entirely. That set number 2, where they did win, they were able to shut down Joker.
Yeah.
But besides that, Joker adjusted and managed to kind of just like keep that spotlight on him the entire time.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you can survive the 1-2 punch start with Octavia here, you're looking pretty good. You're going to have a lot of advantage in a lot of other sets here. I mean, they were against Vice too. Vice and Kazan. Vice is dummy damage, and Kazan is so good at confirming the kill.
And this was Vice with 1-2 punch Stinger perfect form.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
You can rarely handcraft better awakenings than that, besides maybe Heavy Impact or Deadeye, right? But these awakenings are are not worse by any means.
No. I mean, she had enough damage to be putting around, but it kind of looked like Misfortune might have just been positioning a little bit too close to the edges there, and that's kind of where some of those double power plays really ended up. I mean, we had Soren get on in there with the Cyber Swag and the glitch pop to help get those kills. NXDD, I mean, of course, just playing Juliet, 1-2 punch. I mean, it's tough. You cannot be near the sides there. So
definitely,
that's going to hopefully be an adjustment there from Misfortune to try not to get too close to those edges.
So going into this game number 2, we have Clarion Test Chamber. We have to see what the awakenings are. But there's a good chance that the Octavia gets banned purely because even if it's not a good Octavia start, they might just want to not deal with it.
I agree. I would probably be like, guys, look, if we have to deal with some garbage, fine. But if it's Octavia, I just don't want to play.
Right.
I just don't want to. No one really wants to do that.
And it's one of those things where the Joker is just so good at this character that it does not matter if it is typically when we see a game, whether it's our own solo queue games or in a competitive series, and we see a Chrono Boost start or a Castellat start, that is what kind of triggers like, oh, Octavia can be picked here, right?
Yeah.
But Joker does not care. He's like, if this is remotely viable on Octavia, this is a start that I'm going to play her on.
Yeah, and I would say that Aerials is pretty solid start for Octavia. Not the best, of course, but it also doesn't feel like it warrants a ban. You know, you don't think about Octavia there.
You don't. When you see Aerials, you think maybe Zentaro, Estelle, Amy, or just like these other characters that can utilize that awakening more frequently. And like you said, the Aerials is good. People don't realize that the speed boost that you get from the haste increase that comes on Aerials is something that Octavia loves, right? The reason why we like Chrono Boost is because it also extends the duration, but it's also doing the other part where it's enhancing your speed.
Oh yeah, by 75%. That's a lot.
So if you get that, plus you get that and Explosive Entrance or Chrono Boost, you start moving so fast, you start breaking into the quad digits of speed stats.
Yeah, things get a little bit insane when Octavia starts getting those speed awakenings. And heck, Aerial's even giving her the primary range helps to keep that full state up too.
We saw that multiple times there, that paired with the prime time, and then the Aerial's extended range.
Look,
oh no, okay.
They didn't do it, and their reward might be another Octavia game.
So let's take a look here. We get the banning the
they
Juliet.
We were right. It was just such a problem. Well, for the other team, I guess, but
I mean, NXT did phenomenal on the Juliet here.
He did.
But interesting that they let the Octavia through. Once again, seeing that they probably assume that there's no way he's taking Octavia, and if they do, we will just remove him from the game.
Try as you might.
That might be the game plan, but let's see how it pans out here. Taking a look at everything else here. Once again, Rasmus taken away. They're completely fine with putting Lolamau on Kazan instead. They said, hey, we know his Rasmus is good. We're just going to limit his pool to something else. And instead, it's going to be NXCD on his famous Zentaro here, one of the other known highest caliber Zentaro players alongside Borg and some of the other top players, being paired with a Vice goalie here. So we have damage coming out, quite a bit of damage coming out from SEKC as well. Not just even though it's paired with the Octavia, it's looking like they're ready to get some KOs.
They are. I mean, I think honestly, Vice has enough damage to deal stagger all by herself.
Yep.
Zentaro also can just do a ton of damage himself. Really great for confirming kills. And Octavia's ult is not bad at confirming kills either. So I think they're gonna find a lot of them. I mean, like I said before, Spiraling Misfortune would want to try to adjust away from those edges, but Clarion sometimes does not allow that, as we have a couple of side streets, a couple of close range lanes there, and looks like they're going to grab the Asher.
Pick up here. The Asher here, most likely going into the. Well, actually, I don't know if it's going to go. Yeah, it's probably going into the goal.
I'd say goalie for sure.
The goalie position here. But one thing to keep in mind and things to look out for in this game is because the Asher is that melee character, lockdown character, it will be better at holding up against Joker. But the trade-off here is you don't have a ranged goalie that's going to be applying the same amount of damage as the Vice will.
Yeah, I think one interesting thing is that while Asher is good at holding the barrier, I don't actually think it's that good against Octavia, considering that Asher can only really send the ball forward, and Octavia is really good at retrieving the ball. So it's going to be Forgot holding it and being like, okay, team has to come in, team has to win a strike war situation. If he was playing a ranged goalie, I think it's easier to interrupt the flow state and kind of get the ball away from her in some situations.
I agree.
So we'll have to see if the team really gets in there.
Joker is also one of the best Asher players in this forward position as well. So he knows just fine on how this character works and how to outmaneuver it. Expect a lot of you'll see it happen quite a bit where Joker will walk up with the core and then strike it up and primary it up to get a dribble to force out the goalie to use some sort of ability. He'll just like dribble for a second right before he approaches the goal, bait out an ability, either force out the dash or the primary, and then go in for the attempt on the barrier or the net.
Yeah, not a bad idea if you were doing you could do like a strike up primary, then Asher does primary, then run in with the ult, and now if Asher doesn't have ult, if Asher doesn't have primary to deal with Octavia ult, then you're probably getting that barrier. We might see that happen.
And I think the interaction, if both of them have it up, is that the Asher primary will beat out the ultimate. I think it'll manage to push the core through.
It might, because it might also knock Asher back. I'm not really entirely sure if she'll be able to get the good hit that she wants on it, but maybe we'll see that interaction happen. And I mean, Cardbox is already looking at no health here. It's going to be a rough spot for Misfortune on this start.
Yeah, starting off strong with the damage coming out. Joker trying to get that confirmation on Cardbox. Isn't able to get it, but NXCD pairing the two abilities together, primary into that secondary rush, able to secure it, gets to level 2, pops the ultimate, isn't able to finish it off there, but they still have a power play. Soren doing something interesting there, manages to get it to NXCD. I'm sure that was calculated all in mind there.
That was interesting indeed. That kind of angle was kind of mind-boggling. I don't blame Forgot for dropping that one. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, I don't think anyone knew what was going to happen in that situation here, but oh my goodness, starting off strong. NXCD pumping the damage there. And we can see that, we're training it right back.
Next one, Forgot.
Yeah, we can see that NXCD opted in for that 1-2 punch instead of the Adren Rush, and that's kind of what's allowing him to get these KOs, but the trade-off being he doesn't get the extra speed from confirming the KOs.
Yeah, true. I mean, Cardbox nicely helping on in there with the piercing shot there to get that barrier here. We got Cardbox looking a little bit low. Forgot already standing on the orb. Can't not get it. Lamau XD looking at 0 health. It feels like SEKC has an entire game to work with here. Of course, they are winning here. Man, they just don't seem like they're losing any situations, but Forgot is going to actually get that primary in there. The barrier beam is going to hold it, but the Joker's tenacity and speed is going to get that one on the bottom side. SEKC, that was a real switcheroo there. They had 2 people staggered, and then one of them was staggered. So SEKC is looking strong.
This is going to be an aggressive game, right? We're already seeing staggers, KOs happening. These points are so quick. Bouncy House coming out here for our third iteration of Clarion Corp map. Both barriers dropped. Forgot going in for that orb. Almost missed it. Missed the core there. Manages to get back in time. Lolamau being taken down really low. Has no elusive either. Joker using that primary to apply a little bit more pressure. NXCD trying to find the KO here, but Kazan does have ways to be a little bit more elusive there. But flow state popped, NXT passes it over to Joker, and Joker takes over as the brawler in that moment, securing that point. Quick 3-0 here, going over to SEKC.
Yeah, and SEKC is looking at comfort. You know, NXTD is nicely on Zentaro, Joker is on the damn Octavia, and Soren opts himself. Yeah, Amy was open, could have picked whatever he wanted, but opts to go this Vice for Omega damage, and it's working out right now. I mean, we got NXTD as first pick explosive entrance. I mean, kind of a catastrophe here if you're Misfortune. Not much is going to be able to contest that. I mean, Soren with the, we got Forgot with the orbs, which is fine. Octavia becomes a little bit more invincible, a little faster. A little bit of health here for the Estelle, which is fine. I mean, extra special maybe showing up for this Vice, which is going to be really tough to deal with. If for some reason Lamau XD can survive, this size could be a factor. I just don't see him living.
I think over there, if you're Lalamau, you don't worry about the Rampage. You just take the Twin Drive and then apply a little bit more damage.
Yeah, it could be fair.
You have a team that is not like full of damage just because of the Asher goalie, but you have Cardbox who could follow up. Also has that 1-2 punch, and then you having Twin Drive pairs really well with 1-2 punch as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Lamau XD is kind of already being bullied a little bit there. Can't seem to hit the core. Cardbox trying to help it forward. They do get it forward. All right, one barrier down for each side here. NXT has a little bit of control here. Cardbox sending it over to Soren. Going to Thunder Strike it right on back. Joker flow state. It's going to be tough now, but actually the Path Splitter is going to stop Joker from continuing that flow state, and it's kind of a little bit of a stalemate here as Lamau XD is kind of looking on death's door, though.
Oh, a good pass from NXTD. Tries to get it over to Joker, who makes an attempt on the barrier. Isn't able to finish it off. Lalamau, no elusive. Could be taken out here, but no, I think if Joker connected that primary there, we would have seen a KO attempt onto the Kazan. But a lot of damage being pumped onto Joker, who wasn't the intended target necessarily, just being in the situation where he's in front of the ball. Adrenaline Rush popped. Got all the speed in the world here. As he gets a second KO, re-pops the Adrenaline Rush. Has to be careful here because he is staggered. But they have the double power play here.
Yeah, they're just looking for a little bit of interesting angles here, maybe a clip or two, but don't seem to find it. In fact, the power play's over, but not in time for Cardbox to make it back. And SEKC's got a lot of control this game. You can already see, man, Soren missed like maybe 8 out of 10 primaries on Lamau XD in a situation on the top left there, which was pretty funny, but it doesn't seem to matter as they have just too much control.
Oh my goodness, and we're seeing the range of the rush on Zentaro being enhanced by the explosive entrance, and all of his abilities being impacts being upgraded as well, as Lalamau XD gets removed from the map very swiftly. And now we have Cardbox down to essentially no stagger, being dropped down into the puddle there. I think that was a little bit of a mechanical misplay on the Zentaro combo, but that's all right. Cardbox is not going to be participating that much at the moment, as Joker tries to take them out, isn't able to find it. Barriers are being held honestly pretty well here, as Forgot is doing his best here on the Asher, while his teammates play a little bit of League of Legends and try to live.
Yeah, it looked like they were having a good time over there. NXT did regenerate right out of the crooked leverage, though. Going to stay alive. Forgot. Going to grab a barrier here to survive. Lamau XD kind of 2v1. Can't seem to make it happen. Cardbox finally getting into position to help, but Lamau XD now at nothing. Joker also fully staggered here, but in flow state, falls out of it there. They could confirm this kill on Joker. This is what they're looking for, but that crooked leverage is only going to get him out of the way, and it's not going to be enough to kill him here.
Yeah, and take a look at the level difference here between the Kazan and the Zentaro. A level 2 Kazan, he's just getting bullied over and over again, having almost like no opportunity to participate in the point here. And it's really on like Cardbox and Forgot to try to like do their best to make something happen. Oh, but a great shot.
That was good.
I don't even... the angle there.
Yeah, the Path Splitter having the angle that it sends at actually was in the 45 of that shot. That was so fire. I loved that. That was really sick.
Even things out. It was not looking good for them. But a supernova failing, followed up with a missed energy burst here. But failing in the sense of getting a barrier here, still managed to pop that middle, increase the size, reset some cooldowns.
Okay.
But a good play there from Kazan, gets both barriers, and now we have a shot. He's looking healthy up there, but Cardbox trading his own stagger to kind of keep the core alive as much as possible.
Yeah, Cardbox gets a nice angle on the corner there to survive, but not healing of the orb was just not enough here, and we got the situation we were just about to talk about, but Forgot ended up using Flip to nullify it in general as well there.
Yep.
Joker does have flow state though, and it has a lot of power, but they actually end up losing control of that ball there. Flow state's gone too. The power play is over. NXTD is now the one who's low. can they turn this one around as it just go?
Goalie to goalie, returning the favor back in the last point. Soren says, you get one, I get one.
Yeah, unfortunately, Astro's not too fast, but kind of big, but not fast enough or big enough. So it's going to be a little another point there from EKC that the Supernova is really strong here. Once again, we show up on Bouncy House. Tough map for just the goalies, man. It feels so difficult to defend. I mean, even Soren, top-level player, can't seem to defend these barriers from Kazan. It's tough, man. We're going to have his Taro and combo of Joker going to get in there, but forgot. Great job of defending this one, and now Lamau actually has a shot. Oh, dude. Okay, Kazan can stop the ball. That stuff pisses me off so much, and then Cardbox piercing shots. How do you play around that?
It's really tough because he did the topspin on the goal line, so you can't walk past it to try to catch it afterwards.
Right?
So you essentially just like have to accept that it's going in there, or I think you can elusive, stand in place, and then maybe strike but lose your life after. It's a tough situation there. I don't think I think it was more of like a checkmate at that point.
It was like a checkmate. What I mean, like by stop, like I know he can like keep it in the
course,
top spin,
yes.
But like if he's too close with the top spin, he stops the ball, kind of like Asher's first hit primary would, and then the top spin finishes. Now Kazan's standing on the ball. It's so ridiculous. Either way, crazy point. Both barriers down here. We got Joker and Flow State gonna die to the top spin.
That's a 1-2 punch enhanced top spin there. Kazan having those multi-hits allows him to proc 1-2 punch from just the top spin alone. And now NXTD using that energy burst to try to clear it out. This is 0.5 here, so you know, they have to use all their resources or risk you know, losing the set.
Yeah, and the resources are dwindling as Lamau XD stagger bar is at nothing, and the Joker's going to slay him with that base drop. And it's going to be Soren here with the ball on the bottom side. They're going to get a big 1-2 punch blast in overtime there, and it's going to be... was that kind of an own goal from Cardbox there with the teleport? Not entirely sure, but Joker gets it in.
That was Joker with the strike. I mean, Joker sent it, either Joker or NXTD sent it to that top corner where no one was there, but the amount of speed that Joker has just allowed him to catch up and get the core himself.
Yeah, so these are the two characters that you want to be in front here. The two Onis just scale so hard off these Awakenings.
Hotshot, a phenomenal pickup here for the Vice, something that Asher also wants themselves. Taking up the Orb Dancer instead, Chrono Boost being brought over. Not something that, at this point, they kind of just accept it like, hey, he's going to get something here. If he doesn't take the Chrono Boost, he's getting the Reptile Remedy or the Bulk Up, which will enhance that peak performance that was already picked up as well.
Yeah.
So it's not, it's like, they just got to accept it at this point. We have double orbs also for Forgot, so maybe that's something that power spike will allow him to, you know, to participate a little bit more, have a little bit more pressure.
Maybe. It could work in a couple of situations, though, but Joker grabbing the thing right in the middle here, keeping Flow State up, has a lot of stagger already. How are they going to stop this Joker? I mean, of course I'm talking about that, but he does end up dropping out of Flow State here. They do kill him out, XD. They are not even close to staggered, but they do grab one little barrier here from the strike shot. Cardbox going to be left alone here to try to defend this entire midfield. Yeah, the hot shot here helping it out with the power cord. Want to just be a really tough situation for Misfortune as the power play does end.
Power play ends, but Flow State is back, so every time this Flow State is up, it might as well be a power play. NXTD finding the angle onto that top barrier here, has energy burst, is most likely going to just look for a way to pass it over to Joker. Flow State ended, so Joker back to his little midfield duties for the time being here. As Lalamau, no elusives, low on stagger, tries his best to break that bottom barrier, isn't able to find it. Cardbox, great strikes there, misses the energy burst there towards the end, and now it's a little bit of ping pong as Forgot trying his best to just find an angle here to clear the ball out. Joker doing what he does best, walks back all the way, grabs the core still while maintaining Flow State. NXTD with a great play there, isn't able to catch the core on the rush, but manages to find the kill for a consolation prize. Lalamau picks up the orb in the middle and is able to get it with the close strike, the enhanced strike power, and a great angle.
Yeah, pressing the point, really getting it on in there. Honestly, it's kind of amazing that SKKC could lose the point on that variant of the map, considering the center orb allows Octavia to keep Flow State up. So it's kind of insane for Octavia, but they are going to end up losing it there. So Misfortune does have some signs of life. Unfortunately, they're one-thirded. Now they're a third of power here as they're going to lose 2 players, and SCKC is retaining this lead here. 1-1 in this set, but boy, they are approaching match point.
And keep in mind that it's something that isn't talked about as much, but typically when you score a goal with all of your abilities being dumped, it gives the other team a little bit of an advantage here on kickoff. But because of the adrenaline rush, almost all of their cooldowns are back up, so it doesn't matter that they have to dump all their abilities because Joker just had flow state primary and has that beat drop up as well.
Yeah, I mean, we can see it. The flow state just will not drop right now. The Chrono Boost doing so much, a lot of extra speed here. The pressure for Forgot is just mounting, but I mean, the damage being dealt from both sides is really happening here. Soren trying to just get a silly power chord angle there, but ends up losing the barrier in the process. But we're gonna get a flip here right in front for Joker. Gonna grab the last barrier. All right, looking a little bit low here. Can they get a kill? And Forgot kind of
Misclick there.
Misclicked or flicks too hard or something happened, but they're unfortunately going to be dashing in the wrong direction. And now, series point, really, for SEKC showing up here on the side streets or Lino something. I forget.
I don't know. I'm calling it side streets. That's what I know about. So we're taking an NXCD going in deep with the passive plus the rush combo, getting both barriers there. Pops the ultimate to try to get it through the Asher ultimate. Loses the life of Cardbox there towards the bottom, and now it's a power play. We lose another one. Joker gone for another 10 seconds here, and Lullaby finds the angle, gets the barrier, has a shot on net, and manages to score it, tying it up 2-2.
Okay, hey, at least they get to see another variant here. They Forgot did a great job there of evening up that power play.
I think it's Bouncy House now.
Oh, man. Fair, I guess. I'm not sure, but here we are on Bouncy House. Joker starting off with the flow state up, gets blasted right on back into Storm, but they defend it nicely here. We're going to have NXCD use the Oni's Blade to get it on in there. Now, can't only gonna grab one barrier in the process, though. Stuns Forgot to grab one more of these barriers here. Now, man, first to lose both of their barriers here is going to be in huge trouble.
Yeah, it's one of those things where at least you have one barrier, it just feels way more manageable. Because protecting only half the map seems more reasonable when you have so much out of your control or so much randomness with these bounces. Although they're not really random, it's just one of the things when the core is moving so fast, you can't really predict how it's going to play out.
Absolutely, man. Forgot ends up holding the barrier through thick and thin there, but losing theirs, but the opponents lose theirs as well right in the process here. NXCD has a big chance to get a redirect,
and
it's
there
gonna
it is.
Oh, it's going to be Joker right in the nick of time, getting on in there with the speed. Forgot just can't make it, and SEKC takes this series.
And once again, this was a phenomenal series from everyone here on SEKC, but Joker, just the nature of this Octavia character, takes the spotlight from everyone and says, hey, it's all about me. Either I'm gonna win this for us, or I'm gonna be completely useless.
Yeah, right. I mean, even the victory screen there, not seen too often there with the Dream Octavia showing up, and we can see Joker the Brawler is getting 7 of those scores there. Of course, King of Redirects there. And like you said last time, 17k damage on Octavia is like pretty or actually it's unreasonable because that's a lot.
That is a lot, right? We're almost at the same 20k that Soren had.
That guy's Vice.
And then this is Forgot on goalie, almost 7k more than him, and then another like 7k more than Kazan there. And this is on a 1-2 punch Adren Rush start.
Yeah.
With Joker doing some of the highest damage in the entire game on this Octavia.
Yeah, it's just he goes on in there with the base drop, hits multiple people, and I guess that's just a lot of damage. What else can you say?
And then constantly using his primary on people to keep re-procking the flow state. Just using it, not off cooldown, but using it frequently enough.
Yeah, frequently enough for sure. I mean, you can spend that primary to hit people because you are faster than the wind. All you need is your strike and a dream to make it happen here. You know, it's cool that Octavia also gets the flow state back, even from hitting somebody with the energy burst too.
Yeah.
So she has like a lot of resources to use. I mean, we see right there, boom, blasted into there with that. Lamau XD did have some solid points, but oh man, AKC just had too much.
Yep.
Too much.
And you brought up a good point in the orb variant map, where that's something that is very unique to Octavia, where you can strike the orb in the middle, and any of the benefits that you get from striking something apply, which means keeping that flow state up at all times.
Yeah, keeps it up and gives her more speed. I don't remember what the percentage or whatever is, but she gets more speed for every strike, and it resets the thing. So it's kind of an insane variant that they could even take it from her, but yeah, really good series. That was crazy. That's a lot of action.
So that is going to be it for losers semifinals here. Going up next is going to be losers finals, where it is going to be SEKC who versus Core Retroflow. So as we prepare that match, we'll be right back.
Stay tuned.
Hello, everybody. We are back. It's Losers Finals. I'm here with Water Fury. You placed quite solidly in this tournament. 39 teams, and you were fifth, I believe.
Yeah, fifth.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Yeah, we actually just lost to EKC, one of the teams playing
Yeah,
in the Losers Finals match. They played really, really well, so I'm looking forward to seeing them playing again.
yeah. What map was it on?
We played. We went to a three game series with them. We played on Taigo Temple. We beat them, and then we lost to them on Night Market, and then we lost them on Atlas Lab game 3. It was a very close series. I think they're a really strong team. I expect them to do well. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty likely given how well they're doing so far. And just gonna get the character pick bans here. I guess composition wise, what do you expect from this iteration of EKC SEKC to be precise?
Well, specifically from the Joker, in all 3 of our matches, he picked Octavia, which I was pretty surprised by because, well, the first game was a Chrono Boost start, whatever, and that was actually the one we won, surprisingly. But the other 2, they were like decent starts for Octavia, and in the third game, I don't think he was actually planning on picking her, but we kind of banned out like the rest of his pool. Like we picked the Estelle. We picked the Now, we banned the Vice, so I think he was kind of not left with a lot of other options. So I think, I also saw that in the last series against Spiraling Misfortune, who they just beat, he also picked the Octavia. So I would definitely expect to see that. Sword's been kind of rocking the Kai a lot today. He looks really, really good on it. He also played the Vice and the Amy last series. And then next, of course, your typical stuff like Julie, Zen, those are the kind of stuff I'm expecting from them.
Well, heading into picks and bans, first game, Night Market. Bit of a dangerous start here. Ponder for more cooldowns equals more damage, and also explosive entrance, a favorite of a lot of the damage characters here.
Yeah, I mean, explosive entrance, I don't really. This is actually a really tough situation for Retroflow. Is a really bad start to get because they could get the Zen ban, but then NXT gets Julie, and I know he really likes to play Julie on this time. Like we banned Julie against them, and it felt like a really good ban. But if they ban the Julie, then he gets the Zentara, which is really bad. And then of course Ponder, just good for everyone.
Yeah.
This is also a pretty good start. Not pretty good. It's like all right. For Octavia because it's a speed start. So they could opt into running an Octavia here as well. But explosive does kind of imply that you're running some more damage like Amy, Vice, etc. So maybe they won't. Well, I guess they will not because their Octavia got banned.
Yeah, I think Retroflow's been watching how SEKC have been performing here, and that means that Octavia taken off the table. I'm interested to see how Retroflow would approach this draft because Leo Leon. Leo Leon loves Zentaro. That's definitely a priority pick here. But the Juliet, like you mentioned, especially in Nassel, NXED has performed incredibly well with the Juliet, especially with the Adrenaline Rush taking over the entire game. But we see a Now ban here. They do not want either Streak or Elo Heaven piloting that character, and there's a Zentaro.
Yeah, and I'm imagining we're gonna see a Julie pick from NXT. They're probably gonna wait to pick that because they are not gonna expecting Poor Rushfo to pick it from them. So I think they're looking to pick their goalie, which will be Amy, and their midfield, which is Vice. Octavia's been in this game. Joker, I think, is really well known for playing like Octavia, Vice, like Estelle. Those are like the 3 big ones. And this game, like Octavia's off the table, so it's either Estelle or Vice, and I think Vice is a really good pick here, especially on an explosive start.
And you're talking about the Imi Vice, right? Those two characters pretty popular with EKC in general.
And also on an explosive start, like both
Yeah,
of them-
explosive
I mean, I
start.
don't know if both of them are gonna go explosive because Orb Ponder is a really, really
Yeah.
strong awakening, but I would expect to see at least Soren, maybe. And we see an Estelle coming out from Elo Heaven.
Elo Heaven's been playing a lot of Estelle.
Yeah, I've been seeing it today. He played really, really well on it earlier. And then the last person is Streak. I don't know exactly what they're gonna bring out. This kind of a wild card. Maybe Mako. I'm not exactly sure though.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward spot here, especially because of that Now ban. I think Now ban was well targeted. I think Streak might have considered playing the Now goalie. He has done that quite a few times today.
Oh, the
And then,
Rasmus.
ooh, the Rasmus goalie. Okay,
Not
so
expect-
yeah, I don't think Streak has picked that today at all, if I remember correctly.
I
So,
don't think so. No.
but he is pretty familiar with most of the characters in the game, so we'll have to see. And Juliet, like you expected,
I mean, this is just bread and butter EKC. Like, I knew exactly what they were going to draft this game because this is just what they usually play for.
yeah. And the scary part about EKC is, unless your team's name is the Bozo Bunch, even if you know what they're drafting, even if it's obvious, you're still gonna have a hard time.
Yeah. I mean, EKC is really playing phenomenal today. Like, I was so impressed, specifically with Soren. I think Soren is playing so well right now. He just looks like he can't be stopped, can't be scored on. And I'm really looking forward to seeing if they can keep up that momentum in this series against Retroflow, who actually knocked them down to losers in a BO1 earlier in the tournament. So this is kind of a revenge match.
Yeah, BO1 to BO3 is very different, especially in the Mega Strikers with the whole map pick ban changing as well. In BO3s, the first round of map picks is a lot more free than the best of one, because best of one's at the end of the road after all of the bans, but each team only gets a ban one before the 2 picks come in.
Yeah.
So the maps, well, let's throw the maps back up again. The first 2 maps, Nightmare Atlas Lab, pretty standard here, but
Right.
Demon Deus at the very end is what I'm looking at.
Yeah. It's very interesting because so their first map is Night Market and the second one is Atlas Lab, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so kind of like the 2 core maps, like Night Market, Atlas Lab, and then they have like a really wild card Demon Days. I'm actually wondering if Steven's going to go to a game 3 though, because what I heard from EKC is that earlier when they played Core Retroflow that they hadn't really like found their flow yet, and now they like definitely have. Like going through so many different teams, like they know exactly what to play for, and their style now, because their midfielder is not typically the Joker; it's typically Katsuno.
Yeah.
So I think they've kind of figured out what they're playing for now.
Yeah, so we'll have to see, going back to the characters here. Like, expectations coming in, of course, SEKC, very EKCS composition, very normal. We've seen them do this a million times before. Do you think Explosive Entrance or Ponder? I know it's up in the air. Both awakenings are very good.
For who? Or just for anyone?
They're just for anyone, really.
I think we should. Okay, well, Explosive on Zen for sure. Like that's the one I can say confidently. Julie, honestly, I feel like you would think it's Orb Ponder, but I know NX actually will take the dash training sometimes, so I'm not sure on him. But and then the Rasmus, I think Orbs on Rasmus would make sense, but I know that some Rasmus boy players are a fan of taking the Speed Awakenings. And the Estelle, I think I would want to say Estelle should also go for Orbs. I think like having 2 Orbs on an Orb start is good. You don't really need all 3 of you to have it. It's kind of like hard to spread the Orbs around so everyone can get them. So I think having 2 out of 3 of your players with an Orb Awakening is really strong. So that being said, like I would imagine that one of Soren or the Joker will be playing for the Orb Ponder, but maybe they just go all in on damage and just say, we're not going to take Orbs this game. We're just going to go for pure damage off the side of the map with like with Explosive Entrance because they all have impacts, and then like hope to reset like the Orb Ponder stacks on the other side. Like,
Yeah, we'll have to see. Core Retroflow, of course, big thing to watch out for. Elo Heaven has been playing great, but the one weakness is Elo Heaven has been dying. That guy has been taken off the side many times. And despite that, still performing incredibly well, probably more of an accomplishment, but still. And the SEKC, they're a team that really just KOs, so that's something to watch.
So going into this game, let's see what. So we do see the explosive. Oh, Vambrace on Ricard. That's very interesting. We do see explosive entrance on Elo Heaven, who also took Siphoning 1, so he's really playing for damage this game. And Shrink's the only one who bothered to get the orbs. The other side, NX is the only one who bothered to take the orbs, which I actually think is really interesting because I feel like typically you want either your goalie or your midfield to have the orbs awakenings, but they decided not to opt into that this game.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Free can defend here. Soren passing it up. Leo Leon fighting alone as Elo Heaven has already died. We're not even 30 seconds in, and the damage is coming through Leo Leon. The damage being chained through EKC. Playing through the power play by constantly chaining KOs, and they haven't even scaled yet. This is first set, first point. They are finding KO after stagger after damage.
This really is EKC lore. Like they're just going all in on the KOs. They're not like look at their team. Like I guess it was a good decision for Leon to go for the vicious brand race. He's already back up to like over half health. Like and without that, he would probably be dead right now. And like I said, like you mentioned, Elo Heaven is just getting bullied. I mean, I don't really think it's really on him as well. Like he's just taking so much damage. They're choosing to focus him, which I think is the right decision.
Yeah, of course, making great plays does put you in the way of getting hit, and Streak's hook, well attempted, but a better shot by Joker for the first goal of this series.
Yeah, I was actually really impressed with that play from Streak. He was really close to stopping it. He got a perfectly timed strike on the Visol too in his net. So I think he played that point really well. He just wasn't able to fully stop the goal. Now going back into this, we actually see kind of the opposite. Core Retroflow was actually getting on the offense here, got a barrier, but then one return with Torn Switch Pop, keeping up the pressure. Leo Leon taking a bunch of damage here, but the Vicious Ramberry is actually helping him out a lot. He's already back over to half health, and they get the kill on him with Elo Heaven assisting.
Yeah, getting a kill on Joker is huge here. They're trying to play the corner, trying to get past NXCD and Soren. The primary will do it. Leo Leon now pushing up further, a piercing shot, but not quite enough. Soren has been on fire, like you mentioned today. Soren angling all over the place and getting clears like that. And in the midfield, you got to be careful if you're Elo Heaven, because Joker, despite the changes, you can't instant Vice Special anymore, but that's fast enough.
Yeah, it's even though you have like a 0.25 second lockout, it really doesn't feel like super different. There's just like very few scenarios, specifically in goalie, where you can sometimes get like screwed over because you can't like release it like exactly when you want. But even still, like, it doesn't affect like the damage of it or anything. Wow, great play from Streak and Elo Heaven. Streak using the hook into the primary, and Elo Heaven finishing off the kill with a stealth special. But then NXT returns the kill on the other side of things, and now we're back in the playfield. It's number Soren, cyber swipe off the side. Now it's just Streak against all three of the members. But Elo Heaven's back now, looking to get this play for them. But NXT almost kills him immediately, forces his evade, get him below half health. He's really trying, but you know, it's just like EKC is really keeping up this pressure with the damage, but it doesn't matter. And then Joker actually sends it through the Zentaro wall and puts it right in.
Joker on point, and we're seeing a lot of damage being traded back and forth. That's expected from a violent start like this. A lot of cooldowns, a lot of damage, but Elo Heaven is low on energy and could be the target again as Streak used the hook to get the core out of there. Leo Leon on the top side trying to 1v2 in the midfield. You got to be careful if you're Elo Heaven, but the dash punch won't be enough yet. It is still the first set, even though the KOs in this game have made it feel like we're a little bit deeper into the game.
Yeah, for sure. I'm actually really interested to see how this game evolves once like Stagger Awakenings get involved. Like if EKC is going to look to deny those, or if they're going to give some of them up or not going to be able to deny them, and if that will positively affect like how Poor Retro plays. And really, Retro actually has a ton of damage with their own too. I feel like we're kind of sleeping on it because when the cards like when everything falls in place for them, like they're really able to get a ton of damage going.
Yes, Elo Heaven piercing shotted the barrier, and immediately after the possession is kept by Leo Leon, they convert into a goal. And that's a core retroflow offense that you have to be afraid of. You are still playing Ivy goalie, although Thorn is doing a very good job of not having to touch the core by glitch popping into midfield, by cyber swiping it forward. Once it gets into your hands, you are against an Estelle that can use those abilities to make your life a little difficult.
And we actually see Soren is really playing up a lot. Like he's constantly cyber swiping in and glitch popping forward. And I also I've been really impressed with just how he's playing like all these different types of goalies today. Like he's played Kai, he's played like hold down goalies, played deck goalies. Like he's just been doing it all. But as I say that, Leo Leon gets in there and gets a double barrier. Also at the same time, NXCD is taken off the map, so they have this power play. But he's about to respawn now. Joker and Soren trying to push this through, but not able to get it just yet. But it's still on Cornflo's side of the field, and it could definitely be going in here. Oh wow! No.
Oh, Streak barely doesn't have a strike. I think it was just about to be up. And it was an incredible play by Leo Leon, like you mentioned, to get the barriers. But in the end, it is SEKC still taking it. Soren, of course. Not just the MVP and XP, but absolutely the MVP in general, doing absolutely everything. And we're seeing some awakenings here. What do you think, Spallin?
I don't really know if maybe Big Fish, like 1-2 punch. Like I'm not really seeing a lot of options here for Soren, actually, because he already has Explosive Vengeance, so he doesn't need the areas Yeah, Twin Drive's also another really good important one. I actually completely brushed over it, but that definitely seems like a good one for him since he has explosive entrance. Not NXT, Leo Leon getting the 1-2 punch on the start really big. And also, Rasmus getting the Might of the Colossus with already having Pauldrons getting a ton of damage. Joker getting the Prime Time also really strong. And then looking at the following are the last two, Elo Heaven getting some stagger with Big Fish, and then NXCD getting Blast Cannon, not like the most impactful Waking on Juliet, but does add some power, so it could be the difference maker with getting some kills off the side of the map.
I think all things considered, though, I'm pretty happy with the position that Core Retroflow is in after that draft. And of course, Soren actually kind of saved Elo Heaven off the side there. NXCD was about to get the combo, which is the special into dash punch. Leo Leon is trying to find the goal here as NXCD is low. The damage could be dealt here, but Soren's going in. NXCD still not staggered yet, finally taken out in the power play, but Joker's in there, gets the barrier, looks for a warp forward with Thunderstruck, but not quite, does win a strike war, but it's not enough, but it will stall out a lot of seconds for NXCD to come back, and Leo Leon unsuccessful on the push forward, trying to rush forward once again, has the primary, but NXCD has returned, and Streak and Elo Heaven taken off the map instantly. Leo Leon with the dribbling play to the bottom side, not quick enough as Soren. A clutch goal at the perfect time as SEKC was about to go on a power play.
I actually wanted to comment, looking at the gear that Elo Heaven and Leo Leon took, I was a bit skeptical at the beginning, seeing Elo Heaven taking the Siphoning Wand on the Estelle and Leo Leon taking the Vicious Vambrace. The Vicious Vambrace actually just recently got a buff, but a lot of people still kind of disregarded it as like not being super good. But you know, we actually see it doing a lot in this game, and as I'm talking about that, the Joker going for a kill on Elo Heaven wastes everything, including Flip, not able to get it though, just barely lives. And he's still alive, has the extra stagger from Big Fish, really keeping him alive here. But he's still not dead. Soren staggers him with the Cyber Swipe, but not able to get the glitch pop kill. And then Elo Heaven returns the favor onto NXCD. Now he's dead, back from the power play, and Elo Heaven's about to get unstaggered. It's looking like a really good position for Core Retroflow.
Yeah, SEKC playing to try and find these KOs, but if Elo Heaven lives barely, then it is such a tough spot. Another piercing shot, sniped perfectly by Elo Heaven. And they are looking to convert it into a little bit more. The primary for one barrier, trying to pass it forward for two. Elo Heaven, unfortunately, wastes a bit of time ping-ponging with NXCD, and that's exactly what Soren wants. Capitalize with the glitch pop and the cyber swipe. The firewall sentry to send it forward. And if Joker can get one primary, if NXCD can get one dash punch, it is the point for SEKC as they send it forward again. Soren, flip available. A crazy bounce, but Streak does react in time, and Core Retroflow will keep the point alive for now.
Yeah, and also, I really wanted to comment on Elo Heaven taking this explosive entrance. There have been a few kills, especially oh my, Streak! Oh, what is happening? Streak is making so many insane saves. Leo Leon using the special to keep the core right in front of the next. Streak is playing out of his mind right now. Elo Heaven getting the barrier all by himself, and now they're looking to get the goal onto EKC. They're all playing defense now. They're feeling really scared after getting out. Like they were expecting to score, I'm sure. Like they had such a great offense, but you know, Core Retroflow played such an amazing defensive position, and oh my god.
Oh, and in the end, it is still Elo Heaven, but Elo Heaven played that entire point spectacularly, of course. The other members, Streak with the insane saves, but at the very end, it was Elo Heaven maintaining possession over and over again, making it so hard for Soren to get out of there, and eventually finding the goal. And Core Retroflow looking to fire back at 3-0 if they can get it, but Leo Leon so incredibly low. Not long for this world here.
Yeah, I mean, I am so impressed with how Core Retroflow is playing. You know, like, this team is, like, kind of like a Fable team almost, because they have a lot of history together. That's why they're called Core Retroflow. They're like the old Cal roster. But they haven't played with each other in a long time, so it was kind of like a wild card seeing how well they would do in the tournament, but I've been really impressed with how they've been playing here. Oh, Elo Heaven gets the co-angle onto NXCD. I mean, I feel like a lot of this game...
Well, Soren just shut you up here. Soren has... people talk a lot of things about Soren, people.
No, this guy's crazy.
This guy went crazy there.
He is so good. Like, I was so impressed with him today. He's been playing amazing. And maybe he's just an animal.
Maybe.
I don't know. It's just like, I feel like there's so many things to talk about in this game. It's so interesting, but there's just so much happening all at the same time. Like, you can never really, like, take a moment to breathe, talk about what the players are doing, because they're just, everyone's dying, everyone's scoring. Like, just there's so much happening right now.
So much happening as so much damage pours in. Elo Heaven incredibly low, but Joker and NXCD not unscathed either. A KO could be found, and Joker with the snipe finds Elo Heaven, the midfielder, down now. NXCD looking for a dash punch, but Streak with the patience, with the elusive, gets out of there, and Streak continuing to make the saves with Leo Leon, the pendulum swing to get it away from the glitch pop, the whiplash to get it past once again. NXCD being bounced around, but still staying alive, and that brawler is going to be a pain in the side of Core Retroflow, but not if Leon gets the core out of there. NXT is not being allowed to play here, and they're neutralizing that brawler, but NXT is still alive. Finally, a combo into the hook, and Streak will take him out, but they still need to convert. SEKC still has the barrier here.
I don't think I've ever seen a Rasmus play like that, where you throw out the hook in advance and then you use the penalty to knock him into it. That was crazy well played from Streak. Really good job confirming that KO, but NXT is already back now. I feel like he was barely dead. And now it's back to a 3v3 even standpoint. Soren keeping the core forward, Streak trying to keep it out of his face though. And then Joker flips right in front of him. Streak gets flips it right. There's like split second too early. Joker shoots it in, not able to save it. Back now we're up to a 2-2 set. Really close here.
Incredibly close game, but look at the meter. Elo Heaven and Leo Leon working on flips. Everyone else in the game pretty far from their own. So if Elo Heaven and Leo Leon keep the core up, build up that energy, they could be favored here. But NXT is going in, one barrier taken already, and Streak's got to be a little careful here.
Yeah, just like looking at the play right now, Soren keeps doing this play where he keeps cyber-cycling forward and then placing a turret at the diagonal of the barrier. It's gotten been really, really effective for them so far, but not able to get the barrier there. And now keeping that pressure back on Core Retroflow, but not able to do much there. And now Leon sending the core forward. Elo Heaven, Leon working together, good that first barrier. Doing some nice passing plays, and they're keeping this core forward. Soren not a lot of any abilities left, but using that cross play to get it away from him. And defends the passive from Centauro, and now back over to Core Retroflow's side. It just keeps going back and forth playing in this midfield. There's like all four people are collected in the midfield, and the core just keeps dancing between the two sides of the field. Soren trying to do that turret attack again, but it gets it out, and then eventually they get it back over with NXT and the Joker on the bottom side working. And now the Joker dies back on the other side of the field. And Elo Heaven, Leo Leon looking to take advantage of the power play to get the barrier here, but Soren using the cyber side, keeping it forward. Now Streak kind of playing this like ping pong game between Streak, Leo Leon, and NXT, just like sending it back and forth, back and forth. And now the Joker's back watching even play, but Leo Leon using the explosive and just gets into Soren's face, kills him with the flip, and now they're back to a power play, and they're looking to get this last goal to win the set here. Oh my gosh, going of course.
Incredible defense by Joker, but Streak has the flip as insurance here. Even if Joker makes a crazy play, it's probably not going to go in. Elo Heaven on the follow-up, piercing shot, not quite connecting, and Soren continues the defense here, sends it to the top side, a weird bounce, but Streak has the patience, doesn't get caught out. And now Leo Leon needs to find a play because NXZD is looking very scary. Has the speed to work with, has the glass cannon, finally gets it taken off, and Elo Heaven looking for a snipe, collects the core, looks for the crystal thorns, but once again Soren is so patient, and it goes to NXZD, but a great pull will prevent the kill yet, but Leo Leon gets the perfect snipe, and that's Core Retroflow evening up the game, and this is so incredibly close.
Yeah, this explosive and Centauro is doing immense work for the side of Core Retroflow, because he's able to dash from like halfway across the map and is doing so much, getting goals, barriers with that. He's consistently doing it. Now we see Streak being first. He can opt to get the orb dance or get double orbs here if he wants to.
Yeah, there's so many scary awakenings on the board, right? That catalyst. Good weight, I think, because you don't want him Centauro, and the best case scenario is forcing it on the enemy goalie here.
So instead of actually opting for the orb dancer, Streak looks to deny the Vice heavy impact. And now their Zen targets the Adrenaline Watch. Now Vice is left with nothing for damage and has to take the stack on stacks, which of course is good in the midfield, but when you're playing like EKC is, you're kind of looking for more damage, right? Like you're not playing a Vice midfield for port control, you know?
Yeah, but Joker could make good use of that.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
So,
it's definitely not a weak awakening in any way, but you know, just like looking at the last draft, like only I think EKC only got 1 damage awakening.
Yeah, but they do deny a little bit of stagger away, right?
And on the other side of things, Elo Heaven picking up that orb dancer, maybe that'll keep him alive longer. Picking those up in the midfield, giving him more speed. And oh my god, Joker just gets instantly staggered. They're all piling on him. I think Core Retroflow is doing a really good job of piling their damage properly. Like they're looking for one person who looks caught out, not a lot of stagger, and they're all dropping their abilities on him at the same time. They have no way to avoid the damage.
All right, well, Streak on the dribble forward, cyber side by Soren, trying to get the outplay, but not quite here. Streak now playing a little bit slowly, has the hook. Oh, a weird bounce, but it doesn't contact the barrier. Bit of a miracle there, but NXZD combos perfectly after Joker has the flip up to the top side, but Leo Leon will receive. We'll get it out of there, but NXZD wins the critical strike war, and a snipe by Joker. It's
really well played for Joker with the power chord right there. Looking for the up clear, which Streak had to go for, because Soren and NXZD sitting on the bottom left corner. But passes up, and Joker's right there waiting for the power chord, gets that shot in. Now 1-0 for EKC in the third set here, 1-1.
It's kind of amazing how Core Retroflow are playing this well, right? They get both barriers here. I mean, speak of a caster blessing, not even a caster curse.
Yeah, the first caster blessing in existence.
Yeah, but these are players. Elo Heaven in particular. Leo Leon's been playing Streaks been playing slightly more on and off, but still been playing. But Elo Heaven,
Yeah,
I have
Elo
not
Heaven
seen.
is really impressing me right now.
That guy hasn't played in a while, but
Oh,
right now,
speaking of Elo
okay,
Heaven,
there's the caster
I
curse
mean,
here.
even as much as impressive as he is, he had no stagger to work with
Oh,
there.
and a crazy
And he
bounce
just
for
gets
both
killed from a
barriers.
collection of abilities, and then using the bounce off the Vice Supernova gets the double barrier. And Streak looking to keep this out now. They kind of stabilized themselves a little bit. Elo Heaven almost getting the kill there. Oh, wow. Great read from Streak using the hook on the bottom, but NXT sends it right towards him, kind of like try and mix him up. And he Streak using the secondary too, the whiplash, keeping it forward. He's doing a really good job on this Rasmus pick. You know, I don't think like Rasmus like goalie is like has some defensive capability, but also some offensive. It's kind of like a mix. You know, it's like very unique in like its play style. But it's
Oh no, Streak, rare mistake. Yeah, I guess you caster curse Rasmus itself.
yeah.
Because Streak was playing so well, right? You mentioned the secondary, the whiplash, getting it out of it at the perfect time, the coverage, but in the end, a slight mechanical error, very rare from Streak,
Yeah.
means SEKC take a solid lead.
Yeah, 2-0 in this third set now. I feel like it's looking really good for them, just looking at the stagger, because both forwards on the side of Core Retroflow, not a lot of staggered sort of evade to work with here. And keeping it forward now, Leo Leon is keeping the pressure on Soren, trying to keep it on him. If you keep the core in front of the Amy space for long enough, like they're not going to be able to do very much, but NXT does not care. He keeps the core forward, instantly takes that barrier using the dash punch and the fiery flurry. And now it's like everyone's playing back on defense, trying to get this core away, stop the sword flip, and now they're trying to stabilize back, get the core a little bit forward. Not much of a power play left for EKC here, and Elo Heaven trying to stay alive, no evade left. Joker using the Supernova to get a lot of damage on him, but it's not entirely working. And NXT gets a kill on the top side using the dash punch flip, and now we're finally back in the power play for EKC. And they're looking to get the goal here.
Yeah, and I think that the big thing is, right, they denied the adrenaline rush away from NXT. They've watched the EKC Nassau VODs. They've watched EKC in Tier 1 play. Streak with an incredible save. Didn't even need the hook, but still got it away anyway. But you got to be careful against the flip and will not have the strike necessary there. It is SEKC who prevail against the Iron Wall that is Streak, and they move on to this draft that could give NXT exactly what he wants, but adrenaline rush is gone. 1-2 punch is gone. Heavy impact is gone.
And nice fighter.
Prize Fighter might just be the ticket, or maybe some stagger scaling.
Yeah, Reverb, Reptile Remedy, all really good options here for NXT. We'll see what he opts to take into. I would not be surprised. Oh, he goes for the Reverb actually. I was not going to be surprised for the Prize Fighter. But I guess he's also recognizing the fact that Core Retroflow is doing a lot of damage, getting a lot of kills as well. So he's looking to take advantage of getting the stagger while he still can. And also, Joker gets the Reptile Remedy, a Streak option for the Stinger instead of the Reptile Remedy, and now both forwards on the side of EKC have a really big stagger advantage, I would say now.
Yeah, stagger advantage is going to be pretty significant here, as my eyes are actually on Elo Heaven's hotshot, right? Elo Heaven has been looking at some good scoring opportunities, and a little bit more core speed, a little bit more cooldown reduction will do the team of Core Retroflow a lot of good, but the main question is, right, the main question is whether they can even get there. The damage is going to be pretty significant. The stagger has been taken away in the favor of SEKC, so Elo Heaven and Leo Leon will be dying.
Yeah, and now looking at the point the game's in right now, NXT is really just looking for kills off the side, and he gets one onto Elo Heaven. Streak still holding strongly though, not losing this last barrier, been holding it for over like 20 seconds now, and then they're even with all this pressure from all three members of EKC, Streak is still holding and gets the last barrier. Soren does not go back with the deck, and he loses his last barrier. Now open net for EKC. Core Retroflow is looking to get in there with Leo Leon and Elo Heaven together, and together they do send the core forward, and using that piercing shot, Soren's not able to defend, get that flip off, and they're now up 1-0 in this fourth set.
Yeah, it is Core Retroflow finding their footing. That hotshot core speed from Elo Heaven as well. Might have been a difference maker from Soren being able to use the flip, but watch out, it's NXT, but watch out, it's Leo Leon.
Yeah, I mean, we were all looking at NXT.
Oh, but it's actually NXT again. And Streak's gonna have to defend here, but I think it's gonna be a bit of a slow moment. No, it's Leo Leon continuing to send the core forward, but Soren has a good dribble to stall it out. The respawns will come in. Streak's gotta be a little careful though. The dribbling plays come in, and SEKC does manage to secure it, and the KO with the Flame Flurry. Streak was forced way too far back. Elo Heaven has a good clear here, wins a strike war against Joker on the goal line, and Elo Heaven looking like they've been playing the goalie role forever. A KO found, they survive for the moment, and Streak has returned. The goalie is back, and Core Retroflow are looking confident. They need to take the barriers, and Soren's winning the strike wars. The goalies on both teams might be too good, as Soren once again with the cyber swipe will take the goal.
I mean, this is the hardest game to cast of all time. There's so much going on. Like, there's always someone dying.
Going to do?
Someone is always
We
scoring.
need to like constantly pass it back.
Yes.
So we can each like think of something at the same time.
It's just like there's too much happening in this game. Like, I'm really impressed with how all 6 players are playing, especially Eloheaven, like you mentioned, not like really playing the game very much anymore. He's still playing like at a very high level against an entire NASL team.
Yeah, and up to the top side. Oh, what a shot by Soren! Streak had the hook on Joker to prevent the second strike, but it was just out of reach still. Soren, that was perfect from the midfield, and SCKC 1 goal away from going up 1-0 in the series.
Soren's actually scored both the goals for EKC this set. Again, I keep talking about Soren, but I just can't stop. He's so impressive. He keeps proving me right. Like, he knows what to do. Always, he's defending really well. But that being said, they do get the barrier on him for the first barrier for this point, but at the same time, Eloheaven goes down to, I believe, NXCD, and now Streak and Leo Leon are playing on the defense, trying to keep this last barrier alive, but not quite able to do it. And all 3 members of Core Retro are now back up, trying to stabilize, trying to keep that core out of them, get this last barrier from Soren, but they're really struggling here.
Yeah, they're really struggling. They need to get it past, but Soren and Joker have that layered defense. But a good strike war win. Leo Leon with the fake out, but Soren does not get phased at all. Continues with the glitch pop. Will take the first game, and that's SEKC taking the lead here.
Soren getting all 3 goals for EKC that set. Really, really impressed with him. That was such a great performance.
Yeah, incredible performance converting SEKC. If Soren is playing like that and Joker and NXCD are doing what they need to do, then this team could win it all, even against the terror that is the placeholder Palafins.
Yeah, I as someone who played and lost to both of those teams today, all I'm gonna say is that we technically did better against EKC, but we also think we were playing significantly better. I think there's definitely a case to be made that SEKC can give the placeholder Palafins a run for their money.
Yeah, I mean, once again, we're saying it so many times, but Soren has been the main member performing so well. So I wouldn't say unexpectedly, right? This guy's still a national goalie, but this is a step above.
Yeah, I think Soren's one of those players who, like, people, like, for a long time, he was kind of seen as, like, just, like, a good player, but he was a little bit inconsistent, like, not sure, like, if he was seen as, like, a top NASL goalie, but this LAN, I genuinely believe he's playing at, like, the top NASL level. Like, he is doing it all.
Yeah, and we just saw that in that game.
And now we're going to go to AtLab, right?
Yep, AtLab, and that is a map where SDKC are very happy.
You can play for damage on that map, for sure. And you can also, and even one of the great things about Lab is that you can opt into a core control comp as well, right? You know, there's so many different things that you can do on that map. Really creative ways to play, and I'm actually really interested to see what SDKC opts into for this game.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. As let's pull the maps back up. Wow, I mixed up my words. For Retroflow on that Atlas Lab.
It's actually their pick.
Exactly their pick. Bold to go there against a team like SCKC.
Yeah, again, in our match, we played both Atlas Lab and Night Market as well. And SCKC actually played, they did better against us on Atlas Lab than they did on Night Market, which was their choice. No, sorry. Yes, it was. Night Market was their choice as well. And I thought Atlas Lab was actually their best map. Like, they played very, very well on it. So I think I would be pretty scared right now if I'm Core Retroflow.
Yeah, I would be scared as well as SCKC on blue side. We're going to see Core Retroflow on the red side.
Mm-hmm. Wait, you said SCKC on the red side?
SCKC on the blue side.
Oh, on the blue side. Okay. So that's actually, I don't know if that's better or worse than this scenario, but that definitely means they can secure at least Vice or Amy or Zen. They can get one of those characters. And it's also really complicated for Retroflow because it's hard to know like what's a ban into a team like SCKC who has so many different picks, and especially all the ones that do a ton of damage.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough for Core Retroflow. They got KOs of their own, right? But KOs of their own weren't quite enough.
Mm-hmm. I think it may, like, I don't think it was necessarily a comp diff. Like, it felt like both comps were very strong and knew what they were doing. So, I don't know. It's just, I don't really know exactly what went wrong for Core Retroflow that game. I feel like they played a really good game, but they just weren't able to come out on top.
Yeah, all right. We should be No, we're not prepped yet. My bad. I need to copy one more link. There we go. All right. We should be just about getting prepped for game 2 here. It is currently SCKC up 1-0, and that was a statement game from Soren. That was solidly played from both other forwards as well, to the point where I think if I had to predict, I would definitely predict the SCKC, especially given Atlas Lab.
But I don't want to like dismiss how the other team plays well. I really think Retro did a good job of adapting to what EKC wants to play for. Missile prop unstop start. This could actually be a good point for Retroflow because unstoppable, good into damage. You know, right? Like all 3 players take it, you can look to survive a lot more. But we see that the Vice gets picked frame 1 by SAKC. Same pick, probably looking. And the best thing about this for SEKC, it's a flex pick. Joker or Soren could play it.
But there's the now.
The now Estelle. So it's the now goalie most likely, and the Estelle midfield from Elo Heaven. Again, like you mentioned, Elo Heaven picking this Estelle, looking to. I guess he just feels very confident on it, consistent. I don't know.
But this SCKC comp is so scary. I mean,
like they gave them the best, like arguably the best 3 damage comp in the the best damage comp in the game.
Retroflow needs to score before they die.
Yeah, Kazan can definitely do that though. I think Kazan of all the brawler characters, Kazan is the one that can consistently score when he has his abilities.
We'll have to see how it goes. It's hard not to feel scared for Retroflow here. It's going to be a little bit stressful for them, but we'll see if they can make it happen. We'll see if they can survive the onslaught as SDKC look to advance the Grands.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a now goalie, which is not as effective as the now midfield at healing your entire team, but even just having a now will help to keep you alive a little bit longer. So that may be the difference maker in this game.
Yeah, we're heading right into it. Atlas Lab, SEKC versus Core Retroflow. If SEKC, wow, what a tongue twister. Just EKC is pretty easy to say. You add one letter and it goes
way
harder. But yeah, SEKC going a little crazy here. We'll see if oh, they didn't swap sides. Wow. All right, just to start casting, I'll fix the overlay.
Okay. So just looking at this game, we get off to a very strong start. NXAD getting that barrier. He's on his like staple pick that he's really well known for. This is Intaro trying to get that second barrier, not quite able to do it just yet. Thorin now on the defense. Both sides getting one barrier. Can't really see what's going on the bottom barrier because the draft is blocking it. But okay, thank you. And then so now we have both sides down one barrier. Still trying to stack up that damage onto Core Retroflow. Both their forwards have no evades left, so maybe they're going to look to get a play here. Soren already got a flip, forced to use it as Leon's over his face with his Kazan. Soren back on the aiming, so not like a ton of defensive capabilities, but has some. And while I'm talking about that, NXCD gets a kill on Streak, actually, on the barrier, using all of his abilities and the flip to do so.
Yeah, a lot of resources burned, and with the goalie gone, they take the barrier. They're looking for the goal now as NXCD pushing forward. Streak in the corner, but NXCD wins the strike war against the secondary. That was incredibly played. Usually, the big tool that now goalie has is that secondary to send the core away to hit the enemy and the core at once, but NXCD plays it so well.
Yeah, very well played from NXCD. Now they're up 1-0 in the set, and they're just going guns blazing. Right, Soren jumps in, cyber swipes, uses the cyber sentry. I don't know what it's called.
Firewall sentry.
I play Amy. I don't know what it's called. And gets that first barrier. Now both sides down one barrier. Leon almost getting killed on XCD there using the open primary, but not quite enough to do so. Yeah. Now trying to keep that core up on the top side, but not able to get it. Leon also really low here. Only one evade left, below half health. Trying to stay alive, but it's looking a little bit hard right now.
Not just the damage, just the core control in the favor of SDKC. It looks like they're playing these passing plays really well, and NXCD maintains the core speed. A blunt enough angle. I was about to say sharp enough, but it's the opposite. A blunt enough angle to not throw the core down.
It was just a straight shot, and it was the perfect straight shot, right? Like, very bottom, like, pretty much 0 pictures from the wall. Like, great. No really way for Streak to reach that. Really well played from NXCD. But on the other side, they get both barriers at the same time on the side of EKC. This could be the opportunity that Core Retroflow needs to turn the tables.
Yeah, it really could be. They just need to find the goal here. but it is just a strike war wins in the midfield. NXZD gets it away from Leo Leon. That would have almost definitely been a scoring attempt if it hadn't been struck away. And the glitch pops from the other side of the map as well. Thorn is preventing so much offense from Core Retroflow so preemptively here. And as the core flips around,
no.
Streak, the black hole forms, and it takes the barrier here. And NXDD has flip. SEKC looking to 3-0 here if NXDD can get a good flip. A secondary, a strike, a follow-up, everything for SEKC as they take the first set in 3-0 fashion.
This is a really difficult game for Streak on the now goal. It's not like a super common pick, way more often seen in the midfield, but that's very interesting. Monu showing up in the very first draft, and Streak is the second pick, which means if they want to deny it, NXCD has to take it, and he does. They deny the Monu from the now goalie.
Now goalie Monu, not as scary as now midfield Monu, but still a very, very
Still
good
Monu on now,
Yeah,
you know,
still
like,
Monu on
now it gets way bigger.
But that extra special, actually a Streak specific pick, I'm
Very
pretty excited
useful.
for. That guy has made a lot of plays with that lifeline, with the special on now, to the point where I'm really looking forward to it. But that means that Orb Ponderer is given up to Soren. The goalie Aimee having Orb Ponderer is so scary. It feels like unlimited cooldowns, and that Firewall Sentry already starting to do so much work.
Soren also Soren was the only person in the game who opted into the missile propulsion, looking to get more damage with his Firewall Sentry and his Glitch Bomb. But it's working because Streak is already dead once again. The X Special not able to do very much, and they get that second barrier. Streak's back up now, but still, it's a really tough spot for Core Retroflow. And Joker wins a strike war against Leo Leon right in front of their net. Streak not able to reach it, and they get the first goal of the set.
SEK looking to close it out as soon as possible for
They are
Retroflow.
not playing any games.
I think the big thing is now goalie. Like, I believe in Streak's now goalie, right? It's an unconventional pick. I still believe in it,
But
but
he won on games with it
but an
earlier.
unstoppable start. Now goalie gets nerfed so hard. You can't hit people with the primary. You can't hit people with the secondary. You don't have those disrupting tools against the enemy forwards as reliably, and we're kind of seeing the effects here. NXTD's finding it so easy to outplay, and Soren gets the kill, but it doesn't matter because Elo Heaven has the Crystal Doors into the piercing shot, perfectly lined up.
Uses I believe all three of his abilities. Yeah.
And Soren used the flip to get the kill, so they didn't have to flip or any energy to elusive to flip anything for the defense. For Retroflow are making it happen, but it's still going to be a hard road ahead.
Really well played from Elo Heaven, taking advantage of Soren having no defensive tools left.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can do some more of the same, but Soren with the Orb Ponderer, right? That awakening is crazy. The Firewall Sentry over and over. It's so difficult. And NXCD with the flip as well, built up with
Elo
so many
Heaven
hits.
looking low here. It's not. He almost dies with a flip there from the Joker, but still alive, barely holding on. But he dies from the Atlas Lab middle, and NXCD now looking to get this power play. Joker with the Supernova getting the kill, just three against all three of them. But he still keeps it alive just here, and winning that strike war against NXCD, trying to keep it alive. Not able, not able to quite do it. Just too hard in a 3v1 scenario, but did very well in it, nonetheless.
As well as Streak is playing in this series, it is SEKC as a team that is looking much better, and of course, the now goalie pick here, like, again, I'm a fan, but unstoppable starts making it so difficult, and that clear is sniped by Soren. And if Soren can defend this little push by Core Retroflow, it is SEKC in full control, but Leo and Leon, both barriers.
Yeah, I was really impressed with Streak. I don't know if you noticed, he got in there and dropped like his primary and secondary, and keeping up the pressure for the forward. I kind of like that play from him. And I think that's kind of like one of the things that X Special provides you. You can use it on offense more as well. Yeah. Because it functions like an eject play.
Yep, basically. And a KO found by Leo Leon.
Primary.
Soren.
NXCD goalie getting in there, but not quite able. He gets the first save, but not the second. Now 2-2 in the set. Maybe Core Retroflow can look for, even though like I feel like looking at these points, like feels like EKC is very dominant, but it's still 2-2. Like it's very close.
Yeah, as a CCL champion, a past CCL champion, Soren can't escape the CCL goalie moment of dying in the back of the net.
Yes, Water Fury knows a lot about that.
But Elo Heaven looking to push forward and getting one barrier with Leo Leon. Streak flipping forward, but again, the resources burned. Good defense by SEKC to only lose one barrier to Leo Leon. Oh, it's not quite enough as Joker just zoning away the core.
But Leo Leon takes a ton of damage.
Yeah, they can convert on damage. Leo Leon has no elusive right now.
Soren misses the side fight, not quite able to stagger him. And Leo Leon running the Vicious Vambrace, I believe, because he's got so much of his health back.
Streak goes down. The Thunderstruck.
Yeah, the Thunderstruck.
Oh, the Sad Boys angle on the perfect time. Can Leo Leon defend? Is the question.
Oh, because
Leo Leon makes the defense happen. Leo Leon. Oh, it's Leo Leon making the barrier stay alive somehow. And somehow Leo Leon has made it possible for Core Retroflow in this point, in this set. They're pushing forward, but Leo is low. They can still take him out. They can still end the
They
hero
used the
story.
flip. Not quite able to get him.
Oh!
Leon gets the barrier. That was an open net. Soren with no evade, nothing left to get to defend this open net. Leon still survived from the outside middle. Just really barely staying alive. They use everything to kill him.
Soren with a little bit of BM and Joker with the snipe. They can end. They give the story a tragic ending here as Elo Heaven pushes forward. It's a bounce going! Elo Heaven, okay! That is 1-1 now. Core Retroflow are back in the game. They have a draft potentially in their favor, but it's gonna take a lot more. There's a bit of stream delay over there, a bit of crowd noise, but we're here for the draft. And I'm looking at that heavy impact and that stinger and that 1-2.
In the adrenaline rush.
There's like every damage
They
awakening
can't
here.
deny, no matter what Leo Leon is looking for here, big fish, reverb, heavy impact, they can't deny the Vice, they can't deny the Amy. I don't even think they can deny the Zentaro. Like, Zentaro was going to get something good here.
Yeah, Core Retroflow might have won in heroic fashion, but I don't think it's enough.
And by the time it gets to Streak, like, what is he taking? Glass Cannon? That's not going to be that great into a damage team, especially with the
Yeah.
Vice and Amy. It's like not like the best, what you're looking for.
This
here.
kind of sucks for Core Retroflow.
Okay, but that being said, big fish, stagger on Elo Heaven, that's good. And also, heavy impact on Leo Leon. Even if like you're not playing for kills that much, you can use that to get more CDs, like whatever you need from heavy impact. Very versatile awakening, very useful, especially on Kazan. So I could definitely see Coruscant doing stuff here.
Yeah, we'll have to see as Elo Heaven is playing very confidently forward. Wins the strike
Elo
war versus
Heaven.
Joker.
And gets the barrier.
That additional size actually might be making the difference here. The big fish presence in the midfield come into play as both barriers are down. Core Retroflow looking quite good as Streak slows the game down. Of course, Leo Leon going down for the moment, but Streak continues to defend on the bottom side, has the Unstoppable taken away, and one barrier as well. Joker and NXZD, but a good strike war win by Elo Heaven. Pushing past NXZD. NXZD's just behind, and Elo Heaven forces out a flip from Soren.
Yeah. And now Leo Leon's back. They're looking to get all on the offensive here. Streak is up there with the special, using the extra special very effectively. NXCD gets the core with the flip. Doesn't even need to use it to get this last barrier. And now they're really looking to get the core back to NXCD. Let him use his flip and get this barrier. But he whiffs it. Joker has the flip now too, though. Right up in front of the face. Hits it, but does not get the goal.
Oh.
But NXCD with a double kill.
Elo Heaven, can you be the hero
Nope.
like Leo Leon was? I was getting so excited, but you know, those plays only happen like once in history, you know?
Yeah, I mean, this game is just so back and forth. There's so much happening. You see these crazy plays coming out from SEKC, getting these double kills, these kills, whatever they're doing. And there's just heroics on the other side from Core Retroflow. It's like it's hard to cheer for anyone here because they're all playing so well.
They're all playing so well, but that is NXTD taken out by the top spin here. Leo Leon finding the critical KO, but one barrier going down, and of course the missile proc. Firewall Sentry is almost enough to take the barrier, but Streak recovers just in time. Joker stunned away. Leo Leon pushing forward. It's not quite enough still as Streak will try to send it down. And Joker on the dribble is not looking like they're going to find anything soon. Soren with a defensive flip as Streak sends it up, and the game has slowed down. But you got to be so careful. If your Core Retroflow, a little bit too much damage in the game swings in SEKC's favor.
Yeah, but we see Streak using that mine to kill, to help heal both his foreheads together, and also combined with the Vision of Embrace from Leo Leon. I think they're really trying their best to stay alive. Use that special from the X special, keeping everyone alive. Gets in the double barrier, and Leo Leon gets the second one with the hook. And now it's really close here. They get the both barriers open net here, and now now we're back on the offensive for STKC, trying to get that last barrier from Streak. But the now goalie is holding surprisingly well this series, like you mentioned earlier.
Oh, and Leo Leon gets in there.
Streak holds for long enough, gets back to Leo Leon. He uses that hook, gets in there. Really impressed with every single person in this game. And the crowd is popping off because everyone is so impressed as well. Like I think everyone watching this can agree that like these people are all playing well. This is what it looks like at the top of Mega Strikers, losers finals. Whoever's just going into grand finals against Placeholder Palpin's got to be the best, right?
Yeah, you got to be the best to make it there. And we're going to see if that can happen right here. But NXT whiffs the flip, a flip downwards. It's missed as well.
Two flips missed.
Two
Not
flips
able
for
to get to
nothing.
the last barrier. And now they're getting all this pressure on the Soren, forced to use his flip as well. Now a huge energy advantage, I would say, for the side of Core Retroflow.
Huge energy advantage. They're trying to push this into a goal, a barrier take perhaps, as Leo Leon is taken out. But if Elo Heaven can make it happen, that can all be forgiven for the moment, but they're stalling out pretty well. But there's still a lot of time left on the respawn here. Streak on the bottom side, continuing to send the core forwards as Elo Heaven as well, just walking around the map, preventing any passing lanes. And the Streak has the last second strike to keep the barrier alive. It is Core Retroflow who get out of the power play alive here.
And now they get the second barrier on Soren. It's open net here. I think Amy, like, really, like, it feels like she is going to struggle in the open net here against the Kazan because he can really just shoot it anywhere.
Oh, watch it out! It's the glitch pop from Soren from the top
Caster
ropes.
or curse or something. Like, I don't know what that was, but Soren just says, no, I'm not struggling at all. Gets everything. Scores it all by himself.
Yeah, and every single goal, every single outplay is being cheered at by so many people who are watching. Basically, the entire Omega Strikers population in the venue is looking at this game. There's also people watching Valorant, but who cares? Anyway, and NXZD is being taken incredibly low here. That could be a huge KO opportunity. They could burn a lot of meter here, and Soren misses the flip for nothing.
Now all three on the offense here. Streak getting with the special, but not able to make something happen. Streak back on the defense. Huge layering from the side of SCKC, using the side Firewall Sentry, using the Thunderstruck, but it's still not able to get it. Both flips. Can't get it. All sides of all people on Corvus are looking really low here, but Ela Heavens up in the front. Doesn't die, but almost off the side. They're really like looking scrappy here. It's hard to get through. Like, it's just like like one or two abilities later, like they're gonna be dead and not much can be done. But you know, all three members still alive somehow. Two of them are staggered, but not able to defend it at the end. Eventually, like, even if you're not dead from the stagger, when you're staggered, you have to play differently, and it's just hard to play normally.
Yeah, that goal was really rough. Elo Heaven shot it up while Streak was trying to clear it down out of the play.
Not very.
Little bit of miscommunication, and now we're seeing some really scary awakenings, right?
I don't think this Kazan may not be getting this perfect form.
There's a lot of other juicy awakenings though, but yeah,
this perfect form awakening is too strong, man. It's just too strong. It's good on everyone. Instead, Kazan gets the Wrath. It's still a really good awakening. Vice playing for Quick Strike athlete. I'm kind of surprised by that pick. Maybe like going for the bulk up, looking more damage, denying stagger. But actually, the bulk up falls all the way down to Elo Heaven. Even NXCD passes it up. So that's actually a really big deal. Look at Elo Heaven's stagger now. It's so high. Just for an Estelle, he has 3 staggers.
3 staggers, yeah. That could make the difference here if Elo Heaven can stay alive reliably. A Sad Boys angle on the backside there as Streak, Elo, and Leo try to stay alive here. Continuing to strike it forward. They're just striking it directly to NXCD. They're confident they can win the interaction as Joker gets it past midfield and NXCD to the top side. Streak's got to be a little careful here, but Elo Heaven's there for the backup. To the bottom side they go, but Soren's clears have been on point. Dodging away from a lot of the damage as well.
Look on the back line, Streak's actually looking a little bit worse for wear. Actually did a lot of damage, but kind of left him alone after a little bit. But he loses that unstoppable. Maybe they can look to put damage to him. Now not really like having a lot of stagger, even though she has that healing capability. And now looking at this, we're actually seeing some offense from Corexflow getting onto the side of SCKC, but not quite able to get a barrier just yet. And now switches right back over to the side of Corexflow side of the field. SCKC, you see NXT uses that flip, gets the barrier, and Joker's in there with NXT. They use the Thunderstruck. The Supernova together and get the goal.
That was a really impressive goal too.
Yeah.
I didn't think NXT would strike it forwards until the last possible second. I don't think Streak was ready for that. That was so hard to react to.
Yeah, when you have like a Vice with a Supernova, it's really, really difficult to react to something like that if it's like inside of it just sitting there, which doesn't typically happen with it.
Well, we'll have to see if Core Retro's can bounce back because SCKC are 2 goals away, only 2 from moving on to the grand finals here. Leo Leon trying to be the hero, but an amazing clear by Soren. Gets it around the barrier somehow, and both barriers stay standing.
Yeah, really impressive play from Soren. Again, I can't stop talking about him. I don't know. It's just like he's so impressive. And we also see a kill onto Leo Leon inside of SCKC, and now they're looking to take advantage of this power play. All 3 members having an effect on this offense here. But Elo Evan has something to say, trying to keep the score forward. Actually doing a really good job stalling it out. And they're not able to get anything happen, and Leo Leon's already back.
Yeah, Elo Heaven damaged, but has so much stagger to work with. Continuing to push forward, piercing shot, not enough to get past Soren though. And Soren will continue to defend. And Elo Heaven's incredibly low. The barrier taken with the flip. The KO found. The Estelle is down, and Streak is left to defend. Basically alone, but sends it around the world, finds the barrier somehow. Leo Leon trying to find the goal, but Joker passing play topside. Streak has enough speed to get it out of there, and will clear it away. Elo Heaven is back. The Supernova away again. Leo Leon continuing to strike it past everyone, but you gotta watch out for the Firewall Sentry that's escorting the core forward. Joker's looking for a snipe here, looking for a way to send it back into the net, but they're sending it around the world to Leo Leon, trying to win a strike war. NXZD critically, but again, Leo Leon pushes it forward, but NXZD wins another strike war, and on the other side, it's Leo Leon making Soren's life so difficult as he pushes forward, but Soren still has that flip available.
And now Elo Heaven's looking really, really low here despite all the stagger that he has, and maybe looking for a kill. Joker or Soren looking for a kill. He actually doesn't stagger here. They're dropping so many things on him. What?
What?
Soren just flipped into his own glitch pop and sent it back, and Elo Heaven takes advantage of it and gets the goal. I don't know what they're Soren just lost track of his abilities. I maybe forgot to pop the glitch pop or something, but rare misplay and they get the goal.
Yeah, I think the venue's also audibly puzzled at that particular play, but it's all good. Still 2 goals away are SEKC, unless they let this set slip away from them. Then it's all reset. Then it's 1 more set, but we're still not there yet. 1 barrier taken in the favor of Core Retroflow, but is it enough here as Elo Heaven tries to win the strike interaction? Streaks in the mix as well, and doesn't take the lifeline back, just walks back, knows that the possession is being kept by Elo Heaven, who is striking over and over, but that is still 1 barrier taken with the flip.
And now we actually see the offense. Oh, really on great hook play, getting that left. It was crazy. And then they just, as soon as they get the barrier, they get the goal too. Really well played from Corridfo. Super fast offense from them.
They just need 1 more here, 1 more to make it another set, another chance at making this series a little bit more even. But NXCD pushes forward immediately. A lot of pressure from Soren as well. The firewall sentry, the flip, but somehow holding 1 barrier is Streak, gets it out of there, gets 2 barriers. Streak with the flip, the perfect angle, past absolutely everybody, but the barrier will go down on the other side. You gotta watch out if you're Core Retroflow, because NXCD's dribbling, the snipe attempted, and the Quangle found Elo Heaven at the perfect moment, a striker advantage, but Soren has flip on the defense. NXCD sending it forward, stalling so much time, and the flip's still available. Streak to the top side, will defend it, and the heroics are good, but they still need to find the goal. Core Retroflow, the offense is stalled.
The NXCD is looking kind of low here, so is Leo Leon. Definitely some damage to be look at here for a kill, and Leo Leon looking really low.
Oh no! Not the redirect you wanted. Elo Heaven, a Rose Warp, gone wrong here. 1 point now stands between SEKC and a trip to Grands here. That's a little rough.
Yeah, that is so disheartening to see. I feel like it also could have very easily have targeted NXCD or the Joker instead, but it didn't, which is very interesting. So now we're back here, NXCD on the offense. All 3 members of EKC getting involved to get this barrier once again. Do it, open net, and now it's just an open net. One goal away from the end of the series. And
Soren, the glitch pop almost enough. It goes to Streak, who saves it for now. The flip available to the bottom side. Another flip from NXCD. SEKC advance to Grand Finals versus placeholder Palafins.
Really well played from SEKC, getting that final goal. Really impressed with, and that's not to take anything away from Core Workflow. Really impressed with how they play, especially as a team that's not like formed anymore. They don't exist anymore. Like, they're just an old team, and they do really well together.
Yeah, chance in the venue here as they do advance. But yeah, like you said, Core Retroflow, 3rd place after these players not playing the most. Like, that's incredibly impressive here. As yeah, it's just really well played from both teams, but SEKC just were more stellar in the end.
Yeah, and now we're going to be moving on to Grand Finals with placeholder Palafins and SEKC. So I don't know. I don't really have much else to say. Just really well played from both teams, and we'll looking forward to Grand Finals.
And this game was absolute cinema. We overused that after the EKC LC game, but this game stood up to the eye check. Like, there were so many crazy moments. We're gonna see the Leo Leon replay soon, I think. No, we're not. Damn, there were too many moments. I guess we just passed that already.
Yeah, I mean, Leo Leon, every single person in this game had so many good moments. I just feel like I can't say it enough that like both teams played incredible, and it just, like, even if it was a 2-0, like SAKC won both games. Like, I just think Core Retroflow put on such a great performance.
Yeah, I mean, Streak might still be the best goalie in Omega Strikers.
Yeah, maybe he's not watched
The jury's
after
still
all.
out. Well, but in that game, Soren might have been
Everyone's father. Like,
so Soren might have been quite crazy.
Yeah, really, again, like, really impressive play from Soren. He's just been, ever since like their first match early, like after that, he's just played every game so consistently very well.
Sent to losers early, but they still make it to Grand Finals. SEKC will continue on their journey there against the placeholder Palafins next. Water Fury will be right back.
Yeah.
And we'll be back with Grants.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay,
What's up, guys?
welcome back everybody to the Stars LAN Grand Finals. Little something interesting that
Little
we just
teaser.
saw there. I mean, Vaughn, would you care to explain?
Yeah, I have so much time because I'm about to play Grands. But the rumors are true. The premier draft tournament, Play Better Win More, is having its third installation, 2-day event, S tier prize pool as well as ensemble of players. Keep on the lookout for more information as it's coming, but it is real. September 7th and September 8th, featuring everyone you know, casters, production, players. It's gonna be the biggest spectacle in OS you've probably ever seen. So you won't want to miss it. Try to keep your eyes peeled for a couple more teasers down the road, but gracious that Sai allowed us to do a little bit of a little sneak peek for you. Nothing too much, just to make you interested. So if you've never been a part of the official Play Better Win More 1 and 2 series, it's really quite a unique experience. So
Hey, I love to hear that, and I cannot wait to be a part of it, either as a player or part of the production.
you'll be in it somehow.
Yeah,
That's
I'll be there.
all right. And with that, September 7th, 8th, I'll be hosting it. I think every time it's been great fun. I hope you can get out there. Very, very prestigious tournament. So I gotta go play Grands, fellas. How about you go talk about the games?
Hey, good luck.
Hey,
Thank you.
Best of luck.
Thank you, Kings. All right. Watch me win.
All right, let me.
All right, get in here. Let's get nice and close.
Oh,
Everybody, it's been a long ride, but it's finally time for Grand Finals.
grand final.
Holder Palafins, aka Sad Boy is a Snake, versus EKC with a little hint of surplus.
With a,
SEKC.
with a little, I didn't know if it was a little hint of Showtime
It's
surplus.
surplus,
Is
yeah.
it surplus?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unofficially.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
hey.
But yeah, so I'm glad you are here to join us on this momentous occasion. We're really right about to get into draft. No more delays, except for the small one right now while we yap at you for a little bit while they get into it. First map, we are going to be on Taiko Temple, as we're seeing right now. Night Market ban, Oni Village ban for EKC, and then we're going to be going Taiko Temple, Atlas Lab, and then the third map, little spicy Demon Day.
I absolutely love this. So, taking a look at the maps here, I want to talk about Demon Days at all, just a little bit, because as I've been casting throughout the day, this map has been pretty much banned every single series that I've seen.
Yeah.
And it has become full circle to one of my favorite maps. Reasoning being,
It's fun.
it is a map where a lot of damage ends up getting output, but at the same time, it's a map where one of my favorite characters, Rune, really thrives on.
Yeah, I mean, Rune is very annoying on that map. I'll tell you that much. So, hey, maybe we will not be able to see Rune here, sadly. But some interesting comps already on the board here. Kazan ban, Octavia ban, obviously placeholder Palafins. They've seen the Joker Octavia. They do not want a piece of it. But it looks like EKC are actually going to be running, some call it the night market comp, the double brawler with Aragoli comp. They ran it earlier. It looked really, really good for EKC. And then on the other end, so really curious about this one. I want to hear your thoughts about this one. Reptile Remedy start, right?
Yep.
But they're running full damage with X.
Yeah, so we have X, Vice, Finny. This is as
Yeah.
There's so much damage here. Maybe you could replace the X with a Zentaro, but it's essentially the same thing, right?
Zen would be the only thing that's like more damage, but it's enough. It's more than enough damage here.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of damage here, and I guess their logic is, hey, we're good players. If we just focus down a target, it doesn't matter if you have one Stagger Awakening or not.
Yeah.
You're getting taken out.
And like, here's the thing, right? With Reptile Remedy, you still have to strike the core
Yes.
for you to get the healing. So knowing, placeholder Palafins, aka Sad Boys, knowing them, they're just going to probably not let everybody touch the core, right? They're really good at core control anyway, just with their strikes. Deny somebody the ball and then just keep ability dumping onto them or keep making it really hard to play on the core. Because if you go for the core, but then you take 400 in damage, striking the core once won't heal the 400 in damage.
Yeah, and
it'll heal maybe like a fourth of that.
And then
right?
regardless, it heals it over time.
Exactly. So you can burst people down with Remedy. The thing that I'm worried about, though, is if the Asher or the Julie can get another Stagger Awakening or a third Stagger Awakening, then they're going to be unkillable.
Once you get access to that bulk up or peak performance or reverberation, even Big Fish, right? Now you start having, instead of the 350 or 400 extra Stagger, you're going to like 600, 800, 1,000 plus Stagger that you had originally over your starting Stagger amount.
That's actually why I like the X here so much for placeholder Palafins, because X scales very, very well with Stagger Awakenings, especially bulk up. And so if X can get bulk up Big Fish, something like that, deny the other team those Awakenings,
Yep.
X is also super good with those awakenings compared
Right.
to like a Zentara, or a Zentara's like whatever with them, right? You want other things as Zen, whereas X, that's what you're looking for. And so that's what they're trying to deny. That's what X is looking for. You know, I don't think the X is going to be getting first pick in anything, but maybe it'll matter at some point in the game.
Yeah, and a lot of times these Stagger Awakenings are kind of like the premier picks in like the middle of the draft.
Yeah.
So
usually you don't see a first pick Stagger Awakening, but maybe this game we will.
So let's see what everyone ended up going with. I assume the Era will go with Castellas, and then pretty much everyone else in the entire game. No, we also have Finny taking the Castellas.
I'm not surprised with that.
So the Castellas here is going to help out the Finny with the secondary debuff there on the triple take, lasting longer, as well as the creation themselves on that ultimate ability lasting even longer.
Yeah, and the cool part about the mobility boots on the Finny, I talked about it a little bit earlier for those who were watching when I was on cast, is that Yardy Lose can run up a little bit when they have the ball on offense, put the Finial down on the barriers, and with the Castellas, it's going to last way longer and just gives Soren such a hard time.
Yep, because a lot of times you don't even care about breaking the ultimate here.
Oh my god, what a save.
What a save. Manages to clear it out at the cost of their life, but so far so good. They're holding it down, and we don't have someone four into the net here in Vaughn. Playing a little bit of goalie as You Already Lose returns from the afterlife. Manages to trade as well. A KO here as NXED is going to return in a few seconds. But they managed to recover really well from that defense.
Yeah, really, really good stabilization there from Vaughn and Snake. Managed to get a kill and kind of just find their footing. They still have to get this barrier, though. Soren has been holding this barrier and has been playing super well all tournament. So it's going to be a little bit of a mountain to climb. But if anyone can do it, Placeholder Palfin can do it. But as I say that, SEKC NXED finds the perfect pass from Joker. Puts it on the bottom side. You Already Lose really didn't have anything there.
Great pass there. Joker playing a little bit of a signature character in the Asher here. Known to be piloting it phenomenally on Brawler, and has played it a couple times on Night Market as well with this composition here. Has that stuffing potential with the ultimate ability, as well as just having an access to a pseudo dash punch like Juliet as well.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, out of the Brawlers, I feel like Asher is one of the... It's weird, but I feel like you can definitely play at midfield on these closed maps because of how big the character is, right? How big the hitbox is, how big the ult hitbox is. You can just hold a lane by yourself, and it's impossible to clear past.
People really don't or underestimate when you have characters like Dubu or Atlas or just some of these bigger characters that exist on Taiko Temple, and you just try to strike past them.
It's impossible.
It is so hard, and Asher is one of those characters, like you said. And also, you have that range pressure. It's not frequent, but when you can throw out that ultimate ability there,
I mean,
shove it into the corner.
Yeah.
Yes.
Definitely helps stuff here. Speaking of stuffing, Vaughn with the Supernova managing to find that last barrier. Soren, no evade now, needs to defend, but the beam is not enough. Era does not have that many hitboxes. Snake and Vaughn managing to layer their abilities through and tying it up 1-1.
1-1 so far, and they were looking pretty good in this point number 2 here. We can already take a look at the energy economy. It's going to be placeholder Palafins almost with 3 full energy bursts available. On the side of SEKC, they have absolutely nothing. So now we're going to see how they end up converting these energy economy into an advantage. We already see one barrier taken from both sides. The ultimate coming out from Finny here, followed up by the triple take. Not enough to get that second barrier as NXT tries to look for a scoring opportunity or a barrier break opportunity.
Yeah, Vaughn looking for one as well, but Soren just reading what he wants to do perfectly here. But Vaughn doesn't matter. He's keeping possession for now. Yardilus walking up as well, trying to get his forwards the core. Snake has it in the corner. This is a perfect opportunity. Barrier going down. Now the Joker has to run back and help Soren. The weakness of that era is that you don't have that many things to help you with the stuffing, right? You don't have that much utility. So, I mean, if the core is not staying forward, then the era is going to be struggling a lot. But NXED trying to make something out of this play here, but Vaughn is just right on his heels. Really, not much the Julie can do, and the Vice is standing there. But the Julie can do so much to the X with the punch flip. NXED has been finding these combos all day, Mystic.
He's been doing phenomenally with these Julie dash punch combos on the side of the map here. It's reminded me a lot of how we would talk about Bells back in the day. Even though that guy doesn't like to play this Juliet character as much anymore. Either way, NXED popping off on the Juliet here, giving his team an opportunity to shine. But even with that power play, they did not manage to find this second barrier. And NXED trying his best with just some strikes or trying to pass it around. And it looks like the passing play is enough to get it over to Joker and then down to the barrier. A great ultimate. The flurry comes out to secure that point, unable to clear it out. Once the core is already on top of you, Finny doesn't have that many tools to push it out, especially against multi-hits.
Yeah, I mean, Yardilus did try that evade strike clear there, but it was just a tad too late. I mean, NXED just hit it a little bit too hard and a little bit too fast for Yardilus' strike hitbox to come back online. But a good attempt nonetheless. first barrier coming down right away. I mean, the Asher midfield and the Julie, kind of their whole job is to run forward with the speed boost from Era, and then to try to stuff you in and end the point very quickly. So the longer these points go, usually the harder it's going to be for EKC to actually win. But, I mean, hey, last point was kind of an exception there, so maybe not there.
Not sure if that interaction was seen, but you already lose. Saved by the drums on the bottom as NXPD went for the dash punch. So saved by the environment a little bit. Has to play a little bit more careful as he goes up to try to participate in these offense here. NXPD forced to use the energy burst there defensively to save his own life, but doesn't save him at the end. Had nowhere to go. Snake walked up, secured that KO, and now it's their turn for a power play here as they try to go for a barrier. But honestly, Joker and Soren are doing a great job holding it down.
Yeah, I mean, Joker's kind of doing everything in this game right now, right? He's bringing the core forward very slowly, getting it to NXCD, and then he's also just playing pseudo goalie, right? He's doing what Soren can't do on this era with the Asher, who is, I mean, probably just the better goalie character of the two, right?
Right.
Just helping out Soren with this stuffing potential that the X and the Vice have. But you can only do it for so long until, you know, something like that happens.
Once the abilities run out, a little bit of a mistime from Joker, trying to energy burst the core, but it was stunned. It was still in the stun duration there of the Vice secondary.
Really unfortunate.
But they have this opportunity here on the final point of round number 1 or set number 1. Still 1-to-1 in barriers as Vaughn tries to move up the core, uses the power chord there, unable to find the hit. And you can see how hungry NXZD is over there, looking for the dash punch as Vaughn is carefully maneuvering these strikes.
Yeah, I mean, one big thing at LAN, I was talking about earlier, I think Juliet, well, not the most popular character at the current moment, I think is actually buffed on LAN because players start getting a little nervous. They really get serious and they start focusing on the core so much, and all of a sudden there's a Juliet flying at you looking for the KO, and Juliet probably the best kill confirm in the game just overall because it's once you get hit by it once, you can't evade it after that, right? So it's so good. But NXT making it look incredibly strong as well, but they're going to have a mountain to climb here with their Aragon. 2 brawlers in the net. Can they save it? You already lose coming back in with the flip, trying to close off here, but they can't get anything, right? I mean, the 2 brawlers just use everything, all their energy as well, just to stay alive. Soren is back up, but no! Reacted a little bit too late to that core. The slow roller, I like to call that, to the top
Slow
corner.
roller! Just slides in towards the top there. Soren unable to catch it in time. As Snake sends in the core. Taking a look at this draft here. We got Vaughn first pick,
Heavy
but
impact.
there's a lot here to take. Heavy impact going to be one of those top awakenings to take
Heavy
away.
impact. Let's get that straight. There's no way he doesn't take it, right? Okay, yeah, it's heavy impact.
And Happy Star going over to Era, and that's more of a deny from the Finny because if you've played against Monumentalist Finny with extra special, it's one of the, regardless of what people think of the difficulty, it is one of the most miserable experiences.
Yeah, it is, but I don't even know if Yordi Lou's going to go for it. I was talking to Caleb Yordi Lou's before this a little while ago, and with the momentum speed boots Finny, he really likes taking that move speed. He really likes stacks, he really likes performance, and so I think he was going to go that regardless, because if you think about it, it's Tycho. As much as he wants to, he has to kind of use these ults for defense, right? There's no point really for him to move up that much and get that extra special because, one, he doesn't even have Monu yet, first of all, and second of all, like, he's using his ult mainly just to stall as much as possible. And speaking of stalling, I mean, Soren managing to hold somehow there at the end and gets it in time for NXT to pass it to Joker. And Joker, look how big you are with that big fish, young man. I mean, it's just insane range there.
And this is his second Stagger Awakening. We were talking about how just getting access to 1 or 2 more Stagger Awakenings will now start pushing these characters away from the, that kind of KO potential. And this Asher character scales so hard with size. It's going to be a one-man army soon enough. Do not let this man... Well, I believe Rampage was in that last draft as well.
Rampage.
So only Stagger Awakening left, or only Size Awakening left is Might of the Colossus. Oh my god. The Supernova coming out and taking Joker off the map here. Power play coming through from placeholder Palafin. Managed to get that second barrier, and now looking for a passing play between all 3 of them. Triangle formation coming out as they try to look for a shot on net.
Yeah, but Joker just thwarting that formation, right? Dashing right into the middle of that triangle, big enough to cut off literally all the passing lanes from it, and just denies the play. Now stalling, waiting for NXT to have that dash punch, but no, really, really good save from Yardi Lose there. Soren just kind of playing safe, kind of playing steady here, wants to give their forwards as much time to score as possible, but you got to watch out here because Vaughn has that Supernova, is doing a lot of damage, and also has that energy burst. Yardi Lose also has that energy burst, so I mean, SCKC kind of have a mountain to climb this point, but they are up 1, so they have a little bit of time to try to get energy themselves and figure this out.
Yeah, they have to go up against a barrier plus 2 energy bursts here as Vaughn tries to set up a play to get Snake the core. Doesn't manage to get Snake the core, but completely eliminates NXCD Stagger Bar. But the power chord chaining off NXCD ends up sending the core backwards a little bit, causes the barrier to drop, and now NXCD fully healed up thanks to the Reptile Remedy, and has look at the positioning he is just waiting for Joker to get him the ball once, and he's trying his best to save his abilities to get a shot onto You Already Lose.
Yeah, that's something that a lot of Julie players, I feel like, mess up a lot, especially on those lower elos, is, you know, just very, very rushing the dash punches, right? NXT is doing a really good job at just waiting for the, maybe not right there, cast a curse, but for the most part has been doing a good job at trying to get as much value as possible with the abilities. And oh my goodness, I mean, the flip overtime speed right into Snake, and that puts it in the top corner. Era does not have the tools to save that.
Yep.
Tries to burn the flip, not quite going in their favor. Going 1 point over there to place out a power fence, and we're tied up.
1-1 now, but it's looking as even as it can get, honestly. There's a lot to take in here. Soren is doing his best when he has that offensive pressure to help assist his team with the speed and the size increase, and even sending the Maelstrom all the way off to the other side. But when it comes to the defense, it is so much harder for him to defend. You've said it before, we see how often Joker has to come back to help him dig out the core.
Yeah.
So it's just these trade-offs between the two goalies that we're seeing in these two play styles.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the only downside to Tycho playing this double brawler comps on it, is that it's so easy to actually clear the ball all the way around, whereas Night Market, you have to, like, you know, you have to be a bit more tactical, you have to work it around a bit more.
Yeah.
So the double brawler can really block off that and give the Era space. And as you see right here, when the Era doesn't have that space, because of those Tycho drums sending it really fast, the X can just put it right in.
Yep. The core speed is just so much faster. It's a tighter, enclosed map that if the core is just moving slightly too fast and they find a good angle, one of the things is you don't see a lot of the points that Snake is scoring. It's not while he's on top of the Era, right? He's not trying to shove it in. He's just finding these simple strikes a little bit further back, a little bit to the left of that goal line. He's just finding these strikes that are just slightly out of the reach of Era.
Yeah, and right there, that was a bit more of an aggressive play.
Yeah.
Snake and Vaughn teaming up to just take on Soren, knowing they can leave You Already Lose alone in the net because, you know, you have that flip. You have the fully stacked stacks on stacks with the Moby boots. That's like 800 movement speed, but that's like, that's 800 movement speed. So keep in mind, you know, this Finny is very fast, can defend on their own. And the one thing that I see Vaughn actually doing a lot is taking the mobility boots off of Soren. Right? So not allow the Era to actually keep up with the core. And here we go. I talked about earlier, the bulk up on the X, going to be denying that stagger and actually going to be getting that second stagger awakening himself. So it's going to be really hard to now kill the X.
Yeah, and take a look at
going to have a lot of power.
Juliet not really getting much of what they want. Twin Drive is not, it's not a useless awakening, but it really doesn't help with the game plan.
Yeah, I mean, hey, a guy like me would have taken Chrono. Shaolin Juliet.
The Shaolin Tech.
Shaolin Tech Julie there. But hey, maybe
oh
he
my goodness,
control his win here.
Joker sending out the airship over there. Gets the KO onto Snake, but I just looked on the right side. Soren, I didn't even realize he was completely...
Yeah, he got destroyed.
Yeah.
He got absolutely destroyed, and You Already Lose. Not much you can do there. Tries to go for the elusive once again, but that timing is just so tight with the dash punch.
Yeah, good shot there from NXCD using his abilities appropriately, not wasting them on these just random attempts on the midfield.
Oh my god, again.
He knows when he has a shot to take someone off the map, and he's going for it every time. But it's not ever when it's never. I don't know how to explain it. He's not doing it like freely in the sense where it's wasted.
Yeah, I mean, NXT is really trying to throw out these dash punches when he knows he can get a kill. Sometimes they might evade it, sometimes they might dodge it, but if he hits it, they're gonna die. As Vaughn, he hit the supernova and he died right there. Joker going off the map once again. The Asher, the downside to being that big is your hitbox is a lot bigger, right?
You're closer to the edge.
Yeah, Snake, great dodge there on the NXT dash punch, trying to put it in at the end, but Soren is just so fast, still has that mobility speed boots, but Vaughn in the perfect position to receive the core here. Can he put it in? And he does.
Oh, there it is.
Snake with the KO and also the double hit stun on the Bull Rush. That was a perfect play there.
Bull Rush hitting all three players, getting the core and getting the KO. And we saw Vaughn, how much damage he has and how much knockback he has. And this is just, you know, round one, he got the heavy impact. And now he's got all the damage he needs for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, he pretty much got everything he needs. Heavy impact Vice, that's it.
Oh,
look,
there goes Soren.
Doesn't even care about the core. Snake does an insanely good job waiting to punch him off until he gets staggered from the supernova. So really, really good play from them. You Already Lose running up and feeding his forwards the core. 2-1 now in this set and 2-0 in sets. I mean, placeholder Palafins are just not letting up.
they're going in with full aggression now. And a reminder to everyone watching that it is placeholder Palafins on winner's side. So while this is a best of 3, there is a bracket reset if SEKC can manage to win this first best of 3. But if it goes the way of placeholder Palafins, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so hard for SEKC. Not only do they have to win 2, like you just said, they've had a very difficult losers run. They've had to take out a bunch of teams that have made really, really good runs so far in this tournament, and they dropped to losers immediately, right? So from the immediate top 16, they dropped to losers right away. So they've had a very long day. So whether they have the energy to actually finish this day up, we'll have to see. They're looking decent right now, but they're going to have to show me a little bit more before I can really, think that they're going to actually take this win.
Yeah, and it's going to start off by NXCD managing to live off of these attempts to take his life out. Snake just determining in his head a little bit of minor calculation if he has the time and abilities to take out NXCD or if it's worth it to use it on the barrier. Instead, opting to ignore NXCD, gets that primary to finish off the barrier and now has access to an energy burst here. And he knows Vaughn will get him the core. So he's just patiently waiting for his time.
He's waiting for his time. He has the flip, being really patient with it. Has so much stagger, doesn't even need to burn it for anything. Punching away, has the flip. Is it going in? It's going right in. Soren mistimes the strike, and Snake manages to lock up game 1 for placeholder Palafins.
And that was a great patience coming out of Snake there. But one of the things was Snake used all of his abilities before that. So there was absolutely nothing he could have done besides just strike.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, it's just a guess, right?
Yep.
Who can win? Because at that point, the Era doesn't have the abilities to stuff it. The Asher did not have primary there at the end, so really, it's just a guessing game.
And Snake guessed right, or
he did.
EKC guessed wrong.
Yeah, whichever one you want to put it. We'll put a positive spin on it because of positive casters, and Snake guessed right. Let's gas up Snake. And let's also gas up, I mean, the entirety of placeholder Palafins here. 41k damage, 33k damage, 23k damage on Finny goalie there. I mean, just putting up a clinic, Reptile Remedy be damned. Who cares? Just kill them anyway.
Exactly. So much damage coming out, plenty of KOs, and Snake with 7 goals finishing off. And these replays are perfect examples of where he is when he scores these goals. It's not just him using Bull Rush X Maximus, striking it through hit stun. It's usually these distance goals with precise placement of the core that don't require abilities.
Yeah, I mean, using his strikes incredibly well, finding a good distance between that and the Era, and like I said earlier, just the poking of the Era, using that damage to just deny them the speed, and also not letting them get the awakenings they want in this draft. They put on the, they stepped on the gas early on, and they did not let up. There were 0 breaks in that game for placeholder Palafins, and if there were breaks, I mean, they probably would have lost, right?
Yeah.
You can't really do that with a damage comp. You need to keep going, and that is what they did, so... Really good game on Tycho there. Did not expect that to be a 3-0. I thought that was going to be a way closer.
Yeah, and that was a quick game. All those points went by surprisingly fast. But let's see. Game 2 is a chance for SEKC to turn it around.
It is. They need to turn this around now. I mean, obviously, Atlas Lab, though, is their map. They did pick it, and this is an EKC Classic. But I will say, I mean, Snake and Vaughn, and Caleb, too, they're no strangers to Atlas Lab. Vaughn's Lab, as many have called it in the past. And they had a really, really good showing earlier against Core Retroflow, right? They had a really good showing against them on this Atlas Lab, but EKC, I mean, as someone who's played them on that map and had a very, very close game against them, it's really hard to beat them here. So we'll see what comes out. But I expect a lot of damage.
EKC known for their damage compositions, and even with Joker subbing in for Katsuna in this LAN. Joker is no stranger to damage, playing both Estelle and Vice specifically. So taking a look at the start, we have Might of the Colossus and Catalyst.
Yippee.
We can say right now, all 6 players will be taking Catalyst.
All 6 players will be taking Catalyst, yes. 100%. We're probably not even going to see X because who cares about Might of the Colossus when you're playing on Atlas Lab? You're going to die anyway. Just take Catalyst, and if you get focused, now you get energy. And if all 6 players take it, everyone's getting energy. It's a fun house.
Yeah, and we're probably going to be seeing... honestly, it's just going to be full damage all over the place. That's kind of what I'm expecting. With this energy economy, it's really hard to play a non-damage comp.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what we're going to be seeing here. EKC is blue side, so maybe placeholder Falcon's going to be banning the Zentaro here. That's what I'm kind of thinking. Take that away from NXCD. Take away that comfort. Yep, there you go. Double Brawler ban going away right there. Kazan and Zentaro, the 2 kind of stinkers of the Brawler pool right now, right? I mean... As a former brawler myself, maybe current brawler, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Who knows? But Both brawlers heading out there. Going to be, oh, it is the X pickup. Okay, I'm wondering now if they're going to pick the Catalyst or the Might. I assume they're going to pick Catalyst. It's just
Yeah, I think it's still Catalyst regardless. Even if it's with like an Arrow or a Mako, it's still just Catalyst here.
I'm really surprised though that they picked the X. I mean, like Rasmus is still decent here.
Yes.
Like Julie isn't the worst thing in the world here. X is still like you have multiple options, right? And now that you pick X, you're opening up that Vice Amy, which I mean, you should know that that's going to come out when you're playing against Caleb and Vaughn, right?
Yeah, you have way less mobility on the X. You have plenty of stuffing pressure, and just this huge, I guess, size on this character here. But you don't have the mobility. You don't have the KO pressure as like a Juliet. And now taking a look at the rest of this draft, we have for placeholder Palafins, it is a Vice, Amy, and Mako locked in. I can tell you who's going to be playing the Amy right now, which means that Vice and Mako are going to be going over to both Snake and Vaughn.
I do believe this is a Mako forward. I don't think he wanted to pick Julie here. Can't blame him. I don't think he wanted to pick Asher here. Can't blame him. I mean, Rasmus, if he's not that comfortable on Rasmus, which Snake doesn't play a ton of Rasmus, so it makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I guess the Mako forward. I have not seen Snake on this pick. So I'm really curious to see how he does.
I know this has been picked by Snake in scrims behind closed doors.
Oh, really? Okay.
But in terms of its performance, I have no knowledge of this.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it works out. I assume it's going to be Catalyst on literally everybody in this game. It's just too strong of an awakening. And EKC, really weird. This is the first time I've seen EKC on Atlas Lab where they're not going damage. They decide to opt into the Joker Octavia and the Soren Kai. They're going back to full comfort picks on those two, and then I mean NXT is just going to boss up.
I believe Joker's Octavia is undefeated on the day.
It is. Oh no, they lost one game.
Okay.
So undefeated in series, I guess, if you want to say that.
But either way, they're going in on this game plan. It's worked before. They're going to try their best, but that's a lot of damage from placeholder Palafins.
It is.
And they're no strangers to Octavia. Although, like the earlier matches, maybe there was less Octavia knowledge in that series for the opposing team.
Yeah, no, everyone in this game knows what to do.
Yeah, they know how to deal with the Octavia. They know how to elusive the primaries to prevent the flow state from continuing. They know when to dodge, how to pass around the Octavia. So we're going to see if Joker is going to be feast. It's either going to be feast or famine, right?
100%. I mean, EKC are taking a risk here. 100% a risk here with this comp. It's either going to be a Joker Octavia masterclass and Soren holding it down, or it's going to be a bit of a damage game and placeholder Palafins taking the win. So we'll have to see as we get into the game here. I mean, it's already looking good for EKC. They're storming the keep right now, some might say, with this flow state. X jumping in there right at the end to finish things off, and Joker already hitting level 2.
Yeah, starting off, taking advantage of the fact that everyone is level 1 in this game in the beginning. The flow state does not care about level 2.
Nope.
It's really happy to see that, oh, does everyone else have one less ability? So.
Yeah. I mean, Octavia looking really good, making advantage of that level 1, but as soon as the Vice and the Mako get that level 2, it's going to be way harder with the snare drums into the Vice combo. That is something that I did theorycraft at one point. I thought it'd be pretty interesting with, you know, the little ult combo there. So maybe we'll see a cameo of that, maybe not. It's a bit hard to set up. NXT having to use the flip there, did not want to stay staggered. Joker does not want to use the flip and pays for it with his life. I'm really surprised he did that.
He was stuck in once you begin casting the beat drop.
Did he press ult?
Yes.
Yeah.
So he was just locked in animation there. But we're seeing how freely all these people are using their energy burst because they're coming up so frequently that you can just use it liberally. So anytime they get an opportunity, even remotely, to either get a KO, apply some damage, take a barrier, shoot their shot, it's the Q button's being pressed for all of our WASP players.
Oh yeah, I mean Q button. I use mouse 4 actually. Mouse button 4. It's a little side one, but that's besides the point here. Flips coming up. NXT has one. Uses it. Might get the goal here actually, but you already lose.
Doesn't have the bull rush there.
I mean, you already lose just saving everything. I hope that was a reaction save because that was so cool. I mean, it saves it on the goal line into another goal line save. Snake now almost has the energy burst. Almost takes out NXCD there with the Mako primary. And now you already losing Snake. Both have that core flip. Snake gonna have to use it right away just so he doesn't die. Stalling here a little bit, letting you already lose take a little bit more damage against them. Soren not gonna be getting scored on by that. Not just yet with the barrage up. The Joker putting it down. You already lose. Almost takes it on the bottom side. And now it's time for the flow state. It's time for Joker to show what this Octavia pick can do. And it doesn't even matter. That's just a really well-played shot.
Really well-played shot, but I'm going to give placeholder Palafins a lot of props. I like how they dealt with that core flip from Snake. Seeing that, hey, we just stopped the core here. let's see if we can KO someone.
Yeah.
Went for a KO attempt, weren't able to find it, but it's a pretty unique way to deal with that situation that I don't think other teams would have done.
Ooh, unlucky there from Joker. Actually activated the beat drop, then pressed evade, but beat drop actually removes your evade.
Yes,
You
immediately, yep.
Immediately removes it, so gets hit by that supernova, but not going to matter too much. Ends up getting 2 orbs anyway. Vaughn actually going to be the one in trouble. Now able to quite find the strike there. Snake going to have to actually come back and help with defense. And EKC is looking really good here. Gets a second barrier. NXT is just shoving it in. Joker finds the strike we're winning against Vaughn.
3-0.
And that is a 3-0 from EKC.
Yeah. I mean, that was a very surprising start here, and winning the early sets as Octavia is crucial because it gives you first picks to quick strike, to stagger. Looking at what we have here, it's not really, it's going to be unstoppable. There's not really much else that Joker wants.
Maybe 1-2 punch. I don't know if he likes it or not. It's going to be unstoppable.
Yeah,
to be honest.
the unstoppable is really big for him. It's not like the best awakening here. He would have loved to take some sort of stagger or speed, or maybe, you know, like Chrono Cast, of course. But besides that, Vice second pick, got to be happy with the stinger there.
Yeah, I mean, happy with the stinger there. Deadeye actually going to be going unpicked. Missile prop is actually going to be opted towards the Amy. You already lose. Wants a little bit more of that range, a little bit more of those active glitch pops there. And Snake, so one thing definitely to look out for here, Mako does a lot more damage than people think. Or maybe people kind of realize it at this point. But, oh my goodness, you know what else does damage is literally just X. Just X also does damage, guys. And so does a Giga Blast, I think, was right there. You already lose now in a 1v2. Have to take away here. Use this energy burst and manage to actually find a barrier, install just long enough in order to win the anti-power play there. So well played from the Amy.
Yeah, a good hold by You Already Lose, waiting until their team managed to come back up just fine. Joker popping the flow state, has the unstoppable, ends up getting popped there, but it's saving him plenty of stagger that is so important to him staying alive.
Yeah, I mean, the unstoppable with the Vice Chain Lightnings might not seem like the most impactful, but just that random one hit, right? That random thing you don't have to evade helps so incredibly, like, a lot.
That's a supernova you get to dodge. That's
Exactly.
that's a secondary that you get to walk through. You still get stunned though.
Yeah.
But one thing I want to point out here is that NXT opted to take Rampage instead of 1-2 punch.
Yeah.
Which I think is going to come to bite him.
I think it will as well. I don't think he's going to be able to stack the Rampage very much this game.
Oh my goodness.
As you can see right now, but it doesn't matter.
Around the world.
Around the world. Snake
Demon
actually
angle.
putting that in on the own demon angle there. Soren really got bailed out there with the barrier. I mean,
Oh my.
they are yapping a storm up over there right now after that. So
What a crazy point.
Unlucky, but well played from Soren, I guess.
Trying to get this flow state going again, but no, ends up dropping it. Joker going back to the health orb, picking it up. We can see Snake is getting really low as well. NXT doing just fine on this point in terms of stagger. Barrage dropped on Snake, isn't able to find the KO off of it, and then Barrier followed up with it. Praised the Barrier for a little bit of stagger, unable to finish it off. And then the pressure coming through from both Vice and the Mako put in point number 1 for placeholder Palafins on this set.
Yeah, placeholder Palafins finally finding a little bit of a footing here in this game. But they still have a mountain to climb. They still have an Octavia to run past. And currently, I mean, they're failing to do so. I mean, Joker's kind of just running circles around him, getting both barriers before their flow state ends up almost every single round. But good job from Paladins.
He did it again where the elusive and the beat drop.
Yeah. Elusive with the beat drop, but still going to stay alive for now. NXT has his core flip here. Needs to watch out. Perfectly woven there in with that dribble. Vaughn and You Already Lose just not quite on the same page in order to save
Good dribble. He kind of drew both You Already Lose and Vaughn in. And one of the effects of the energy burst is the knockback.
Yeah, exactly.
And that knockback, even though it doesn't get a KO or anything, puts them into hit stun, which kind of spread part of the seas a little bit to give them a shot on net there.
Little Moses X action there. Yeah, coming in clutch here, but needs to watch out as the stinging down right now. Super, super low. Zero stagger, or sorry, zero energy, rather, for the X. Needs to play safe. Has a little bit of energy to evade now. Snake going to try to take him out, but not quite able to get it as Joker is just doing everything with Soren actually running up to help him in midfield here. Wants to put it in, has the barrage, unable to get it, so has to run back. And well played from placeholder Paladins to hold it for now, but they need to get a barrier. They need to do something proactive here. Defense is not going to win them this game.
They're trying their best. Soren has to come back here to help defend, finding a way to just keep himself alive. A great ensnaring drum from Snake secures that final barrier. Net's open. Snake looking for the KO. Managed to get it with the enhanced primary or the enhanced passive attack. And then now Vaughn was looking for the Atlas pop there in the middle. Doesn't get what he wanted, but still has the core up in front of the net with energy burst, and that's all you need to tie it up 2-2.
Yeah, tried something, didn't work, but manages to swing it back around. Really good power play there for placeholder Palafins. Can they manage to win this set? I mean, they need this set, by the way, because if they get any more Stagger Awakenings on the side of EKC, if they get maybe, I mean, was Quick Strikes already? I feel like I saw Quick Strikes. Was that last game? I don't even remember at this point.
No Quick Strikes yet.
No Quick Strikes yet, but Octavia with Quick Strikes, Octavia with Chrono Boost, they cannot let this Octavia keep scaling. So placeholder Palafins gets that.
Great clear by Soren.
Great clear from Soren there. Placeholder Palafins need to make a good use of this power play. They'll get the first barrier. NXD is about to come back up, but it's a little bit too late. That second barrier is fallen, and now Soren is really low. I mean, Palafins are ready for the dub here in this set.
Soren just trying to mind game Snake a little bit there as he was trying to dodge the abilities. Doesn't have enough elusive to dodge the secondary by Vaughn. And it is a power play for placeholder Palafin. Supernova comes out, takes over another one, 3v1, and a nice simple strike to finish it off.
Yeah, no Kaz there. No Kaz there. Vaughn, too good of a player to do that. Definitely secures that one in the top side. Really, really good comeback there in that set from placeholder Palafins. And we got a game on our hands, Mystic. As we see now, wow.
Oh, wow.
There's the quick strikes. That's what we've been saying, quick strikes, but so is cast to last. So is everything. I mean, yeah, the Amy's not even going to deny one because what do you even take? You deny the quick strikes, deny the cast to last. It sucks either way.
Yeah. Joker gets something that he wants regardless. And even if Castellas and Quick Strike were gone, Orb Dancer's up, Rapid Fire's up, he would have taken something that would have benefited his character. But Quick Strikes, you are so happy with that. That is Quick Strike's catalyst. So his energy economy is going to be through the roof here. But instead, you already lose, opting in to take more damage with the explosive entrance. We saw Dancer get picked up by Snake, give him a little bit of extra speed. Because Snake has no problem living. He's been the one who's been dealing all the damage for the most part in that brawler position.
Yeah, I mean, Snake has been doing a lot and actually gets that Orb Dancer now to help deny orbs and just stay a little bit more in that game, right, with that extra move speed. So I like that Orb Dancer pickup, and I really, really like the Rapid Fire for the Vice as well, just adding a little bit of extra damage with that decreased CP there. Snake putting NXT in the dirt.
I mean, there's so much.
Have to do so much, but they can't do it as it goes on the bottom side. The barrage not quite there in time.
There is so much KO potential and damage output from this Mako.
Yeah.
And he's got nothing to worry about because if you try to fight a Mako, you're losing.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. There's not many characters that can kill the Mako in melee range.
Yeah.
Unless you're maybe like a Might X or like a Zentaro with Stinger. That's about it.
Exactly.
And they don't really have a lot that can kill them anyway. I mean, it's pretty much
having
damage characters here.
access to that Orb Dancer alleviates one of the downsides of playing Mako in this brawler position, which is the slow movement speed when holding down abilities. But as I say that, 2 KOs coming out, a double power play, 3v1. Soren doing his best to stall out, and honestly does a great job.
Yeah, does a great job, keeps that top barrier, but at the cost of a lot of health bar, a little bit of energy, but manages to come back in here with a little bit more health, so going to be living for now. Snake, wow, with that strike secondary boost, almost gets in that top side, but ends up settling with the KO on Joker for now. The Octavia just been struggling so much this set to get going. NXD and Soren are going to have to pick up the slack here in this power play in order to deny placeholder Palafins anything here. The Supernova and then the flip almost coming in here from Vaughn, but not going to opt to use it quite yet. Snake and Vaughn are going to come in here with these core flips.
Oh my goodness.
With the first one, gets the KO. Snake with the second KO. Now it's that 3v1 again, and Soren cannot do enough.
I just saw NXED ride the train from the left side of the map all the way to the right, get flipped from Aimee, get sent down, flip from Vaughn. He just went around the world without having any control of his character.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit unfortunate there. That's just kind of what happens when you play play against a damage comp like this, right?
Exactly,
Especially on a damage start. So really unfortunate here for EKC, but it's not over yet. They still have a little bit of time to come back into this set. X, this is a good start, gets the last barrier, has that X Maximus still in play here. Joker managing to stay alive for now. NXT has the flip, Soren running forward and doing it himself, but cannot actually find anything. NXT needs to flip now, needs to find something, finds the pass to Joker into the top side. Beautiful shot.
And it's kind of just tough there because Vaughn was blocking the shot of just slightly above Caleb. Because if Vaughn walks up, then that spot is open.
Exactly.
You just can't cover it all.
You gotta guess. I mean, you gotta guess at that point, and without having any abilities, it's pretty much just you're hoping they mess up, right?
Exactly. It was on NXED to mess up there. but shooting correctly, scores the point, bringing a little bit of hope back here for SEKC as they try to get the second point, tie things up in this set.
Yeah, and they're doing a lot better now, honestly. NXCD is managing to survive a little bit longer, letting Joker, I mean, who's taking the brunt of this pressure, I mean, stay in the game just a tiny bit longer. Has the flip, wants to use it a little bit. Vaughn using theirs first, needs to get some damage out. The Supernova not going to be doing too much here, except take an elusive out. But Snake is just doing everything right now. But no, wait, did Soren just own goal? I think Soren, or was it a glitch pop? I mean, there might have been a glitch pop there. Oh,
okay.
That's what happened. Okay, so yeah, so the secondary from Snake's Mako there, the gravity there, like the push actually puts it in, but it doesn't count for the Mako to
so
get
it
the
was
credit.
You Already Lose who had the last touch there.
Yeah, that a little bit confusing there. A little bit unlucky. Soren probably was confused at the end too, but they still have time. They managed to take away the perfect form.
The Chrono Boost being grabbed away from both Kai and Octavia, but I think it's going to be a big fish.
It's going to be Adrenaline Rush. Here, watch. Adrenaline Rush. Boom. Vian wants the Adrenaline Rush, and Joker just getting the big fish, trying to stay alive a little bit more with that stagger, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. If Vaughn gets one Adrenaline Rush proc, I think the round is just over.
Oh, if he gets one Adrenaline Rush proc, everyone on the side of SEKC is most likely going to fall in that time frame.
Yeah, it looks like we're looking at it right this second as they take down both barriers. He might not even need to kill everybody as it's going into the top side here. Already Lose needs to ting it around, use this power play as Vaughn, the speed finally runs out. They manage to stall long enough, and Joker actually dribbling around everybody manages to stall.
Yeah, a little bit of a misplay from Vaughn there, unable to keep control of the core, but Adrenaline Rush procs a second time. He has a second attempt to do the same exact thing here. Oh, Snake not able to send it to a spot where the Supernova could push it forward, but doesn't need it. We got so much damage coming out. I think the members of SEKC spent more time unalive than...
Oh, yeah. I mean, at least staggered. Staggered or not alive. They were definitely feeling the brunt of it there. But it's a new day, new round. Joker has the flip, gets that top barrier, immediately drops that beat drop, wants to get as fast of a play here as possible before the damage can rack up, and they actually find the kill on Vaughn here. So really, really good play there from SEKC, and they can find a point here. Joker takes it over. They do not want to use flip, and they don't even need it. Joker
wonderful.
With the flow state, putting it in the top.
A great KO, the bull rush into the X Maximus on NXCD finds Vaughn caught off on the top side there, and then managed to keep both of their energy bursts as they finish this off. So now we're tied 1-1 with the energy burst or the energy economy favoring SEKC.
Yeah, energy economy favoring them, but not anymore as they use both of it, but for a good cause. They get both barriers, and now the flow state gonna be here. Joker feeling really, really comfy, but you already lose. Just one needs to defend. He's trying for now, and I mean, NXCD finally gets taken out here. Palafins are getting a little bit of a break. They need to make use of this advantage here. They do not want to take this to a game 3. They want to end this now. Taking the barrier, but no, Joker's dodging everything, uses the flip to get out of dodge there, and Soren feeling a little bit comfy with his barrier and finds the kill with the Giga Blast.
The Giga Blast finding Vaughn out, who has been such a crucial member of all of these offense attempts. And now it is Snake on the Mako, as well as You Already Lose, holding it down until Vaughn comes back. Atlas popped in the middle there, opening up the map a little bit, as Soren is just trying to get the ball forward to either NXCD or Joker so that they can make one of the plays.
Yeah, they need to make one of the plays, especially with Octavia here, who's trying to do it themselves, and they do with the flow state into the beat drop. Joker does not want to lose right now. Joker wants this three-peat in the LAN.
He's trying his heart out. A 2-1 lead so far, but they're still down in sets. Taking a look at what's going on right now, we have NXCD has full energy here, but is staggered. Trying to go back in and help Joker as much as he can.
Yeah, trying to help Joker as much as he can. Staggered now, though, getting taken out by Vaughn with the Adrenaline Rush proccing. Soren needs to watch out, has zero energy. Oh my goodness, the Supernova coming in, but actually missing everything, but the Black Hole is the one that's going to get the job done. Joker going down as a 3v1 once again, and you already lose the gold credit with that flip into the top corner. It's 2-2. It is series point, championship point.
This is it right here. And the thing is, it's not it for SEKC if they can't win this point. If they take it, then we have to play a whole other set, then into another game if they win that too. But placeholder Palafins are done with the night. They want to end this right here, right now.
Yeah, and they're looking primed to do so. Going to be getting that orb here, looking really good as they get it to the corner, but a really good clear from Soren there. And NXCD actually managing to take the first barrier. They do not want to lose yet. They still have a good chance. The flip trying to get Snake off the map, but can't quite do it. NXT is now the one that's going to be taken off the map into the adrenaline rush, and the crowd is cheering, everybody. Placeholder Palafins are in a really good power play here to take the win. No barriers for Soren, but he has an energy burst. The flow state is up for Joker, trying to get the last barrier. He's doing it all himself. He's flipping, and he's trying to score, but no! Denied from You Already Lose. And now Snake is alone in the front here. Wants to get rid of the energy burst for Soren. They need to take this one step at a time. You Already Lose, bringing it forward. Vaughn positioning for the Supernova, trying to take out Joker, and he does. Another adrenaline rush proc. Placeholder Palafins are trying to end it now. They're trying to take home the trophy. Snake into the bottom corner. You Already Lose into the bottom corner. Energy burst into the score,
And that's
Placeholder
the
Palafins
series.
take the series, and my voice is gone.
The crowd chanting third seed, trying their best to give SEKC the energy to push forward there towards the end, but not enough as the dominance from Placeholder Palafins as they just barrage their enemies with damage and strikes, constantly putting them under so much pressure, sending them off the map for 10 seconds at a time over and over again. We can see the KOs here.
Wow.
12 from Snake, 6 from Vaughn, 3 from You Already Lose. Collectively, we're over 20 KOs. And it is just clawing at every single point. SEKC trying their heart out as they just want one more point, one more attempt.
Yeah, I mean, they played really well. I definitely want hats out to SEKC. They had a really, really good losers run going all the way back up to grand finals through the whole losers side. Put on a pretty good battle, put on a good showing, especially in that last match, but we're just not quite able to take it. And a special shout out here, I mean, especially this game, look at Snake. I mean, was a pretty quiet presence, but managed to get down 12 KOs and actually 6 assists with 2 goals. And also, I don't know if a lot of people know this, this is the second LAN win in a row for Snake.
I mean, this guy goes unnoticed every single LAN. When you think of Demon's Raw members, the team he's normally part of, his main roster, you typically think of Gumi and Kainoob. This Snake guy he's
a beast.
Is he tied for the most number of LAN wins, or does he have the most number of LAN?
I think he literally has the most number. Oh, he's tied with Joker. He's tied with Joker.
Okay. And then the amount of S tier
Oh, my
wins,
goodness.
insane.
All right, everybody, don't go anywhere because we are getting the entire cast of Sad Boys, or rather Placeholder Palafins, on the couch right now. I believe they're right there. So I don't know how we want to do this. So we give them all the mic and just let them talk, or how do you want to do this, Saya? Okay, we're going to let them have the mics so you don't have to hear us ramble on any longer. You heard that enough. So we'll give the floor over to all of Placeholder Paladins. Maybe we'll prompt them with some questions, but I mean, spam some emotes in chat, spam some excitement, because that was an insane series, an insane tournament from them. Pretty much just utter
Absolutely.
domination the entire way through.
Just them two.
Just them two?
Okay, sure thing.
I don't mind. What do you want me to do?
Hey,
Want me to
go
do
for it.
All right, I'll do it. Yeah, sure. All right, hop on, gentlemen.
You want to be in the middle?
It doesn't matter. You can just sit down. All right, let me scoot over. All right, everybody. We have right to my right here, the goalie, the man himself. You Already Lose. Back at it finally. I mean, after last one, I think you had a little bit of bone to pick with the LAN scene. You needed that win. You needed finally to get back from the field. You have 2 now as well, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
2
you two
LANs.
both have 2 LAN wins. So I mean, I guess I'll ask this question each of you. You can scoot over a little bit, squeeze in a little bit so you can all be on camera. I'll ask Caleb first. I mean, 2 LAN wins. How does it feel to come back, especially after last night, getting that 4th place? Probably not happy with that, but just how did it feel winning, with your team again, with Vaughn, and just coming back and just dominating the tournament?
Yeah, so this is my first time playing with Vaughn, I think, ever at a LAN. So it's really fun. I mean, it sucks that Ali couldn't be here. I think he had some circumstances where he couldn't come, but we got Snake with us. I mean, this guy's such a good teammate. I mean, we talked like a bunch yesterday about like what we're gonna do, like how we should approach things, and he's giving us a new insight on what we should do. So it's really nice.
100%. And speaking of Snake, 2 LAN wins for you now, 2 in a row actually. So I mean, if there's another LAN, you have the chance to three-peat.
I do.
So, I mean, that's got to be exciting for you. But the question I have for you is, I mean, obviously you're no stranger to Caleb and Vaughn, right? You've been playing against them, playing with them for a long time. But how does it feel coming in with a new team, basically, or people you haven't actually played an entire S tier with, and then just basically like you never. It looks like you play with them the whole time. Like it does not look like you haven't played with them before.
Well, for people who don't know, I've been on a bunch of pickup teams before. I've been on my main roster, Demons Raw. I don't mean to boast, but some call me the king of pickup teams because I've attended at least one LAN and got third place with a team that I've scrimmed 1 hour with. I last minute joined a team and won the Omega Strikers Pro League Invitational back in July of 2023. And we scrimmed about less than a week or so. And if you, I mean, look at the big number, like the amount of days we scrimmed with Demons Raw and all that is a lot larger than all these pickup rosters that I hop onto. But I'm always like, it's a big pleasure to play with. I mean, my friends. I mean, I play Black Ops Zombies with this guy like every weekday or some
Yeah.
shit. You know, it's
The
so much
team
fun.
bonding. Oh yeah. All right. Well, glad to hear it. I mean, hey, everybody, put some respect on Snake's name. I don't want to see anyone overshadowing this guy. I mean, this guy's won 2 LANs so far in a row. This guy's already, maybe he's gotten multiple insane placements. He's won multiple S tiers. I mean, give it up for him. Give it up for Sad Boys in general. And I mean, just one last question for both of you. I guess you can kind of both, I guess, answer this here. I mean, who's going to win NASL? You guys got to come back now. I mean, week 9, you're going to be playing each other in NASL. Are you excited to play against each other? Are you a bit annoyed now that you have to kind of go back to it? Are you excited? What are the thoughts there on NASL?
Honestly, I think it's going to be interesting because so Bells and Gumi, they're going to be, I think, in the same PC cafes. So Bells is visiting Gumi in California for like the next couple weeks. He'll be in California with Gumi when our match goes live.
Oh yeah.
So it'll be pretty interesting with that narrative. There might be like a interview or something where like you can get both of them or something.
Maybe
I don't know,
we'll
it'd be
try
cool.
that. Snake, how you feeling with the rest of your season? You feeling good? Feeling strong after this LAN win?
I wouldn't say yes. However, the people who know, Demons Raw does not win Nassel. They win everything else but Nassel. So don't get your hopes too high for that. But I mean, hopefully I heard plans for another LAN and maybe other events. So I mean, play better win more 3. You'll see me there. So I plan to hopefully win that one. But Nassel, that's a whole different league.
Yeah, sorry, man.
These guys are
Hey,
the pros at that.
I got them all. I got them all. Sorry.
Hey,
Sorry.
I mean, maybe we'll see that. Excited for that. Any other shout outs before we get you off?
Hey, we need to shout out Vaughn. Yo, Vaughn, you wanna come up here?
Vaughn should.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna give Vaughn the mic here in a second. But any other shout outs from you guys before we give it up here? I'll ask Vaughn a question too, I guess.
Sure, Vaughn, here. You can take my spot.
You wanna come in real quick? All right, we'll give Vaughn a quick little shout here. Shout out to Caleb, everybody. You already lose. Best goalie in the tournament. Best goalie. I mean, maybe in the world. Who knows?
What's up, my brawlers?
How's it going, brother?
Feels good.
How does it feel after taking the second in Arizona to come back and show your rightful spot in first place? How's it feel?
It feels good. I see this guy. I owe it partly to him. He had the smelling salts before Grants to wake me up. I'm not doing those. No, not brands. No. It felt good. We could have definitely taken it in Arizona if I had played better. And I felt like this tournament I played very well. I thought my whole team played really well. So it was really satisfying for me. And I didn't team with either of these guys in Arizona, So it's the first time I've ever been on a team with Caleb ever in person, even though we've been on the same team for a year. And then when Snake asked if he wanted to play with me, I was like, I mean, if he's with me, that means he won't be killing me.
Yeah, there you go.
And you're going to notice a distinct lack of deaths that I had, probably because this guy was on my team. So it feels good.
That was actually going to be my next question. I mean, how does it feel? One, I guess, 2-part question. Finally playing with your goalie, finally playing with Caleb at a LAN, and 2, teaming up with Snake for, I mean, obviously not the first time you played with Snake, but like at a LAN and first one of the major S tiers you play with Snake, right? Like, how does that feel teaming up and basically just dominating the whole time?
So I got really excited for something like that. It feels great. I'm sure there's a lot to say, but I think both my teammates played really well. I don't know. I don't have too much to say about other than the fact that it felt really good for Caleb and I to play together in person. We've consistently been at the top of the game since launch now, and I really feel like it's if you want to win an S tier, you have to get through him and I backline, which I just love playing with him. He's probably my favorite, like maybe even de facto teammate. I love Bells, but there's something with Caleb and I that I really love, like playing. Like when we're working defense together, it feels good. And then this guy on my right just took care of business. On my left, I guess for the audience.
Yeah, not me.
Yeah,
I
he
did
just took
not
care of
take care of
business.
business.
Yeah, this guy took care of business at the Airbnb, but this guy took care of business in the game, and he asked for the Mako in the last game. Never played with it. I've literally never played with Mako Ford ever in tournament. I was like, I don't know what you do. After we lost set one, I was like, what do you do? And he was like, I do this. And then he said what he was doing. I was like, okay, I get it.
And he
then,
got 12 KOs.
yeah, and then he
Yeah.
fragged out. So,
So there you go.
it was a win.
Hey, well, any extra shout outs, any extra things you want to say before
Did you
we start
did
signing
you
off?
do any? Go first.
Not yet.
Yeah, we'll go first.
Mom and
Nick.
Dad, I love you guys. Thank you for watching and supporting me. And Gumi and Kainoob, thank you for also supporting me.
They did not
However,
support you, bro.
In the group
In their
chat,
heart.
y'all are being really mean.
In their heart, they do.
You
Their words
guys-
don't.
You guys better watch out because when I come back, I might troll your games. So, but all good.
I like it.
Shout out, Mom, Dad, Gumi, Kainoob, and everyone at our Airbnb. Thank you for all being here and being together. It's so nice being with my friends.
I'll make mine quick because I know Sai's over there trying to get things sped along. I know Slink, shout out Mom, Dad, I know they're watching. Shout out to Anna and Tom if they managed to stay up this late. My number one fans from Iowa.
Okay.
I'd still like to shout out my buddy Bells. He couldn't be here today. Third member of Sad Boys. Always love the guy. Everyone at the Airbnb as well for sure. And then also my sister. I think she's technically she's at work in Japan, so I don't think she's supposed to be watching. But I did get some messages from her. And she gets really like nervous, so maybe she turned it off. But if she's still listening, shout out to Jane. I always like when my family tunes in and supports me. It feels really good. I think this was probably the best. I say it every LAN. I think this one's the best one yet in terms of
100%.
being run, the venue, the people. Really, 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 really happy how this one turned out. So
Yeah, I mean, and speaking of just final shout out for me in general, like shout out to Bestine Slot and Saya
W
in general for producing this entire
the
tournament.
most viewed OS tournament in history.
I think we peaked at like almost 3K at
We
one
did.
point. So I mean, congratulations to them, and I'm glad to see they finally get the recognition they deserve.
And it looks like Sai's got something he wants to hand it. You want to do this on camera or off camera? On camera?
On camera.
What?
All right. Or real quick.
Oh yeah,
so,
you hop off.
Yeah,
and then-
I'm gonna hop off for a quick shout
Thanks,
outs
Bort.
to everybody. I mean, thank you all for watching. Thank you all for letting me cast with you, and also shout outs to everyone who showed up to the LAN. I mean, thank you guys all for coming. 39 teams, by the way.
Yeah.
That's insane. So thank you all. We're gonna get you already lose. We're
Caleb.
gonna give them the prizes. So give them all your support, everyone. Emote in chat.
Any boys? Yeah, drop a boys. It's like kind of Palafin. He's a boy right now. 3 big fellas. Hop back on, my goalie. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's pass it down. Stream, we've got a mouse pad and a medal. Let's hold that up to the camera. Courtesy of Saya and Bestie and Slots. We'll pass that one down.
All right, thank you.
Pass that one down. Excellent. Okay, so I see there's one of those. Can we choose or is it you choosing? Okay, I'm down. You know who I'm down to give it to? Caleb, I'm down to give it to this guy because he never gets any love.
I'm down.
I'm down to elect him as our to the stars OS NYC ... If it could focus here, let me show you how it's done, pal. Focus. All good. Let's try. Put my what? Guys, it says MVP. Just trust me. And I'm going to give it to my brawler. There you go, buddy, because we would not have won without him. He was very important. He was super flexible teammate. He played every game well. He was last pick. He got target banned. He got fanboyed, and he got it done. So good job, buddy.
Thanks, boss.
All right. I think anything else? Do you want to say something? We'll hop. Okay, guys, you're going to hear from the brains behind it all, who all put it together. We're the placeholder Paladins. Thanks for supporting us. And I think we're good.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll hand off the mic to the people who matter now. All right, peace.
Okay, so what are we here for?
No, we're here to talk about the event. We did it.
Oh,
It's
we
over.
did. It is over.
Okay, well, I guess let's start with the beginning, right? When did this all get started?
I think it was like at the end of the From the Ashes land, we had like a bigger interest than we thought we would. And like the West community is like very tight knit, but it's also smaller. So we're like, okay, we should do an East Coast land. We picked OS NYC as the venue, and like we got like what? Like over 100 people showing up, 120 something people
Yeah,
showing up.
120.
And that was tied in with the Duelist of Eden stuff. So
That was also really successful. The developer of the game came, which was really cool.
yeah.
And thanks everyone for watching. We managed to secure a Twitch front page. Shout out to the random Twitch guy that approved this.
Mhm.
So yeah, highest competitive Omega Strikers viewership in history
Yeah.
by far.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
not
yeah.
close. I guess let's talk a little bit about like the little hiccups, the roadblocks, that
Yeah.
kind of stuff.
Oh, Group B.
Group B.
Group B.
Okay, explain. Don't just say Group B.
Okay, so hey, we love our players here in Omega Strikers sometimes, but sometimes the players do 45-minute warm-ups, 30-minute warm-ups, and sometimes you have a 40-minute technical issue. And then sometimes you have a player report a game that they didn't play in, falsely just reporting it and then leaving.
Damn.
So like I think I remember finishing Group A, which we were like, oh, it's the hard group because it's like the start of the event. And that was like 2 hours and 15 minutes. And we got through and we're like, oh yeah, like, it's looking good. We're on schedule. And Group B took 5 hours. So that one was rough. But honestly, shout out to John Fortnite and JT Freak Nasty.
The goats.
Absolute
Honestly.
goats. Like one thing about this LAN, I think a kind of recurring trend was so many players, so many people that showed up. Like even though like we're the ones talking on the stage right now, we're the ones sorry on the stream right now, we're the ones that are like accredited with this. Like so many individual players stepped up to just help out where they could. And like if they didn't, this would have been so much like longer, it would have been dragged out, would have been much lower quality. So like yeah, shout out to John Fortnite, shout out to JT, shout out just generally to the PPL team for that. Shout out to Yume, Nubstar. I'm like literally looking at people right now. Barb Pilot, Takes Taco, ZZ. Oh yeah, well chill. Just people that took time out of their day, took time out of their vacation that they paid for to just help us out and make this event, the best that it could be. So I think again, we have such a wonderful community here, and that what we saw with that is just kind of proof of that. So yeah.
Honestly, also shout outs to everyone who side streamed our event.
Oh,
We were
yeah.
able to stream every bracket match and most of consolation bracket too.
Yeah, so that's gonna be what Justice Solar Flare, Yachi Kicho, Elenator, Langs _CS.
Oh, there's
VA.
so many people.
So many. I mean, yeah, but
we can't
should
remember all of them,
I
right?
mean, obviously, but we should
Yeah.
name them. We
Well,
should.
they're on the Start GG. If you
Yeah.
check the Start GG, all of their stream
They're all on the main
links
page.
are there. They're
follow
all on the main page.
There is a lot of them. There's
Drop them a
all of them.
follow, like all of that. And I gotta shout out this venue. I gotta say, this is the nicest venue we've used for Omega Strikers. It is so atmospheric. You could see like it's just a much better vibe. And also shout out to Mystic for letting us use this camera. I mean,
Yeah.
we were using a very bad webcam last time. This is such a step up. And I also gotta say, wow, like it doesn't feel real that it's over.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was a long weekend, but it was so fun. And like one thing I think that TOing does that like I guess going to one of the guilty pleasures of TOing is you really get a front row seat to like everything.
Yeah.
Like you really get to see firsthand all the stories, all the players, all the things like that. Honestly, shout out to like Soren, even though he lost today, after today, I really want to see him get his big win one day. He's been kind of second place in a lot of these situations, and I really, really want him to succeed because I know he's out there grinding. He's trying his damn hardest. And as you know, a TO, I get to see all these players, all these narratives grow, and do all of these things. And that's like honestly the hype, the stories, and all of that. That's what makes it worth it.
Okay.
Yeah. As a Canadian TO, it was so exciting to see the Joker potentially make a three-peat at LAN.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I guess we've said all we have to say, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So take your headsets off because I'm gonna yell into the mic. And
Wait, don't we have one last thing?
Oh wait, what's the one last thing?
The LAN.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna yell it into the mic, so you should take it off so you don't break your.
Oh,
ears.
yeah.
Shout out to XDME.
Oh yeah, XDME came. We had a little interview segment that I did in like whatever. It was really cool. Yeah. Shout
Pretty
out
much
to XDME.
all of actual.
Oh, shout out to
previous
ASOP for
quote-unquote.
tweeting for us, by the way. That too. Got to put that in there. Aesop, tweet for us next time, please. And speaking of next time, take your headsets off. It's gonna be loud. Guys, listen. Tell them to listen. Tell them to listen. Guys, we're heading to California next spring. Okay, that was it. That's it, right? For real this time?
Yeah, I mean, this was great, and we have we're able to run one in California next time, and I'm looking so forward to that. I'm looking to see the West Coast out in full force again. So, oh yeah, go Westies.
Go Westies. Drop a follow. Drop that. Okay, whatever. It's over. We're done. We're done.
Good night, chat.
I don't know what you're cheering for because they have the headphones on, but it's probably something good.
Yeah.
Yeah.